Hello everyone, welcome! It's my birthday! Woo! Let me know if the music needs to change. Hello, hi. Am I centered in the frame? I'm fine. Hello everyone. Oh my god, this song. This is so funny. I can remember like the scenes that this like plays over, like the teenage angst. As we go on through the seasons, the music will change. We'll get like into the early 2000s. This can't be all the songs that play in the bronze. There must be some missing here. Let's see. I don't think this is all of them. I want to wait, friend. I want to. Where are the rest? There's not. This is not all of them. That's fine. We'll figure it out. Hello, Grantificus. Hello, Grant. Hi, Magnet. Hello, Joey. Hello, Prostate. Thank you for the happy birthdays. Welcome in, John Pucci. Hi, guys. Hello, V for Viridian. Hello, Go You Do. Thank you for the birthday wishes, guys. I could dance to this at the bronze. Oh, hello, Chris Minsk. Happy date of birth anniversary. Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome everyone. I am 38 today, and I've just eaten some cake, so I'm a bit like, oh, you know. Hello, Max. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Thank you, Grant. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, let me get my fan on. I'm feeling a bit warm. Oh, how are you guys doing today? How are you doing? I'm just gonna get my fan. Just getting my fan. Oh. Let me just bring this over here. Also, I need to fart. Let me mute myself. I'm back. I didn't fart. It wouldn't. I'm sure it'll come to me in a minute. Speaking of Buffy birthdays, surprise is such a bloody good episode. Well, yes, that's the aim of the game today. We're gonna rank every single Buffy episode from season 1 all the way to season 7. So that's the plan for today, and maybe something else afterwards, depending on how long this takes. I could start yapping. We'll get into it. How are you guys doing? How was your day today? Happy 38th birthday to my almost birthday twin. Yes, Luigi, happy birthday for yesterday. I hope you had a lovely day. Lovely to see you here. The way you announce it every time, sometimes you just gotta be real about it, you know? Sometimes you just gotta fart and just do it, you know? Not unmuted, of course. Hello, Angel. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I appreciate that. I had some drama happen today. I'll tell you about it. Nothing scandalous, but my birthday was a little bit draining. Is today a tank top, shorts, and sandals day? It has been a vest and shorts day. It has, yeah. Can we embellish it to make it scandalous? I could probably add a few things here and there. Draining in a good way or bad way? Well, there was no trade where I ended up going. Drop some names. Hot Goss. Well, I went out for lunch. Okay, let me get into it. I went out for lunch today, and with my dad and his girlfriend. Just like a cute thing to do. Hello, Co. Welcome. And it's like this. It was like this big kind of like Tudor manor place with like a garden, like huge gardens there, and a butterfly house, which was really lovely. Went in the butterfly house, and I actually have like a really big fear of moths, so I was quite proud of myself because the butterflies were like flying right into my face and stuff, and I was like, ugh, but I wasn't freaking out. And there were huge butterflies in there. There were like Atlas moths, which would terrify me if any of them flew near me. But it was pretty cute. It was like super like humid in there. There was like misting sprays and banana trees and a pond, and the butterflies were just fucking everywhere. Okay, Silence of the Lambs. Anywho, after going in there, it was time for lunch, and went to the cafe. And this is probably around about like 2:30, I would say. And so they're going to close like soon-ish. There was like 45 minutes until they were going to be closed. And so my dad went up to like order lunch, and I was going to have a sandwich, and he came back and he said, they don't have any bread left, so they can't make a sandwich. Like, what else do you want? So it's like, oh, I'll come up with you, just in case like there was other stuff that wasn't going to be available. So I went up with him, and like my dad was going to order like this salad that his girlfriend wanted, and he was going to have something, and then I was going to have something. And so basically they were like, when we were asking like about the sandwich and stuff, they said like that there was nothing, nothing available, blah blah blah. And then when we said, okay, well, let's start with my dad's girlfriend, and like she'll have the grilled halloumi salad. They said, well, that depends. And so I was like looking at my dad, and I was like, depends on what? And then she was like, it depends on what else you order. And so I was like, well, there's 3 of us. Like, why would it depend? Like, why would her being able to have a salad depend on what like we order? And they were like, yeah, it depends if they want to make it like in the kitchen. I could ask if you want, like if you tell me what you want as well, and I'll see if they're willing to make it. And I was just like looking at my dad like, what the fuck? So my dad was like, I'll have egg, ham, and chips if you have that. I think he tried to order something else first, and then she was just like, no. And then so he went for egg, ham, and chips, and then so she went back there and to the kitchen, and I said, I'm going to look at the menu some more. And then she was like talking to them, and then like I heard this like horrible like shouty voice coming from the kitchen being like, oh yeah, all right, yeah, we'll do that. And then when she came back to ask for like my order, I was like going through different items, and they were like, no, we're not doing that, no, we can't do that. So basically they were just like, I was listing off all these things, and they were just like shouting back and forth and like going back and forth and being like, no, sorry, you could have like a bacon sandwich. And I was just thinking, you've just told me that you've got no bread and you can't make a sandwich. And then they were just like acting like we were like the biggest mugs. And basically everything I was listing off, they were like, no. And they were like, you could have a jacket potato, we could make you a bacon sandwich. And then I was like, you know what, I'll just have a flat white. And then she said, oh, so you don't want food? And I said, no, I do want food. What I don't want is drama. I'll just have a coffee. And then they were like, oh, are you sure? Are you sure? Like, why not have a muffin? And I'm just thinking, I want fucking lunch. And like everything I've listed off, they've said no. And I don't want a jacket potato. I don't want a bacon sandwich. The stuff that wasn't even on their menu. So I just, yeah. And they were like, oh, do you want a slice of cake? And I was just thinking, God, this is my moment to be like, actually, I probably should because it's my birthday today, but actually, no. Anyway, like everything I was saying, they were just like, no. They were so rotten about it. And then I just like had a coffee, and I just felt like so awful. I was like, it was really emotionally draining. Like the way that they were shouting back and forth, and like the kitchen staff were like, no, I'm not doing that. No. Like they basically just didn't want to make the food, and they didn't want to have to do the washing up. And so, yeah, I was just like, I don't want the drama. I'll just have a coffee. Oh, it was so gross. It was just like really unpleasant, to be honest. It was really unpleasant. I don't know if there's anything else I'm forgetting in that story, but like, it was just like, it was just, it was just pretty nasty. Yeah, but I messaged Joe about it, and I was like, I was saying to them like, why would our orders affect whether we can have a salad? Like they had 45 minutes until they closed, and then yeah, and then for them to be like, oh, so you don't want food? It's like, yes, I do actually want food. Oh my goodness, dump that rotten ass restaurant. Like what? I'm gonna send them a little email to be just to make them like feel bad. Hello, Callum. Welcome in. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Hello, Truffle. Welcome. You deserve better for your birthday lunch. It was like really like emotionally draining, like because I was already not feeling too great about my birthday today, I'll be honest. Like I felt myself like shrinking today a little bit, you know, and sometimes you have a day where you feel like you're shrinking, like you just like want to protect yourself and you want to just shrink. I felt that way today. I just was like, I just want to shrink. And then I thought, you know what, I'll go out and I'll have lunch and it'll be nice. I didn't have lunch. I didn't eat today until just now. I had a pizza and some cake. So I didn't eat for the whole day. And I was like walking around in these gardens, like thinking, I'm so hungry. Anyway, sorry to be moany about it, but like that's what the day was. That was the drama today. I'm so sorry. Magnet, thank you. Thank you, Prostate. Yeah. At least you got some pizza. Yeah. Yeah. Deeply professional behavior. It was crazy. Like I've never really experienced like treatment like that. Like I was saying to people, like I got pretty womaned. It's like fucking pretty woman ass customer service. Like what the fuck? Oh, go to your party and you can cry if you want to. Thank you. Not to be a woe is me. It's like comparatively in the, you know, all the things in the world, it's like fine. It's fine. But I don't know. I was already feeling a little bit fragile, and then to go out and then for them to just be like basically acting like I'm such a nuisance. I was just like, oh, okay. But at least I kind of stood my ground when this like the young lady behind the till. She was actually like trying her best. She kept like rolling her eyes though. And then when she was just like, so you don't want food? And then she's like, oh, why don't you just have a muffin? Like I was like, what I don't want is drama. Like, so I'll just have a coffee. No, I don't want drama. I'll just have my coffee. Thank you. No drama. Just the coffee, the flat white. Thanks. And then, when it was closing time, this is the thing, like, I've worked in customer service, right? Like, what I was kind of shocked as well for everyone else eating there, because, like, it came to closing time, and instead of just going around table to table and being like, oh, just to let you know, we're going to be closing in 10 minutes, but you can take your food to other seating areas outside of the cafe. Instead of doing that, they just basically just started stacking chairs and shouted across the entire cafe saying, we're closed now, so you need to leave. You need to leave. It was crazy. I was just sitting there like, do you want people to come back here? Like, right, it's not that they were closing in 5 minutes. It was closing in 45 minutes, judging from after we tried to order, and then when my dad and his girlfriend ate, they had just finished eating, and it was like 45 minutes later, and then that's when they came in and did the whole announcement to everyone. There was like there was probably 50 people that were still eating, and just relaxing, and then everyone just got kicked out at the same time. Don't go there again. Simple. It is that simple. Yes, I will not be going back there Christmas. Don't worry. I also can't drive, so I can't get back there anyway because there's no trains to go there. But I won't be going back. Don't worry. The butterflies were nice, but sclerophobia. I should have kicked up a fuss and be like, "You're being homophobic." I take it, you know. out of everyone here, everyone's eating, and the one person you're not giving food to, off of the menu at least, is the one gay man that's there. Oh, how does that look? How does that look? The lesson is to never go outside. I tried to avoid it, Ko. I really try. So yeah. It's the one day you can make yourself the main character, complimentary each. True. All you needed was a short ginger wig. What, like Chucky? About the same height as Chucky. So they didn't even lie and say that they don't have ingredients. They started with the lie, Luigi. They said that they didn't have any more bread, so they couldn't do a sandwich that I wanted. And then everything else, because my second, basically, when I went up, I said, I did want the sandwich, but if you don't have bread, can I have the farmhouse all-day breakfast that you do and swap out the toast for a hash brown? And she was just like, no. And I was just like, okay, so you don't have bread and you don't have anything for, I mean, this is actually another component of the story, which I forgot. It went, we can't do your sandwich because there's no bread. And then she was just like, no, about the farmhouse breakfast, which is meant to be an all-day breakfast. So I was just like, okay, what can you do? And then that's when we moved on to like, well, let's try and order the salad. And then they were like, well, it depends. And then it was like, okay, what does it depend on? Why does it depend on what we're going to order? Whether you give my dad's girlfriend her salad. What, and like, where have you ever been where you go to eat, right? And you order off the menu and they say, oh, we'll give that to you, but it depends on what else you order. Like what? Oh, so they did lie about not having the ingredients, and it was a lie because they did offered me to do a bacon sandwich, a bacon, butty, which isn't on the menu. They were just like, they wanted to do like something easy. So they're like, well, do your bacon sandwich. So I'm like, oh, so they do have bread. They starved you on your birthday. I know, I didn't eat all day. Should have left ASAP. I wanted my dad and his girlfriend to eat though, which is also why I also didn't want to order anything, because if my order makes it dependent like on whether they get their food, I just don't want the drama. I just wanted my dad's girlfriend to get her salad, and like I can survive with not having lunch. Like I just wanted them to eat, I don't want them to be like, no, sorry, we can't do the salad, because the order gets bigger and more complicated. So I was like, I'll have my coffee and then I'll just suffer. You should have morphed into a Karen. As someone that has worked customer service, I can't go full Karen about it. I can have a sprinkling of Karen, but I can't go full Karen. Hello, Hornet. Welcome in. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I need to talk to the manager. No, I mean, the manager, the information was being relayed from the manager to me. I don't want to talk to her. She actually was the one that came in and put the food down. And when she came over and delivered the food and put my coffee down, I just ignored her. I never do that. I usually say, oh, thank you so much, blah, blah, blah. When she just put it down, I just like kind of did this. I was just like, get out of my sight. You should have asked, what do you do successfully? Quickly. I never been treated like that at a restaurant either. I would have been stunned. I literally was just like looking at my dad like what do we say? What do we do? Now, if we order food, that will ruin one of the orders and they can no longer do the salad. And when I looked through, because you could see into the kitchen, they were all kind of just like, oh, like this. Like, they were all looking at each other like, oh, God, The thing is, like, it was 45 minutes away until they closed, and we had a salad, which they literally made the food in 5 minutes. Like, my dad's egg, ham, and chips and my dad's girlfriend's salad came out 5 minutes after we did the order. So what is so difficult about doing a sandwich for me? or a all-day breakfast? Like, I don't understand. It takes like 5 minutes to cook some baked beans and like have some sausages and shit. Not that selfless. I was also being stubborn, honestly, because I could have just ordered a jacket potato. You know, I could have just taken the egg, the bacon sandwich. You know, I could have just done it and just had a full belly. But that stuff wasn't on the menu. I don't want that shit. I don't want you to just like whip some shit up for me, like to be like, here you go, here's our scraps. Like, no thanks. Especially if you're charging like what they were charging as well. Fuck off. There's no ethical consumption under being a Karen. I literally cannot bring myself to go Karen, because like people have done that to me so much in past jobs. It's just not something that's me, you know? It's one of the few situations where Karen is okay, like they didn't want to do their job at all, and it seemed targeted. Like I get it, like I've been there too. I have worked jobs where I can see we're ticking down to closing time, right? And I would never do something like that, even if I'm just fed up of people that are still just hanging around. Like, I've been in the situation where, like, I've been looking at people, like, with daggers, being like, just get out, because I want to go home. I get it. But I would never do that. I would go up to them and be like, just to let you know, we do need to lock the doors. So, I don't want to lock you into the building. So just, if we can make sure that we're out the door by this time, that's great. Relax for now, like, you know, stay comfy. But just to give you a heads up, that we do need to lock the doors in 10 minutes, all right? Thank you. You know, like, that's all you need to do. Just be on a level with someone. Just be like, listen, we're all going home. We're all going home. We don't want to lock you in. And then what was funny is that I did actually lock those people in. Jabberwock, thank you for the raid. Jabberwock, happy birthday for yesterday. Hello, Bucky Horror. Welcome in, Jubs. Hello, Anno. Screaming Biscuit, hello. Hi, guys. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, guys. Let's get a shout out for Jubs. Jabberwock, how was your stream? Happy birthday for yesterday. Jubs, you're going to be so mad at me and jealous. I have the Dune Lego set. Jubs, thank you so much for 34 months. Thank you for resubscribing for 6 months, Jubs. I topped on my birthday in peak. Oh, I see. I love you, Sklep. Thank you, Jubs. I was like, you topped? What the fuck? Welcome in, guys. Hello, BZ Dom. Nice to see you. Jub, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much for bringing the raid in. Hello, everyone. I am Sklurp. It is my 38th birthday. Welcome in. We're going to be ranking every single episode of Buffy. Jabberwock, thank you so much for 10 gifted subs. Oh, holy shit. Oh, it looks like Anno got one. Spodge, Smith, Poison Mojito, Glitched, Helix, Static got one. Talon, Grant, John Pucci, Chris Mintz got one as well. Hell yeah. If you got a gifted sub, please thank Jabberwock. Happy birthday, old bitch. Thank you so much. And Screaming Biscuit, thank you for the follow. Jabberwock, thank you so, so much. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's really, really kind of you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. That's really, really lovely. Let me know if the music is too loud, by the way, because it's like, this is like not my kind of music. It's from Buffy, so it has to be the bronze playlist. Jabberwock, thank you. Thank you. That's really, really nice of you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You sweetheart. Level 4 Hype Train. Thank you. Get those Hype Train emotes. Oh, do shut up. No, you shut up. You shut up. But yes, hello everyone. I'm Sklep. I'm a queer variety streamer. It's my birthday today. And we're going to be ranking every Buffy episode. That's the agenda today. But I was just having a bit of a bitch, Jabberwock, because I got Pretty Womaned today. Jabberwock, thank you so much for the 500 bits. Here, I also have these left. Buy yourself a nice rose toy. Not the rose toy. Can men even use a rose toy? I'm not sure they can. Isn't that like a suction cup for a clitoris? Joey, thank you for the 41 bits. Thank you. Ebola, thank you for the bits as well. Happy Buffy. Thank you, Ebola. Nice to see you, Ebola. Hell? Yes, I got pretty womaned today. You won't know until you try. That's true. All the bits you had left over. I did wonder. It was very specific. I was like, 41 bits. It's not my age, but... Hey, Magnet, thank you for the 38. There's my age. Who pretty womaned you? I'll fight them. Yeah, I went out for lunch and I got pretty womaned. They wouldn't give me my food. They wouldn't let me order the food I wanted to order. And so I just didn't eat today. When I got taken out for lunch by my dad and his girlfriend, and I was the only person that didn't eat because they wouldn't give me my food. Sclap, I think you got to stop saying you got pretty woman because it absolutely sounds like a prostitution thing. I'm not too bothered about that, you know. Let people think what they may, you know. I think a more accurate thing in that respect would be is if I said I got Richard geared. Although that sounds like the hamster that got put up his butt. Maybe I shouldn't say I got Richard geared. Sorry, we only serve people up to their early 30s. Please leave. Then why would they serve my dad and his girlfriend? They're older. Screaming Biscuit, how could they not let you have what you want? Well, we just went over it all, but basically they had 45 minutes left of their shift and they didn't want to do the cooking. They didn't want to do the washing up. So they were like, if you want, you can have this muffin. But also we might not let you order the other food for your dad and your girlfriend if you order something too, because then it gets too much. So they were like, you're going to have your fucking muffin and you're going to be grateful for it, you little gay boy. That's the attitude they were given. What is Twitch if not just entertainment prostitution? That's kind of accurate. Yeah. John Walker, I hope you had a lovely stream. You were playing Peak, right? How was Peak? Sclep is a pretty woman, though. Thank you. I have been told before that I have the lips of a drag queen, you know, so I could pull off an illusion, maybe. Can we talk about how Sclep's hair and shirt complement each other so well? Okay, arms, my hair, and my shirt. Maybe, I don't know. No, don't be sorry there. I just won't go over the full story, Screaming Biscuit, but I'll give you the cliff notes, you know, because we just finished talking about it. but it did make me, oh my goodness. The hype train is complete at level 4. Thank you so much, guys. 11 gifted subs and 690 bits. Nice. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. That's really lovely. Oh, a hype chest. Oh, I got a reward as well. I got a cute little chef sprinkling salt. Oh my god, that's so appropriate. That is so appropriate. Oh my god, that's funny. I hate to run on your birthday, but I need to eat food. No, please go. And as someone that didn't get to eat food today, please, Jubs, go and take care of yourself. You're going to go run errands. And yeah, no worries. Thank you so much for the like. And Jubs, thank you so much for the lovely support. Everyone, please follow Jubberwock, my dear friend, who's also a streamer here on Twitch. Does lots of Lego building and variety gaming as well. Oh my god, have you ever done drag? I haven't done drag, but I was thinking it could be a cute stream to do drag for the first time without having any experience, just buying a makeup palette and like just winging it, you know, and just seeing what happens. Or finding a drag queen that would want to put me up in drag, you know, while we just chit chat. I do have friends that, you know, do drag, so it's not outside of the realm of possibility. Is that what the D in DSL stands for? Wait, what is DSL? You can bully Biscuit. He likes it. Oh, really? Welcome in, guys. Yeah, everyone, please follow Jubba before he goes and lurks. And Jubs, thank you so much. So yes, that would be a great YouTube video. Maybe I could be in Buffy drag or something. I don't know, or Monster Hunter drag. I don't know. Figure it out. Horror drag. I mean, can you imagine me in drag? I'm not sure what that would even look like. But I remember when I was like a little twink, like a 18-year-old, going out to gay bars for the first time, there was this absolutely like gorgeous bar man. And he was like beckoning me over, and I was like, oh, okay. Whew. So I went over to the bar, and he was like, has anyone ever told you that you should be a drag queen? And because I was 18 and I had like no queer education, I was offended. How silly of me, like a silly little squirt. But I was like really offended at the time. Now I would be like, I would take it as a huge compliment. But back then I was like, what? And so I didn't take that very well. I wish I had some sense to me, because he was like trying to tell me, like, you could be a drag queen, little boy. I thought he was going to hit on me, but instead he was trying to give me something valuable there. But I didn't have the ears to listen. Also, I have the birthday horror story of my Switch 2 still not being delivered. Oh no, I'm sorry, Luigi. I'm sorry about that. That sucks. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Scotch. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I'm an old man now. I'm an old man. I think they're kind of the point. Wait, what's that, V? This is why we need a drag queen to help. They would know exactly how to drag you up. That's true. They would know exactly what to do. It could be funny with me trying with not knowing what to do, though. Bless that guy. Yeah. It's funny because I remember, like, that moment so well. He was, like, so handsome. Anyway, he was trying to give me some valuable information. I remember when I was like 18 and 19, I was like very messy when I first realized I was gay, and I went out to like gay bars all the time, and I was dating all sorts of people. And I remember I went to like this really like posh gay bar, and I was with this like really like artsy sort of like hippie older gay man that was probably like my age now. And I was 18. And he started flirting with one of the barmen, even though he was like really like enraptured with me. Like he was like really enthusiastic about me, but then he was also flirting outrageously with this barman in front of me. And it was really weird. And the guy from the bar, do you know what happened? I was sitting with my date, and the guy from the bar came from behind the bar, and he went and sat next to my date, and then started talking to my date. And then when my date went to the toilet, the barman turned to me and he said, "Have you slept together yet?" And I was like, "No." Crazy. What a douche. But very bold. Very, very bold of him. Yeah. And then that guy, the one I was on the date with, ended up being so weird anyway. Like he ended up being like really clingy after that one date. It was really weird. Little boy, I can see you in gowns. Gorgeous, gorgeous gowns. Walmart decided to pick the worst delivery company in America, FedEx, to deliver, and they're awful with updates and legit just take packages back if nobody is there. Oh shit, Luigi, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Actually, Joey and Robbie Magnet, they sent me really lovely birthday gifts, And I did notice one of them arrived, and it was being delivered by the very worst delivery company. And I was thinking, I am so lucky that this arrived at all, because you can't control over here who's gonna deliver stuff, and it was every EVRI. Like they will literally grab your packages and they will like throw it and kick it into the back of the van. They'll steal your stuff. They'll just like fling it out of the window, and like, you know, they'll pick up your wheelie bin lid and throw it in the bin and close it. Like, they're awful. So when I got that, I was like, I am so lucky to have this. Did he tell you to run? Oh, the guy from the bar? No, he just was asking questions and questions. Oh, sounds high. He probably was, yeah. Yes, Co. Yeah. Big City Gay Youth sounds like such a different world, laughing my ass off. I've got many a story about those days. Yeah. And when I had my first job, which was in a theater, and there was a opera on, the conductor. Why did the music just stop? Oh, it's a pause in the music. The conductor of the orchestra, who was like in his fucking late 40s, like early 50s, when I was 18, was like trying it on with me. Like, I don't know. I must have been like the most gorgeous, youthful little twink or something that all the fucking pervy guys wanted. It's like, I don't know. I had some kind of power, but like, oh my goodness, I was dodging bullets like Neo in the Matrix. Like, goodness me, like the way I was like, I guess we all were, but like, bloody hell, you know, it is. You were chosen. I was the chosen one. Oh man, every is so awful. It is, Frosty. Yeah, we got really lucky. They weren't lost or stolen. Well, the that package from Every, he did just leave it on my doorstep. He didn't even try to like hide it, and he knocked and just like walked off. So I was lucky I was here and I could just answer the door and pick it up immediately. I can't wait for RTD to write the ITV drama. Every is garboed of the highest order. Yeah. I'm surprised they actually have any business, but I guess they are just cheap and available, you know? Yeah. Yeah, those days were crazy. When I was like a 18, 19-year-old young man. Yes. I will say, I remember in those days, like I was trying to like date people my age, and they just had no interest. So just didn't happen. I kind of had to date slightly older guys. It's just how it went. The worst part is that nobody is calling me that they arrived. It's really annoying because my roommates were at my place today. Ah, yeah, that's rubbish. Because if they had, you could have just said, like, please leave it with so-and-so. Yeah. I can't decide if I'm deeply envious of your youthful escapades or horrified. I mean, I'll say this. I will say in my 20s, the body count ended up becoming an obscene number. And I don't have any regrets about that. The body count is body counting. It is counting. It's like, I don't really need to add to that number so much in my 30s. But in my 20s, I don't know what was going on. That number needed to be... So, yeah. There were some very interesting people that I met. I remember, though, one time I was being hit on by this American guy. Oh, my goodness. Ugh. Okay. Should I tell you about the Los Angeles guy? So there was this... He was, like, pretty attractive. Like, he was probably... This was, like, maybe, like, 10 years ago. So I would have been, like, what, 28? He was a pretty attractive American guy, salt and pepper, like handsome. He was telling me about his life in Los Angeles, and he was like, you know, I think you should move to Los Angeles. I think you should drive a convertible. Like, you would just love the sun there. You'll love driving around with the wind blowing through your hair. I just think you should live that life. And I was thinking, is this Hollywood man about to take me to Los Angeles? Because I wouldn't be mad about it. And he said that he was a Hollywood producer and that he'd come to London on business, and you know that he was like kind of lonely while he was staying there. And I was like, is this about to get like really messy? Am I gonna be murdered on a yacht or something? Like, like where is this going? And then you know what he did? He ruined it all. He ruined it all. He took his hand and he like stroked through my hair and the back of my head, and he said, "You remind me of my son." Like, it was going so well. Yeah. Yeah. And I was like, it was lovely to have met you. Goodbye. Yes. Death, says V. I know. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, how do you take that information? I just said thank you. I was like, bye. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? You could have just not said that, dude. You could have just not said that and, like, give me a holiday to Los Angeles. Give me a car. How fast did you run? Literally, the moment he said that, I just said thank you, and I just stood up and I was like, it was nice to have met you, and then I just left. I just walked away. I was done. That was it. That was, like I could literally feel, like, my skin, like, melting, like, where he was, like, doing this. So I was like, no, I'm okay. Yeah. So, yeah. Vile? I know. Yeah. So the body count did not go up that day. It did not go up that day. But I would say in my 30s, like, I just don't need to do any of that anymore. Like, I don't need to go out and, I don't know. I don't really need any of that, you know? Who's got the energy? I just wanna be in my own space. I don't want people here. I don't want to go there. I don't want to have to put the energy into, like, all of that. Excuse me. Okay, envious up until you got to the punchline. Wow. Let me tell you though, because you know I've been doing DIY, right? I found, this actually made me blush like crazy. I found a postcard that, like, it fell out of a book when I was moving all my shit because of all the DIY. I was like moving loads of books out of my old bedroom into my new bedroom. And out of a book fell a postcard, and it had paper, like, wrapped around it with a sellotape to kind of enclose the postcard. And I was like, what is this? So I slid the paper up, and on the postcard that has the picture, it was two gay men, like, snogging, like, they were, like, sweaty and, like really smudged up against his faces. It's, like, really sexy. Really sexy snogging. And I was like, okay, like, I don't remember buying this. And I flipped it over, and the only thing that was written on it was "Meet me Thursday." And I was like, whoa, like, someone gave this to me? So I was like, who could this be? And I looked at the photo again, and I was like, wait, one of them looks like me, and the other one looks like someone who I had, like, an on and off thing for years with. And so I texted him and I was like, did you send me this? And I sent him a video, and I showed him both sides. And then he was like, oh, have you only just found that? And I think I do remember getting it. But yeah, he had come to my work and then, like, handed that in for me. and like we did meet that Thursday. We did meet that Thursday. And but the thing is, that postcard, I thought, you know what? Out of everything like that, out of every kind of thing that like someone has tried with me, just like Meet Me Thursday, with that postcard was like the thing that I was like, oh, like that was like, that was good. That is a good way. Like, so if you're hooking up with someone, or if you're dating someone, do that. Get like a really horny postcard and say, meet me whatever day or whatever time. And then take it into their work. Cover it up and take it into their work and, you know, address it to them. Because I'll tell you what, that was getting me like, oh, like after all these years, I was like, oh, goodness me, that's like, ooh, you know? Magnet Joey, meet me in the kitchen. Your new kitchen. You want an emotional connection after a while? I mean, I wouldn't mind one, Co. I wouldn't mind one. It's been a while. Pure hookups get empty after a while, sort of, unless you've got a natural chemistry, which you can't know without meeting beforehand. That's true. That is true. Yes. Yes. And I think a lot of the way that people do meet is like through apps, and then the problem with that is that people talk to each other like they're trying to negotiate like a hostage exchange. Like it's like, okay, this is what I like and this is what I need from you. Okay, do you agree to these terms? It's like, how's that going to get the blood flowing? Do you know what I mean? Joey says not in the kitchen. Come on, those surfaces can be wiped down, Joey. All right, don't worry about it. Pro tip, join the military. Oh, I've heard stories, Co. I have heard stories. I would never join the military myself, but I've had people that have been... I've had people. I've had friends who have been in the military. Oh, God, that sounded bad. Yes, I also spent some time with someone that was in the Navy. And let me tell you, you will never find a stranger person to sleep beside than someone that has been at sea in the Navy, because they kind of curl up into a ball and they go to like one like edge of the bed, and they will stay completely still for the entire night because of the way that they have to be on the ship, so that they don't just like fall out of the bed. They just are like the most still and quiet sleepers. Crazy. There you are. Gay man in the Navy, a fork found in the kitchen. Like, I can't do that anymore. Co, poor you. Hey, quality build. Thank you so much for 300 bits. Happy birthday, Sklep. Thank you, Nick. That's really lovely of you. Thank you. Let me give you a shout out. Everyone, quality build is such a laugh. A great friend of all of us here. Also, just such a cutie patootie as well. A fantastic entertainer. And also, such a potty mouth. Such a potty mouth. Please drop a follow on my friend's channel. Quality build, nice to see you. The body is my S-tier Buffy episode. You freak. You absolute freak. What a weirdo. Nice to see you, Quality build. Thank you so much for those 300 bits. Thank you. I've never sworn in my life. Quality build will play Mario Kart and be like cursing out the children. Okay, like, thank goodness there's no voice chat where they can hear you, because they would be crying rivers. They would. Thanks for the shout, of course. Yeah, quality build is like just so good at like FromSoft games, and it's just such a fun entertainer. Like, plays all sorts of other games as well. I've been playing Mario Kart and Donkey Kong recently. A raging potty mouth, he is. Yeah, those children were being toxic. and make sure these children stay humble. I mean, from what I can tell, Quality Build, the children do be giving you trouble on Mario Kart. They do be bullying you a little bit. Have you got your buzz cut haircut yet, by the way, Quality Build? I know you said you would get it done if I got mine done, but I'm losing too much hair to have a buzz cut again. I wish I could, but the hair being combed this way disguises the hair that has gone. When I was last bleaching my hair, I nuked my hair one time. It's just never grown back properly since. I've just sort of accepted it, but yeah. It would save you money on a haircut. True. Still longish at the moment. It's gorgeous hair, but I think a buzz cut would really suit you. By the way, if anyone's wondering, we are going to rank every Buffy episode today, and then I'm going to rank the Buffy episodes within each tier against each other after I've ranked each episode, if that makes sense. Mrs. Buffer, yeah. We've got a new season of Buffy on the way. We're all excited. It's a good time. Although, I am worried at the same time. What if it's not good? What if it's not as good? Also, I feel like Sarah Michelle Gellar needs to leave this poor young woman who's playing this new Slayer character. She needs to leave her be. Like, she's dragging her to the gym and, like, filming them both working out beside each other. It's, like, all cute and stuff, but I'm like, oh my god, don't drag her to the gym and, like, make her do all this work. Come on now. Let's have, like, a Slayer who's just, like, a little bit more, just like, oh, okay, if I have to. You saw the gym post? I was kind of just like, what is going on here? Sarah, leave her alone. Don't make her do all this. Anyway. So, yes, that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do in a bit. There's a live voting poll as well on this page. Interesting. Interesting if so. We have an ad break in 3 minutes. So what I'll do is we'll have a chit chat for a few more minutes, and then after the next ad break, which is in 3 minutes, we will jump over to the tier list. Does that sound good with everyone? Can I get a for the Hello, Mel. Don't you think PR ordered that post? Yes, I 100% do. Yes. I think actually PR orders most of Sarah Michelle Gellar's posts. Let's be real. I don't think there's a single thing that she's said online in the last 10 years that hasn't been PR. So, yes. When she just kind of miraculously suddenly started wanting to talk about Buffy again. And then she got an award immediately after when she embraced the fan base after all these years. And she was like, you guys mean so much to me. Having this legacy, carrying, Buffy with me for all these years, and just like how you guys have loved it after all this time. It just means so much to me. And I was like, we've not heard from you for like 15 years. And suddenly now? Thank you, Colgate. I was like, we have not heard from Sarah for 15 years. And then she starts posting on Instagram about what it means to her, and then she gets an award, and she starts getting new parts in TV shows. I was like, okay, get the coin, Sarah. Hello to him, how you doing? Thank you so much for the birthday wishes. Thank you. But you know what? Let her get her bag, She made a surprisingly good judge on Drag Race. That is true. Yeah. I did like that she was on Drag Race because it does confirm that she, in the very least, is not homophobic. I mean, you hope. She seems to be a Drag Race fan, so... Care the vampire, Bertha. I don't judge her after what she went through on that show. It was not a fun experience for her. That is true. She worked really, really long hours into the dead of night and under some grueling conditions with some big personalities. Yes. I think from what I can tell, like from the other cast members, like because of like how hard she had to work, she didn't really make many friends as well. Like while she was on set, I know she was already friends with Seth Green, but yeah, she has come out and said like she wasn't really protected like by just like the work, the amount of work that she had to do as a young person. Like she was so much work. So Sarah Michelle Gellar is not the best actress in the world, but when you watch Buffy, you can tell she is working so hard, and you have to respect that. Like she's not going to win like all of the awards, but she is very good and she works very hard. And no, I don't think anyone else could be Buffy. Like she made that role hers. So I'll be cancelling you if you don't rank Spike-focused episodes in the highest tier. No pressure. You are going to hate what is about to happen, Co. Not because I'm going to rank Spike lowly, but because I'm going to rank other characters highly that I can tell already that if you're a big Spike fan, you probably are not going to be a big fan of these other characters. So we are about to test the limits of our friendship here. She could have won an Emmy for The Body, though. Yeah, she should have won. Honestly, that episode and Sarah Michelle Gellar should have won awards for that episode. It is grueling TV, that episode. It's like, Joss Whedon based it on his own experience, like, of finding his parent dead. And I think that's why it also resonates to a lot of people that have experienced that. People are like, oh my God, this is exactly what I went through. And like not just the event itself, but like all the boring stuff that happens after it. It's like a very difficult episode. Yeah. The Body has come up so much in this discussion of this tier list. It's so interesting because it's like not a single person here is going to say that, apart from Quality Build, that The Body is like their favorite episode. It's not going to be your favorite, but it comes up a lot. Yeah. But there are also some fan favorites that I'm not that enamored with. And you're probably going to be like, what? Yeah. I think because TV now is much more cinematic, we forget about the work that goes into that network style TV. It's grueling. Exactly. Like, if you think about it, right? Having a 22 episode season, that's such a long time. 22 weeks. They're still filming the season when it's already airing on TV. Now they finish filming. They have to spend so long on post-production. We get a season of a show every 2 years, and then you get 6 to 10 episodes. We're lucky if we get 10. 22 episodes. Take us back to those days. Take us back to weekly episodes, 22 episode seasons. Take us back. I want that again. I don't want this binge it in a week bullshit, Joey says The Body is D tier. Just kidding. I just wanted to stir the pot. Oh wow. I've been listening to a Bronze Spotify playlist. That's exactly what we're doing to him. Yeah, on YouTube, not Spotify, but this is a Bronze playlist. Although I know that a lot of songs are actually missing from this. There's a really good song. When Buffy in season 2, when Buffy returns to Sunnydale, and she's dancing all up against Xander to make Angel jealous, and she's got PTSD from her battle against the Master. That great song that's playing? That's not in here. I can't remember what it's called, but it's got that lady that whispers. She's whispering into the microphone about sugar water. Oh, that's what it's probably called. Wait, let me get sugar water. Do you remember this song? Hang on a second. I'm going to put Buffy, Sugar Water. Remember this? Oh, this is such a good song. Just make sure it's not too loud. The velocity of time turns our voice into sugar water. This is such a good song. I love this. It's still so good now. So that Buffy's doing that sexy dance against Xander to make Angel jealous. Angel falls for the bait. And then she's like such an arsehole to Angel. Anyway, we're getting into it when we're not started yet. I mean, I guess we could start because the ads are over. Welcome back from the ads, everyone. Let's see here. I want characters to have relationships, please. I'm begging. When was the last time you ever saw a romance in a TV show? Like, obviously it happened in House of the Dragon. Between relatives, but like, I can't think of the last time we got like a proper good romance in a TV show. Like something that memorable, you know? Or in film. Like even in Jurassic World Rebirth, they're like heavily hinting at a romance and it just doesn't happen. The amount of PR the Buffy cast would have had to do if Buffy aired today. I know, they would have to do the whole social media thing. Yeah, press tours. When she was bad, Magnet, yes. Oh, and Spoon? I can't remember Spoon. I love screaming, shut up and eat. What? I sexy dance to this weekly doing the dishes. That's cute. We hate Angel, don't we? I don't hate Angel. I don't hate Angel. Maybe it's because I rewatched Angel recently and I was like, actually... Because I haven't seen Angel since it first aired and I was like, actually, Angel's pretty good. It's got some big problems, but I had a good time watching it. I was like, you know what? There are some real good gems in here. And oh my god, Fred as well. Oh, Fred. Such a good character. So brutal, her death. Ugh. Even a proper good friendship where characters deal with road bumps and come out stronger friends for it. Like, Friends, I don't think in TV shows anymore, like, challenge each other and have fights and stuff like that. It's all very, like... It's all very happy-go-lucky and, like, tensionless, you know? Anyway, should we jump into the tier list? This is what we've got here. Let's see. I'm gonna make myself bigger. Deal with bitch. Okay? Deal with that. There we are. Let's get that logo there. Gotta have your logo. Okay, let me turn the music down just a bit. Where's the ad block? It's meant to have it built in. It's meant to have it built in. But it's fine. Listen, just ignore the advert. I mean, I could put my camera over it, but... just forget about it. It's okay. Or I could put like a little image in front of it. Of Buffy or something. But this is the tier list. These are all of the episodes ranging from Season 1, Welcome to the Hellmouth, all the way up to Chosen Season 7. Do you guys want me to zoom in at all? I could zoom in, I think. How do we zoom in again? How do you do that? Control. Oh god, the advert. This is not Buffy, but I like this song because it's from Scream. I thought there were way more. Well, this is like 140... No, this is 144, right? Because season 6 and 7 would have had 22 episodes each, so 144. Because obviously season 5 got us to 100 episodes, so yeah, 144 should be. If my maths is correct, it should be 144. It looks like this. It looks like hardly any at all, doesn't it? These icons. It's been 20 years since I last watched actively, so curious what order you're going to do this in. Now, here's the thing. I could be really boring and just go chronological, or I could just like, what I could do is do like the first episode of each season, the second episode of each season, and go through it that way. Or maybe I should just do it in episode order. I don't know, to keep it less confusing. Because I will probably talk about the episodes a little bit here and there. What do we think? Now, I might need also, you're probably going to judge me here. I'm saying this preemptively. This might not need to happen, but I might have the wiki open just to remind myself of like all of the ins and outs of a particular episode to make sure I don't get anything wrong. I'm looking at them right now and I'm like, oh yes, I know this episode, I know that episode, I know this episode. I don't think I will need to do that. There might be like one or two where I'm like, wait, let me just quickly remind myself about which one that is exactly. But I'm looking at it now and I don't think I will need to do that. I know, like I'm looking at like phases. I'm like, oh yeah, I know that one. Bad eggs, yeah. I think I've got this down. Where I might be a little bit sketchy is season 6, because I've seen season 6 the least amount of times. Whether it makes it easier for you to organize your thoughts, to be honest, it's a big undertaking. I don't feel overwhelmed already at the task, so I feel like this is going to be fun. I didn't really have a rhyme or reason when I did mine. I started chronological and then moved to more memorable ones first. There's so much content, I can't imagine anyone would judge you for that. And I had to look up some episodes to remember them. Interesting. Well, I want to also, like, for the benefit of anyone that doesn't know that much about Buffy, I also want to go over the episode a little bit, you know? And also, Buffy actually reintroduced a bit of a trend of, like, doing two-parter episodes. So, like, they were a little bit, like, you know, passe before Buffy came along and was, like, doing the to-be-continued thing again. Like, because that went out of fashion. So Buffy kind of brought that back a little bit. As well as a few other things, as well as kind of popularizing the season-long arc, you know, of a storyline. I never knew that. Yeah, like obviously the to be continued thing had been around before, but it was like, you know, it was like a 1960s thing in TV, you know, and like it hadn't really kind of come back, and then Buffy kind of brought it back a little bit. Buffy's finales were events, yes. Yeah, so each season, the writers treated it like that it was going to be their last season. So each season of Buffy could theoretically be the end of the show if you want it to be. Not, obviously, you wouldn't want to do that. Let's get rid of Nick Cave. So let's bring back the bronze playlist. So let's begin, shall we? Let's begin. Welcome to the Hellmouth. It is a two-parter with The Harvest. So, like, my judging of the beginning of Buffy is going to be kind of like a double feature because that's how it's written. It's, like, meant to be one storyline, essentially. But, like, Buffy is introduced to us already having a history of being the Slayer because we had, a Buffy movie, which was a huge flop. And so, whilst the movie is not connected to the TV show necessarily, there is a version of the same events that has happened in universe for the TV show that is referenced, but it's not necessarily what the movie was. So there's some similarities. The Buffy movie was number 1 in my house. I'm not a big fan of the movie, but Oh yeah, rest in peace, Luke Perry. Rest in peace. But you know, Joss Whedon, he wrote the Buffy movie. Nepo baby, Joss Whedon. Okay, let's acknowledge that he's a big Nepo baby. Joss Whedon's dad wrote Golden Girls. And then Joss was able to go on and write for shows like Roseanne. And then he wanted to do a kind of a horror movie where the blonde girl who is usually chased and stabbed to death is the one who is chasing down the monsters. So lo and behold, Buffy is born. They did the movie. It was a flop. It also didn't fit with Joss's creative vision of what Buffy was. So the show was what he pitched to have another crack at what he wanted Buffy to be. Welcome in, Toptimus. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Thank you for the little Donkey Kong goon face. How you doing, Toptimus? This may just be me, but the music is a touch loud and distracting. Okay, let me turn that down. Let me know if it needs to go down even more. Okay, happy to turn it down. Absolutely. The original concept apparently was Rhonda the waitress. Okay. Let me know if the music is okay. You did like the movie, but you were a child. Interesting. I don't like it. I don't like it that much. I've only seen it twice. Isn't that crazy? I've only seen the Buffy movie twice. And then I was like, I'm done. I'm okay. But Buffy comes into this show having just moved to Sunnydale. She's been kicked out of her old school. And she finds out on her first day of school that there is a creepy Englishman there who says, I'm your new watcher. And I'm here to like basically guide you as the Slayer, and we're going to hunt the vampires together. The entire school, the entire town sits on top of what's known as the Hellmouth, a kind of like catalyst for like supernatural forces that brings evil to the town. And he knows exactly who she is, and Buffy rejects the whole thing. She wants nothing to do with it. She's like, I'm retired. Good luck. I'm not doing this anymore. Already ruined my life close enough, and got chucked out of school, and we had to like move our entire lives to this new arse end of nowhere town. So Buffy's done, and she's trying to make friends, and she meets popular girl Cordelia, who wants to take this, gorgeous new young lady into her flock of popular girls. But then Buffy also meets Willow, the quiet nerd, who's really sweet, who Buffy warms to immediately. And she meets Xander, who is also just there. And Buffy becomes more enamored with Willow and Xander and Jessie, the fourth member of the Scooby Gang that never was. And in the same episode, Buffy meets a mysterious, handsome stranger called Angel, who also seems to know that she's a Slayer. She's like, what the fuck is going on? Everyone knows that I'm the Slayer. Like, was there like a memo that went round? Oh, Jessie, yes. So, welcome to the Hellmouth, and the harvest is about Buffy arriving into town, and she soon realizes that she cannot shirk her responsibilities, because when they go out clubbing to the Bronze for the first time, Buffy is trying to big up her new friend Willow, because Willow is like extremely caught up on Xander, who won't even give her a second look. So Buffy's like, Willow, you need to get out there and shake your thing. You're gorgeous. There is a man out there for you. And who does Willow start dancing with? A fucking vampire. And so Buffy's like, oh, for goodness sake. So she has to go and save Willow. She realizes that, like, by shirking her responsibilities, she could have got Willow into harm's way. Like, this is something that she can't avoid. And simultaneously, this mysterious, handsome stranger, Angel, who Buffy's like, oh, who is this? Seems to know a whole lot about the vampires as well. And then we also learn that there is a big, creepy vampire underneath the Hellmouth who wants to break free, and he sends his vampire minions to go and like produce the harvest, where if all these vampires, you know, kind of in tribute, like feed on the members of the town, he'll be, you know, the spell will be broken that keeps this big master vampire underground, and he'll be able to come up to the surface. So Buffy, you know, she's just arrived, and like already there's an apocalyptic event. It's like a sort of mini season in 2 episodes. It's like a proof of concept. She defeats all the vampires. She meets a vampire called Darla, and we will soon realize that that vampire is Angel's ex and the lady who sired him. Where do these 2 episodes together go on the list? I am gonna say, like, in the grand scheme of all Buffy episodes, these are no one's favorite episodes. They're not my favorites, but I do think as like an introduction to this world, like not only Buffy's life, but her like angst and like her point of view, like the things that she is afraid of, the things that she wants, the things she doesn't want, the way that all of the vampires work, like mechanically, and like you know, what is going on in the town, who the other characters are, like the way that all the characters are so fleshed out. You know exactly who Willow is, Xander, Cordelia, and then poor Jesse who dies. Their friend Jesse gets turned into a vampire and has to be slayed, or slain. Is it slayed or slain when you're a vampire slayer? I'm not sure. Either way, Buffy is his replacement in the core friendship group. So I do think, like, even though they're not the best Buffy episodes, I do think as an introduction to a TV show, like this double bill pilot feature is like, I think it's pretty good. Like, what do you guys think? Magnet, what would your assessment be? Like, I think as TV goes, like they're really solid as an introduction to a TV show. So I'm going to put both Welcome to the Hellmouth and then Harvest on B. I think B is very fair because, like, they're not A tier, they're not S tier, because compared to other Buffy episodes, like they're just not on that level. But they are such good episodes to introduce you to a TV show. I'm sold. I like your analysis of them as a mini season. Exactly. It's a proof of concept for what the show is aiming to do. You have your internal struggle that comes out with Buffy. Like there's a great amount of drama that happens, and then you have like your little mini arc that gets played out over the 2 episodes, and then they film the rest of the season. So we move on to Witch. Let me take some water. I'm already getting a dry throat, probably because my fan. But that's the show. That is Buffy introduced to you. It's especially a great showcase of Xander's character because that's his arc over and over again for the rest of the show. To him, good point. I was thinking about this the other day because I was thinking we don't like Xander, do we? We do not like Xander, but there are times that we do actually like him. But the show resets that. Thank you for the goon tray. The show... The annoying thing about Buffy is that there are moments when we do like Xander, but then they're like, reset, gotcha, we're going to make him annoying again because we need him to be. And it's so frustrating because like every time he has some development, a bit of growth, they take us straight back to the beginning. It's like he's got a curse. Every time something goes right for him, he does something stupid to just undo all of the progress he's made. We're jumping ahead, though. We are on to a non-Xander episode. This isn't by the title. You would think this is probably going to be a Willow episode, but it's not. This is one of the early season, kind of like one-off Monster of the Week episodes. And this is Witch, where we learn that someone is casting spells on the classmates in Sunnydale High. Buffy is trying to join the cheerleader team, and there is like one of the moments where like one of the cheerleaders' pom-poms gets set on fire and her hands are burning. There's all sorts of weird shit going on. And Giles, being the genius that he is, hello Grey Bear. Thank you, Grey Bear. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Giles, and of course we find out that Giles would know about this world, but Giles knows is pretty quick to realize, this is the work of witchcraft. And it turns out that it's Amy. Amy, who is like this friend of Xander, Willow's, and Buffy's. Like, it's kind of just like assumed that they're just classmates and friends. Like, Amy's got a similar vibe to the Scooby Gang. And she's quite shy, but like, she's also quite like wholesome. She's inoffensive. She's not massively talented at cheerleading. And, you know, they're seeing her do some spooky, wooky, weird shit. And they realize that, you know, something's weird with her. So they go to her house and they find her mum. And then we learn that Amy's mum did a Freaky Friday, did a body swap with her own daughter, because Amy's mum, when she was a teenager, was a cheerleader and she wanted to relive her glory days as her daughter. And she makes her daughter, who's in her old body, in the mum's body, stay home and do the homework. And then by day, she's out doing the cheerleading. And it's such a great thing of like, you know, because there are parents that try to relive their glory days through their children. So this is the beginning of that trend of like, we're going to use these struggles that teens go through as like the metaphor for like the monster that we're facing. This one is a little bit on the nose, but like, yeah, she takes over her own daughter's body to relive her glory days and become, you know, the cheerleading champion. Unfortunately, one of the most talented of the cheerleaders is Cordelia, who is in the firing line. One of first of many episodes where she is, you know, in trouble. And so all things come to a head when, you know, they're trying to do a spell to kind of reverse all of this, and it all goes awry, and then Amy's mum ends up like getting sucked into and trapped inside the cheerleading trophy. There's like a gold cheerleader and she's inside of it and her eyes are moving. And that's where she stayed for the rest of time. Grey Bear, thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you so much. The alert didn't go off. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for that, though. Thank you. I appreciate that they made a big swing into a different kind of threat right off the bat, admittedly foreshadowed by Giles at the end of Hellmouth Part 2. Plus, it was the first episode to go into magic, which is huge for the rest of the show. Yeah, V, that's the thing. We had vampires. Buffy is the vampire slayer. And then the very first thing that happens is that they come up against something completely different. It's also the episode that we learnt that Cordelia knows what hyperbomb is. Yes. Yes. Which is... hello, Philip. How you doing? Nice to see you. Philip, how are the Tomb Raider speedruns going? I've started playing Tomb Raider 1 for the first time myself. So yeah, how you doing, Philip? Nice to see you. Let me give you a shout out, actually. Here we are. There we are. It's been so fun. Good. It's nice to have you here. I'm going through every single episode of Buffy. I'm going to be talking about Buffy a lot. I hope you like Buffy, Philip. Of course. Yeah, Philip Croft's been doing Tomb Raider speedruns and learning how to do that. This is off topic, but kind of an on topic. Does anyone watch Interview with a Vampire? Yes, we were watching that together as a community. Grey Bear, love it. Can't wait for season 3. Oh my god, I need to continue. I started watching this year, only watched 2 episodes. What? Okay, Philip Croft, just bear in mind we're going to be going into spoilers. So just keep that in mind for yourself. Don't get spoiled, okay? I'm going to rank which... You might be mad at me for this, but I'm going to put it at D. Only because it's like a fine enough season 1 episode, but the thing is, every single episode has to go on this board, okay? And, like, I just cannot put that up here, okay? Season 1 is probably going to be a lot of this, because the show ends up being so much better over time. Okay, don't be mad at me. Don't be mad at me. The stat is so sexy. He is. He really is, Grey Bear. Absolutely. You got it, you got it. Don't worry. Okay, brilliant, Philip. Nice one. So, yes. I promise I won't chime in every episode. Magnet, please do. Please do. Let me know what you ranked things as well. Okay. So which I think has to go at D. I'm probably going to speed up through some of these because some of them are not worth talking about. Such as Teacher's Pet. Teacher's Pet is about a praying mantis the size of a human that's also kind of a demon, who by day takes the form of a beautiful woman, and it is a very poorly dated episode where we apparently celebrate a grown woman screaming and raping teenage boys. Apparently that's the whole episode we spend... I don't know who the fuck wrote this episode, but some idiot in the 90s thought that was this. There's a moment, right, where there's a guitar, kind of whenever there's a sexy moment between one of the teenage boys and the teacher. We're done with that, okay? It's not the 90s anymore. Xander gets seduced, groomed by the teacher. She turns out to be a demon. Oh no, the big surprise is that she wants to take him hostage and she wants to fertilize her eggs and then eat his head. She's going to decapitate him and eat him. F. It's also a Xander-centric episode. F. The Mantis Demon is played by the same actor that played Sindel in Mortal Kombat Annihilation. Exactly. The lady that was like, "You too shall die." It's that lady. You've seen the videos. You too shall die. Strong F. Yes. Looking forward to the wow, I actually watched this back in the day moments. I love Buffy, okay? I will say not every episode is a star episode, you know? Did I ever tell you my Buffy story about why I can't finish the show? A boy ruined it for you? Oh, because you were watching with someone that you were dating, right, Toptimus? Wait, I remember this song. Wow, this is bringing back memories. That's right, 2 seasons. Toptimus, don't let him take Buffy away from you, okay? And then he ghosted me after 5 months of dating. Toptimus, don't let him have it. Okay, don't let him take this away from you. Okay, he doesn't deserve you, and he doesn't deserve Buffy. Start watching it fresh, okay? Jabberwock hasn't seen it. Maybe you two can, as friends, watch it together. Okay. Never kill a boy on a first date. This is going to be one of the episodes I just quickly refresh my memory on. It says here, Owen asks Buffy out on a date at the Bronze. Giles has found out about the prophecy from the symbol on a ring they found in the cemetery. Is convinced that the Anointed One will rise in the night. And despite Buffy's protests, they spend hours sitting on graves waiting for the vampire to rise. Yes, Owen. Okay. This is an episode that essentially is about the balance between Buffy's personal life and her duty as a Slayer. Owen is... The whole episode is basically Owen is just showing up. He's determined to date Buffy. He's very sweet. He's very by the book. He's very like kind of nerdy. He's quoting all this book nerd shit at Buffy, and of course she thinks he's cute, so she's like pretending like she knows what the fuck he's talking about. The problem is that her being a Slayer sort of corrupts him a little bit, because he thinks they're up to no good, right? He thinks they're like and he's a book nerd. He's like he's a straight and narrow kind of guy. It sort of foreshadows Willow a little bit. Willow is a bit of a book nerd, but whenever she gets the opportunity to really like go off the rails, she's the worst person for it, because people like that who stay on the straight and narrow so hard, when they do finally fall off, they fall off even harder. And Willow's like that. But Owen is the focus of that for this episode. And Willow and Xander are very much in the loop with Buffy slaying. They have clocked more field time at this point. And Owen has no experience of this, but he's like, what the hell is going on with this? Like, he wants to date Buffy. Why is this going wrong? So he shows up and he gets into trouble, and he almost becomes vampire food. So we're back on the vampires. And Buffy has to really firmly tell him, stay out of my life, because she doesn't want to endanger him by bringing him into her life. And it's like, lesson learned. She talks with Giles and she's like, okay, like, I get it. Like, my personal life, kind of has to be put to one side, but like, I have to be able to have a life, Giles. Like, I can't just be the Slayer. This episode only exists to serve that point. It only really establishes better drama that will come out of that point at a later point down the line. That whole thing is only to set that up. And for that reason, I'm going to put it in the F pile. It is the most unremarkable, like, you won't remember it episode. Owen never comes up again. We don't even mention him. There are other guys that Buffy spends one episode talking to that we do come back around to talking about again. We never give a shit about this episode ever again. It sets up the Anointed One. There's a prophecy about the master, the big bad, the big vampire that's under the ground, that's trying to get out, that, did the harvest, right? There's a prophecy about he has the Anointed One, a chosen person that will be like the downfall of Buffy, basically. That storyline doesn't really go anywhere either. But so this episode, it does establish the Anointed One, but it doesn't lead to anything really. And then Owen, he's here for one episode and then he buggers off. And it feels like they were just trying to stall by having Owen here. They were trying to add a bit of tension for Buffy and Angel. It's a filler episode. You gave it a D, only because of the theme of the difficulty to have a dating life, but aside from that, it's not good. I like that theme. It's a good thing to establish in the show that Buffy will have this struggle, but it's so unremarkable. They get chased around by vampires, but there's just nothing going on here. There's just nothing going on. It's not actually. Maybe I'll move it to D actually, because it's not a bad episode. I'm going to move it to D because it's not. It's not bad. It's not Teacher's Pet. Okay, that's a good point. It's not Teacher's Pet. Buffy can't date a normal guy, so her winding up with Angel is the next step as a matter of course. The episode. That's true. Yeah, that's actually true, because 2 episodes later is the episode Angel. Sometimes for me, there are moments that push it just over the edge for me, if that makes sense. Absolutely, yeah. I'm going to take it out of F because it's not a bad, terrible episode. Yeah. Now, what is a bad episode is our next episode. You know what I'm talking about. The Pack. This episode is garbage. This episode, I skip. I am going to admit it. I skip this episode. This is another Xander-centric episode. I think what the writers were probably getting at was kind of punk youth. And like, I think honestly, it was like some weird, gross exploration of like being like almost a sexual predator, like that, of like having that sort of sexual predator instinct for like teenage boys and stuff. Even though there are young ladies in the pack. Let me establish what's going on. A bunch of teenagers go to the zoo, and they get possessed by hyenas through some sort of magic spell. The spirits of these hyenas possess the teenagers, and they eat Principal Flutie. And I will say, having the teenagers actually eat the principal as well as the school mascot, which is a pig, I do like that. I do think that's fun. They ate the principal, and they're just like normal teenagers that have the spirits of hyenas inside of them. I like that. I do like that. But the rest of the episode is garbage. We have to put it where it belongs, in F. The Pack is one of the worst episodes of Buffy. I do not enjoy watching it. I skip it when I can. Stay in the garbage. Okay? It's like, it's so funny because we've got 2 Xander-centric episodes that have already ended up in the bottom spot. We have already got 2 F episodes, and they are Xander episodes. Also, have you noticed we have not had a Willow episode yet? We are going to have an Angel episode before we have a Willow episode. What the fuck? A Willow episode is coming up, but it's not a good one. I will warn you. So we're in trouble, guys. We've not even had a Cordelia episode, and we've already had 2 Xander episodes. And you know what the problem is as well, is that they have in season 1, and it kind of is a recurring thing, Xander has the hots for Buffy, and Buffy has already dropped so many hints and also just flat out said no to Xander, and he won't take the hint. And I hate that. When someone says they're not interested, or even if they just drop you the hint, take the hint. Do you know what I mean? Just leave her alone. She wants to be your friend. Don't take advantage of that friendship to try and get close to her. He's so annoying. He's such a sex pest, he is. And also, Joss Whedon did say that Xander is his self-insert, you know? So what does that tell you? Bro, we should have a watch party where we watch the episode best and worst episodes. We could do that. I mean, I feel like if we're going to watch the best episodes, I mean, we're going to be watching so many that we might as well just watch the entire thing anyway. The slow-mo walk through the high school quad of the pack with that song blaring is peak 90s. That's true. I know exactly the shot that you're talking about. So the pack is resolved by Giles being the MVP again. As he usually is. When I was younger watching Buffy, I really grated with Giles, because obviously Buffy is our perspective character, and when she finds him grating, like as a teenager, I found him grating, but as I'm grown older, like Giles is my man. Like I love Giles now that I'm an older man. Like I think Giles is like just such a great character. I love him to bits, and we're gonna get into that in season 2. Like I think Giles is like, oh, I'm getting emotional, but like he ends up being like the perfect parent to Buffy. I think, even though she has 2 parents, like I think he's a better parent. And also I will say, let me give a special shout out to an awful character of season 1, which is Joyce. Joyce is an absolute bastard in season 1. I think Joyce is a piece of shit. I think she's a really bad parent in season 1 of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Joyce is an absolute tosspot. She's a twat. She's an absolute dickhead, garbage, piece of crap parent. They fight so much. Joyce is a menace. She is so up herself. She's going on about, I read about parenting in this book, and I've read that I need to be this way with you, Buffy. The way. Okay, let me. Okay, like they've moved to a new town. It is unfair for Joyce to have had to have moved to a whole new town because of Buffy burning down her old high school. And they need to move to a new town just to get Buffy enrolled in a new school. I get it. Buffy burnt down the gymnasium of the last school, got kicked out of school. And so I get that Joyce is pissed off. However, the way that every time Buffy and Joyce talk about something, Joyce dangles that over Buffy in every single conversation. Just as an adult, like I was an observer, I'm just like, it's abusive. You have to let Buffy have a chance, okay? If you set your child up to be like, well, Buffy, I can't go through this again. Buffy, we can't go through this all over again. Buffy, I'm not moving again. Buffy, you can't get us into trouble. You can't do this. Like, you're setting her up to basically feel like she can do nothing but fail. I'm not a parent, but I would not want my child to go through everything that they do day to day feeling like, oh my God, I am going to bring about ruin and I'm going to fail. I am someone that is terrible. Like, all I do is mess everything up. Like, why are you putting that on your daughter? Obviously, it's a TV show. So, you know. And also, they want to wind up all the teenagers who feel frustrated with their parents at home. It's perfect, but like, Joyce, you're on one. Just, like, fucking calm down. No wonder she got divorced is the pinned comment. I love that. Exactly. Like, it has nothing to do with Dawn. Like, Dawn didn't cause that divorce, but yes. They did so much to salvage her character later on for sure. I'm going to talk about where things turn around for Joyce for me, because there is a very special moment for Joyce, I think, that makes her an absolute hero. But we're not there yet. We're on Angel. The episode Angel. I think this is a Joss Whedon episode, which is a very well written episode. Oh no, David Greenwald, the other creator of the show. Now I know this episode, but I'll read out a little bit of the synopsis. While Buffy grows more and more annoyed with Angel's mysterious disappearing act, she can't deny her growing obsession with him. Meanwhile, it's killing Xander that Buffy doesn't have a clue how he feels about her as he vents his frustrations to Willow, and she obviously fancies him. And in the underworld, the Master is incensed that Buffy has taken the lives of so many members of his family, and he summons warrior vampires to annihilate her. This is the episode where Buffy and Angel kiss for the first time, and it gives... This is where we learn so much, okay? We learn that when you kiss a vampire, you give them a vampire face boner. So when a vampire goes into like vamp mode and they want to bite you, their face changes into like the wrinkly vampire face, and it's like synonymous with having a boner. Because like when Buffy kisses Angel, he goes into like face boner mode, and then he's like, "No, don't look!" And then she screams because she's like, she has no idea that he's a vampire. They've just been chased by like assassins. Everything's like all sexy, and like they sneak into her bedroom, and like they need to hide out, and then they kiss, and then he gets his face vampire boner, and then because he wants to bite her, and she's like, "Oh fuck, you're a vampire." This is where we find out Angel has a soul. He's a good vampire, and I believe this is the episode where we come up against Darla again, who pulls out 2 pistols, and I believe this is the episode. Let me just double check. Let's see. Let's have a look. Yes, that's right. Darla is such a menace. She's dressed up like a schoolgirl, and she goes over to Buffy's house, and Joyce lets her in, and Darla bites Joyce, and then Angel tries to save her, and obviously he's been invited into the house, so Buffy thinks that Angel did it because he finds Angel trying to help her with Joyce. Buffy has been learning through Giles about Angel's past and like what all of the atrocities he's done, but we find out that Angel actually was cursed with a soul because of his misdeeds in the past, and he's a good vampire. He has his soul, and that's the difference. This is what we learn about basically the show's outlook on what is good and evil, that those who have souls are good, and if those who are demons, those without souls are evil. This shows us we are allowed and not allowed to kill in this show, basically. Anyone with a soul we cannot kill, anything without a soul we can kill, and it's fair game. Buffy obviously learns that Darla is like Angel's ex, and goes full Lara Croft, pulls out 2 pistols and tries to shoot Buffy. Angel sweeps in, and Buffy's like still not sure about him, but Angel like kind of proves to Buffy who he is, and kills Darla, this great past love of his, the woman who sired him and turned him into a vampire. She stabs her in the heart for Buffy. I gotta say, because of the camp factor of Darla, just a vampire pulling out 2 guns, just having the most fucking joy in the world, shooting at Buffy, and also just all the things that we learn about Angel, about his curse and stuff. I'm going to say this is a really good C episode. This is a good C. We're in a C category now. No one's going to rewatch Angel just by itself. Like, this is not an episode that you're like, oh, I want to watch a Buffy episode, I'll put on Angel. Like, you're not going to do that, but it is solid. I don't know if you guys agree with me, but I think it's a C. What do you think? I think it's a great episode until Darla pulls the Lara Croft, mother as it is. No, I love that to him. It's so camp. It's so camp. Also, the way that we have so many episodes to go, I'm going to be absolutely exhausted by the end of this. But you know what? We're going to just keep going. We're going to keep going until it's done. But I might take a break at some point soon. Maybe when the next ad break happens, so that I don't... Which tier will have the most episodes? We've got a prediction that ends in 10 minutes. S, A, B, C, D, F by Joey. Thank you, Joey, for that. Yes, if you want to gamble some channel points, Joey has put up a prediction. Get voting. I think Angel is a really good C episode. I would love to know where you would rank that. It just feels so anachronistic, which is why it works, but it just changed the tone in a weird way for me. It made me want more Darla. It also felt, I will say, about the guns, it felt like they didn't know how to properly have like the fight scenes between vampires yet and Buffy and Angel. Like, it felt like they didn't know how to, like, they didn't understand the threat that vampires could pose. Do you know what I mean? Like, in later seasons, vampires are doing flips and they're doing they're spinning on the spot and doing kicks and all sorts of shit, like breaking necks. It felt like they hadn't found like the vampire's power yet, you know. Okay, the next 2 episodes, I think we can get through pretty quick. I, Robot You, Jane. The dangers of online dating. Willow gets groomed by a demon that has found its way into the internet. Basically, an ancient demon that was a sort of like love demon. Okay, it like thrived and it gained its power through love. It would want worship. It gets a spell traps the demon inside a book in this text, never to be released again unless someone was to read from the text. But Willow scans it because they're doing an online database or something. So she scans it into the computer. Thereby, the demon text is read, it releases the demon, but it's released onto the computer, is in the World Wide Web. And it starts to groom Willow, starts love bombing her on the internet. Now, this is actually, I think it's a good idea. It's a shame that it turns into this demon. Let me just show you. It's just a shame that it descends into this giant robot fighting Buffy and co. Like, can I get a clip? Wait, the entire episode is on YouTube. What the fuck? I have to be careful about how much of this I show. Someone has put the entire TV show on. This is naughty. Okay. This is the robot. This is what the episode becomes. Like, it was a good idea, and then they did this. It's like, what TV show is this? Now, what I will say is that at least this has established something for the Buffy universe, which is that there are robots, because robots remains a thing for the entire rest of the show. They don't look like that, but you do have to get over the fact that there are robots in this world, because they're around to stay. They are around to stay, and like that fucking goofy like looking fucking thing is in I don't know. Yes, should have made him hotter. Honestly, they should have done a really sexy demon that like had fake pictures, you know, and they should have probably just like really ramped up the horror of it, where like Willow gets completely drawn into it and like refuses to see sense about it all. What's the name of that thing for that? Research. Well, the episode is called I, Robot You, Jane, if you want to look up. I can't remember the name of the demon, I'm ashamed to say. Yeah, a 5'8" demon that said he was 6 foot. To him, I'm 5'7". So, yes, the demon was Moloch. That's true. Yes, thank you, Moloch. I'm going to put I, Robot You, Jane in... I do think Giles is very enjoyable when Giles is like going on about books and how much he hates the computer. I do think that's enjoyable. So I'm going to put it in D. I'm going to put it in D. We're not doing too well, are we, with season 1 so far? It's not rating highly. It's not doing too good. We are struggling here. This is also where we meet Jenny. That's true. Jenny Calendar, yeah. That was F for you. I'm only scoring it D because I do think it has a good idea, and I do like Giles going on about the city computers, and he likes the smell of books. So I'm putting it in D. I would rather watch that than watch Teacher's Pet or The Pack. The Puppet Show is about a dummy, a human who gets like cursed and it becomes a dummy. They all think that the reason that all these people are dying in school is the dummy, but it turns out to be a demon, and the dummy was like a demon hunter, and then like he's like a sort of honestly, the dummy is a bit of a sex pest. We don't need to talk about this episode too much. It's a Goosebumps fucking episode. I will say I was happy to see Sid show up in Buffy Chaos Bleeds, the video game, just as a bit of like, oh my god, that's random. He's kind of fun in the Buffy game, but I don't really care for this. It's not a bad episode necessarily, but it's also not a good one. It's D. What did you guys rate it as? It's a D. Some of them, the title and the thumbnail speak for themselves. They had chemistry in the game when she's older. True. I think a kind of sex pest dummy is funnier in a different environment. When there's like kids, you know, they're teenagers. It's not. It feels a bit weird. You should do a one-off where you play that. I could play Buffy Chaos Bleeds. Absolutely. I've got it on my PC, Joey. Absolutely. Nightmares. I believe this is the one with the baseball kid, right? Let me just double check. It was written. It's the story by Joss Whedon, written by David Greenblatt. Buffy has a nightmare about being choked by the Master in his underground lair. Buffy confides to Willow that she thinks she might have to do something with her parents' divorce, which is weird. Then someone in their class falls asleep, and their nightmare becomes real. Tarantulas crawl out of their book. Everyone's nightmares are becoming true. And yes, this is an episode where like the Hellmouth is making everyone's nightmares become a reality, and they're able to trace it back to a young boy called Billy, who is in a coma, and his recurring nightmare in his coma is this disgusting big nemesis from Resident Evil 3 looking dude chasing him relentlessly. And it turns out that that big, disgusting, horrible demon that's chasing him, and Buffy is struggling to defeat this thing. What meanwhile, everything is like crumbling apart around them because everyone's nightmares are becoming real. Willow has to sing on stage. Xander's being chased around by a clown. There are giant wasps everywhere. Buffy becomes a vampire. Giles becomes illiterate and can't read. And poor Billy, who's in a coma, his recurring nightmare is just running amok. He's being chased around by this demon, and it turns out that when the reason that Billy ended up in this coma is because he was beaten by his baseball coach, who this demon represents, and so they help him overcome his fear of this demon. And then the baseball coach visits the hospital when Buffy and co are there, and they deal with the baseball coach. They don't kill him or anything, but they sort it out. And Billy's like, "Thanks, Buffy." It's a fun. I tell you this. I know the ads are playing right now. I should probably take a break. Let me take a break. I'm going to take a very quick break, guys. I'll be right back. We'll come back to the nightmares. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. I'll crank up the music. I'll be right back. Hold that thought. Hello. Sorry, was that gone long? I had to speedrun taking a dump because I was sitting here crowning. I'm back. Sorry, too much information. Get over it. Hello. The predictions are that most episodes will be in the B rank. Hello, everyone. Is the music too loud? Let me know. Let's see. It's quite loud. Let me bring it down just a bit more. Toptimus, thank you so much for 500 bits. I hope you had a good dump. Happy birthday. Oh my god, thank you so much, Toptimus. Thank you so much. That is really kind of you. Toptimus, thank you. Thank you for the 500 birthday bits. It's your birthday, so I hope it was magical. It was alright. It feels like a part one of 2 parts, you know? I feel like there'll be more later. You have most in D, Magnet. Wow. Okay. Okay, nightmares. Now, my ranking of this episode is going to be pretty good because I'll tell you why. And Toptimus will understand this, okay? As a writer, like, it is so fun to explore what your characters are most afraid of, and I think this is a really good episode to get to know all of our characters. Like, knowing what a character's worst fear is so much fun, and the fact that everyone's worst fears are becoming real. And then we get like the backstory and we understand like what's going on. Like, it's so fun. Although I do feel like it's kind of funny to look back on this episode because I feel like if we were to jump ahead to like season 6, Buffy's worst fear wouldn't be becoming a vampire. You know, Willow's worst fear won't be singing on a stage. It's very of its time for the characters. It's like, oh, these are your worst fears? You ain't been through anything yet. Just you guys wait. Your everyday lives will become so much worse than your worst nightmares in season 1. Just you wait and see. Anyway, I do think that is a lot of fun. I'm going to put nightmares in C, only because it's still a little bit goosebumpsy. You know, we never see Billy again. I don't think we particularly like need to care about Billy in this episode. It's like very sad what happens, but it just feels a little bit like random, you know? Hello, Rainbow. Thank you so much. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Hope you had a good day and had some fun, enjoy it, and tasty foods. Oh, about the tasty foods, Rainbow. We'll talk about that. I was talking about that at the beginning of the stream. Thank you, though. Thank you. I had some cake just now. I ranked mine lower because I think the clash in tones is a bit weird for me. I get you. They were still figuring out how to handle the humor with the drama. I get you. I respect it. I'm still going to keep mine where it is, but I respect it. If it was just the Scooby Gang stuff, it would be higher for me. I get you. Out of sight, out of mind. This episode is about every teenager that has ever felt invisible in school. But of course, when you're living on the Hellmouth, your feelings can manifest into being real. And so that unpopular, unremarkable girl in your class who is like not even worthy of being bullied, but is completely ignored, like just invisible. And is it Clea Duval? Yeah. She turns invisible and she vows to get revenge on everyone that has ignored her. And that's what she's doing. By the end of the episode, she has Buffy and Cordelia tied up, and she's gonna like cut open Cordelia's face, and like disfigure her. It's a good episode, apart from the way that the episode resolves itself, because it goes full X-Files. The FBI show up and they swoop in at the last minute and they save the day and they take away this invisible girl. And you're like, what the hell is going on? It's really cheesy. And there's like a classroom where there's a teacher in an empty classroom. And she's like, okay, class, turn to page 242. And then all the books suddenly open and you realize the classroom is full of invisible kids. And then she's like writing on the whiteboard, and she's like, it's like something like how to get away with murder or something like that. It's like how to assassinate your next target. It's like they're in assassin school. The FBI have taken all these invisible kids, and it's so silly. And then you hear Duvall's character go like, "Oh, neat," like it's so silly. It's still a good episode, but it's like a very, like, it's not how Buffy the show is still finding its feet, and Buffy would in a later season, it would never resolve the conflict so lazily. So it's not consistent with how the show usually goes. So it's a D. The ending as well. What the hell? Yeah. The Billy stuff was too serious for the silly nightmare stuff. Yes, I get you. Yeah. Guys, we are at the end of season 1. Season 1 doesn't have as many episodes as the later seasons. Prophecy Girl, written by Joss Whedon. Season 1 finale. The prophecy that we've heard about. Angel and Giles are talking about it. Buffy overhears what they're talking about. The prophecy says that the Master will rise, the big bad vampire that has been this camp, fabulous villain throughout the season. He's going to escape and Buffy will die. That's what the prophecy says. She will face the Master and she will meet her end. And Buffy... Okay, well, Sarah Michelle Gellar gives us some fabulous acting where she cries and she says, I quit. Like, I don't want to be the Slayer. When the Master shows up, I won't be here. And it's like that simple for her. Like, she's like, I walk away. Like, I refuse the responsibility. And Giles is like, it's not that simple. And of course, we know Buffy. It's such a great showcase of what's to come for Buffy, because she just wants to have a normal life and she has the weight of the world on her shoulders, and she does get to say it is unfair, and she does have a breakdown, she does cry, and it's one of many times where we will see Buffy come back to this pondering on like what it means to bear such a responsibility and what that means for her, because it's, this is the prophecy says she must die, and she does die, and she does die, yeah. So there is one caveat. When she comes face to face with the Master, he tells her, yeah, like, dummy, like, the prophecy says that I will break free. And, like, the extra detail that you're missing in that prophecy is that I wouldn't have been able to leave unless you came down here to me. Like, you are making the prophecy come true. Like, if you didn't come down here, I would have never broken free. And so he feeds from her, and it's her blood that kind of breaks the seal that was keeping him down in that kind of entombed space that kind of magically sealing him underground. And So he feeds from her, and then she drops down to the ground and face first into a pool of water, and she drowns. And the master kind of cuntily walks over her and says, "Love the dress," because she's dressed for the school dance. And so he breaks free. Angel rushes down there when he realizes that she went to go and meet the master. Xander too, and Angel can't save her because he's a vampire. He breathes no breath. Kind of stupid because he's able to speak. So if he's able to speak, he's not magically speaking. He's able to draw breath in order to speak. So it's kind of stupid that he can't just breathe in, give her breath of life. Whatever. Xander has to do it. Are they hinting at a possible romance? It doesn't matter. It will never happen. But Xander saves her. She comes back and she's fierce as ever. She's feeling her oats. Like Buffy is... She wakes up having like the best nap of her life. And she's wearing Angel's leather jacket over her prom dress. And that is an iconic look. That combination, like, it was the kind of poster of Buffy for the longest time. Like the leather jacket over the prom dress. So, and then the crossbow and obviously the stake. So she goes back to have another showdown with the master, and then she beats him. She throws him through the window over the roof of the library, down onto a split table that stakes him through the heart, and he's vanquished, he's destroyed. Great episode. Really great showcase of things to come. It's a B. It's a B. What we're saying in chat. All the best prophecies are like that. Love a good gay-coded villain. He was fabulous. Rest in peace, dude. Can't remember your name. But he was great. And he does have a few cameos the rest of the show, like in various ways. Now she owes him. There are also multiple instances of vampires being choked out later on. Exactly, yeah. Another example of Angel not being able to be choked out later too. Mark Metcalf. Yes. Rest in peace. This song... Are we still on... Yeah, we can skip this one. I feel like this is when Buffy and Faith are dancing or something. I don't know. Right, moving on. Season 2, When She Was Bad. This is a bit of a waste of time. Buffy has been away for the summer. She comes back. She is like really clearly bothered about her experience with the Master of being killed, and she hasn't processed that. The fact that she lost the fight, even though she won in the end. Unfortunately, at that precise moment in time, the Master's bones go missing. The Anointed One from Season 1 is back. He's trying to resurrect the Master, and he steals the people that were closest to the Master when he died, which was like the Scooby Gang, Buffy's friends. Buffy is being an absolute twat. She is being really nasty to all of her friends. She makes Xander kind of uncomfortable with the way that she's kind of using him and trying to make him... She's trying to like grind up on him in the club and like make Angel jealous. She's being absolute arsehole to Angel, and it's Cordelia who calls her out on it. And which is a great Cordelia moment. This episode is like... It's kind of just like a recap episode, because obviously we're coming back a year later, and it's kind of just like here's where we were, and it's okay. Xander, I want you, but not when you're a slut. Yeah, that is so accurate. Then maybe when Giles was complaining about the music Buffy listens to while doing calisthenics, Wait, what was that? Sorry to him. What I can't remember what I was saying just a minute ago. um, when she was bad is a D episode. It's a D. I don't like watch it and feel like a massive sense of enjoyment. When I'm watching it, it's because I'm doing a full rewatch, and it's just there. But it's like solid enough. It's okay. It's all right. I'm never gonna watch it just by itself. I find what I will say though. Oh, the song I was playing. Oh, I see. Yeah. What I would say about it is one thing that's great about When She Was Bad is that the show is telling you Buffy is a flawed character too. Like, Buffy will make mistakes, and Buffy's not a reliable... Not that she's a narrator, but she's not a reliable perspective character. Like, she will be messy at times. Because I feel like sometimes... Have you ever watched a show where, like, the main character can do no wrong? They almost like inoffensive. They don't disrupt anything around them. They don't do anything to their friends to upset them. They don't like cause any ripples. I think Harry Potter, not to bring that piece of shit into this, but Harry Potter is kind of like that. Harry Potter is such a nothing character. What can you even say about him? He causes no ripples. Buffy is messy. But Buffy like makes mistakes. Buffy is like a bit of a dickhead at numerous points throughout the show. She can, like anyone else, be a bit of an idiot. And we'll get to that when we talk about Riley. Oh, you're going to hate me about that. But so yes, Buffy is very much a foil example for everyone else in season 1. And in season 2, she gets much more well-rounded. Yes. Some assembly required is an episode... I do believe I remember it correctly, where they are assembling body parts to be the girlfriend of a Frankenstein monster that's already been put together. Let me just double check. Season 2. Yes, they find body parts all over Sunnydale High School. Miss Calendar and Giles' romance begins to blossom. Oh yeah, she asks him out on a date. It's blah blah. It's all very cute. Yes, this one is like just like they had like a checklist of like things. So they've checked off vampires. You're gonna find like other supernatural things are gonna be checked off. Like there's like we haven't done Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Let's do that. We haven't done Frankenstein's monster. Let's do that. So this is like just basically Frankenstein's monster, but like high schoolers, like the football jock who died in an accident like a couple of years ago is brought back and needs like a Frankenstein's girlfriend, and Cordelia becomes the target of that because they're like, oh, she's got good body parts. That's all it is. That's all that is. D. D. School Hard, I think, is a good episode though. Now, I can't look at the synopsis of School Hard, but this is the one where Spike invades the school, right? Iconic rendition of My Girl. Oh my god, yeah, that fucking annoying singing. Okay, School Hard, I believe, if I'm thinking right, is the parent-teacher meeting night, and Buffy, because she is a past delinquent, I guess, she's been given like all this responsibility by the new principal to like set everything up, and then we get introduced to Spike and Drusilla, the new vampires in town, who decide that they're gonna show up and they're going to kill the Slayer. So this is like an episode where... Hey, Oliver Jones! Oh my goodness, thank you so much for 10... Oh my god, thank you so much for 10 subs for the community, Oliver. We've got Timberfangs, Blue Cascades, Toptimus, Truffle, Softy, Co, Jochi, Matt Jax, Kathleen, and to him as well. Thank you so much, Oliver Jones. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. That's really, really sweet of you. Thank you so, so much. Thank you. Thank you for the birthday wishes. How's streaming going? I mean, I feel like I don't know if I need to shut up about Buffy. I think I don't know if I need to pick up the pace or something, but I'm having a good time talking about every single Buffy episode. So if you're suffering, I'm so sorry. But I'm having a good time, Oliver Jones. How are you doing? Thank you so, so much for those gifted subs. And yes, if you did get one, make sure you thank Oliver Jones, please. You've only seen up to season 2. Oh my god, what is going on with you all? What is going on? We need Toptimus to catch up. We need Oliver Jones to catch up. We need Jabberwock to catch up. Magnet, what is happening? Why have none of these people seen Buffy? What is going on? What is happening here on this day? What is happening over here? Also, I might change up the music. I'm sorry. I know we've been listening to this like Buffy Bronze music, but I think I might change it up. This is we need to change it. There we are. That's better. This is music from Buffy. This is great. If it takes too long, just make this a 2-parter like Buffy would. True. It's just like a bit old. Okay, Oliver Jones, we're going to time you out. No, I'm joking. It's, you know what, it might be a bit old for season 1 and 2, absolutely. But, you know, you will be surprised how relevant the rest of it is, Oliver Jones. Okay? You'll be surprised. I know it's a bit old, okay? I know it must seem ancient, but... School Hard. Joyce almost finds out about vampires, but doesn't quite find out about vampires. But she does meet Spike in a way, and we introduced to Spike and Drusilla. I love those two characters. I think they're great. I think Drusilla in particular is like so much fun. She's like, imagine like a sickly Victorian woman who's also kind of lost her mind, but because she's a vampire, she never died of a wasting disease. So she's just forever just like a messed up like Victorian lady that's just also a vampire. That's Drusilla through and through. I say it's your birthday celebration. You do what you want on stream. Thank you, Toptimus. Thank you. You tried to watch it for the revival, but I just couldn't. Oliver Jones. Maybe you'll get on more of like something like season 4 and season 5. I don't know. Love Drew. This episode is a solid C episode. Okay? But the problem is, guys, we're going into that territory again. We're going into rough seas. We're going into a tricky territory because we have another Xander-centric episode. Inca Mummy Girl is the next episode. Inca Mummy Girl. Does anyone have any guesses what Inca Mummy Girl might be about? I learned that Juliette Landau is a former ballet dancer. I met her when I was 15 at a convention, and she has such a sweet, encouraging words for me about ballet. Oh, that's really sweet. You probably mentioned it already, but how do we feel about the revival knowing SMG is involved? Toptimus, I'm cautiously optimistic. Because they also have Oscar-winning director Chloe Zhao on board, who is a big, big Buffy fan. And I don't think Sarah Michelle Gellar would necessarily do it unless it was going to be good. And that the ideas were solid. And also, it's kind of encouraging that it's also going to be partly about a new Slayer. and not just Buffy, but like however many years later. So I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm also a bit worried because it's going to be set in New Sunnydale, whatever the hell that is. Because at the end of season 7 of Buffy, Sunnydale plummets into a crater. Spiders. Essentially is a bangle, though. So her opinion is... What does bangle mean? Bangle? It clearly was an idea that appealed to her. I also think working with Chloe Zhao was probably a big decision maker as well. Hello, he's all there. Welcome in. Buffy/Angel. Yes. Toptums, you saw the end of the show, but not all of the episodes in between. How you doing, he's all that? Income Miguel. Kind of problematic. Hello, Sandwich. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Thank you so much. Thank you, Hazel. That I'm doing good. Thank you. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Income Miguel might be kind of problematic. They go to a museum. There is a mummy, and a stupid boy breaks this plate that the mummy is holding onto, and it kind of revives the mummy, breaks the seal, and she sucks his youth out of him and is revived, and she's hot. She absorbs his life force, and she's out in the town, just ready to seduce men and suck their life out of them and keep her vitality, her youth. Inca Mummy babe, Inca Mummy slut. I mean, I don't know, I'm joking, but she takes the shine to Xander, and there's also a student exchange program going on, so it kind of explains like how all these teenagers can show up from other country, well, like how she can get away with it, like all these other kids from other countries are showing up in Sunnydale. So she just says that she's from another country, and she's there to stay with Buffy, and she's got her sights on Xander, and it kind of sets a trend for Xander where like all of his, like he's already had in the last season a insect woman try to groom him. His very next romance is Mummy come to life trying to absorb his life force. And you know what? It's kind of a problematic episode. It's also a kind of Xander-centric episode. But I'll tell you what, when Inca Mummy Girl comes on, it is an episode I don't skip. And I quite enjoy it. Even though it's trash, I kind of like it. Guys, is that controversial? I kind of think it's a C. Is it C? Now, this is where you're going to tell me, like, you put it in the F or something, but, like, I think it's a C. Exactly. In Come On Miguel is where we meet Jonathan as well. I think it's a C. I have a good time. Why are all these women trying to milk Xander? He's an easy target. It's F for Magnet. It's trash, but it's our trash. Magnet put it in F. I put it in C. I tell you what, I have fun. I have fun when I watch it. I do think there's some value in the Imparter Buffy comparison of young women with heavy destinies. They should have done more with that and less with Xander. Yes. It is a shame that it all kind of ends up being that she does kind of give in to like her evil instinct to go ahead and suck the life force out of an innocent person when she has someone that she could finally relate to in Buffy, who is also given this horrible destiny, because Imparter is kind of used as a sacrifice by her people, you know, back when she was first alive, and I don't know, it's very sketchy, but it's a guilty pleasure. It's a guilty pleasure. We would just not agree on some, and early seasons are a bit wacky too. That's true. Reptile Boy is about a fraternity of lads in college, and they worship a snake demon. I do not care for this episode at all. It has nothing worthwhile to say. It has nothing. It's not really even really a Buffy episode. It's just they needed something to fill an episode. It's an F. I do not like Reptile Boy. I think it's boring. I think it's shit. You can skip this episode every single time you come across it. Would you agree? Those of you who are Buffy fans, Reptile Boy is an F. What is it about? Cordelia and Buffy end up in chains, abducted by a fraternity, and it's like, don't care. Don't care. What if Imparter had sucked the life force out of Xander? Would everyone's else lives have been better? I think they may have been. You know what? Bring back Jesse. Swap Jesse out with Xander. How about that? Halloween. Everyone turns into their Halloween costumes because an old friend / rival of Giles, Ethan Rain, shows up in town and he worships chaos. He worships the god of chaos. And he decides to be a Halloween costume salesman, and he's put spells on all of his costumes. So whatever people are wearing, they become. All the little kids that are dressed up as goblins become goblins. All the people out there dressed up as vampires become vampires. Now, this is so funny because it's actually so relevant, because you know how all the gays get dressed up as just slutty gays for Halloween? That's Buffy's advice to Willow. Dress like a slut. But Willow chickens out at the last minute and she puts on a white blanket and becomes a ghost. But she becomes a slutty ghost. so she's a slutty ghost. And Buffy is like an 1800s sort of Gone with the Wind type lady. Xander, oh my goodness, the ammunition that this gives Xander. And Xander is a military guy, and him being a soldier gives him this get out of jail free card, knowledge of the military that lasts for the rest of the entire show. He's always like, oh, that one time I was a soldier, I remember that we can go here and get this munitions and stuff. It's it's crazy that all of that came from this one episode. This also introduces us to Seth Green's character, Oz, in terms of his attraction towards Willow. He's already seen her out and about. Oz is a hot guitarist in a band, and I like the idea of the bookworm being with a kind of rocker guy. I like that. And he sees ghosts. He sees slutty Willow walking around. He's like, whoa, whoa. He saw her at another party dressed as an Eskimo, and he was like, oh my god, who's that cute girl? And then the next time he sees her, she's dressed like this, and he's like, who is that? And it's very cute. I think this is a fun episode. Not groundbreaking. I think it's a C. Okay. Lie to Me is about a guy who thinks he's really pretty, and he's young, and he's Buffy's friend from way back when. He's just shown up in Sunnydale. Willow and Xander are a little bit jealous because Buffy has this super friend who is from her past life. Angel is jealous, but it turns out that he is sick and he has a terminal illness, and he wants to become a vampire, and he knows Buffy is the Slayer. And so he makes a deal to be turned into a vampire by a Spike and his cronies, and he kind of offers up Buffy in exchange, and it all kind of goes awry. And he is very hot, and he does say he doesn't want to be pretty forever. But it's actually because he's dying, and it creates a little bit of drama. It's a bit of drama. It's a solid episode. I think it's good because it establishes some other characters, and it does set up some. It's a nice reminder about what the rules of being a vampire are. You are not yourself when you're a vampire. You lose all your humanity and stuff. It's a solid C. I don't know if you agree with me here. There are a couple of good Cordelia lines in it, like it's kind of all. Another instance of Buffy making a mistake, lying to Giles. Is that the one that we just did? Halloween? Or was it Reptile Boy? The Dark Age. Let me just remind myself of the Dark Age. Oh yeah, Deirdre. This one's a Giles episode. Yes. Okay, this one's good. This one's good, in my opinion. We got a Giles episode finally. Okay. We've been like here getting hints of like Giles being there's like something else to Giles. There's something else going on with him. Like he has a past. Ethan Rain a couple of episodes back was calling him Ripper. There is something dark-sided. There's something dark-sided about him. Giles has got a past. He has delved into the magics, and he's got a tattoo, and something's going on because all these British people are showing up and they're dying, but they're all trying to get to Giles. They're all trying to either contact him or he's not a Christian. Giles was a naughty boy when he was younger and a little bit older than Buffy is now. And his past has caught up with him. When he was a college boy, he was a naughty, naughty boy. Never trust the British? Yes. Now, I love all the Ripper stuff. But here's the thing. Him and all of his British mates, when they were in college, they were like using the dark magics, and they kind of brought forth a demon in order to like use its power and stuff. And basically they have like a debt to pay. The demon is back and he's like wiping them out one by one. It's a good concept of like Giles doesn't bring anyone in to any of this. Like he tries to handle it himself. He tries to give a respectable kind of outer image that's untarnished, especially now that he's growing closer to Jenny, Miss Calendar, whose romance is blossoming with. He almost gets her killed. And like the demon actually possesses her at one point. It's a good solid episode where there's like this. It's like basically It Follows. I've not seen It Follows, but it's basically It Follows, but British people. It's like Brits Follows. So that's what goes on in this episode, where we get like a bit more of an insight into Giles' past, because we do know, like we've gone like a whole season and like a quarter of a season without really knowing anything about Giles, apart from that he's a stuffy librarian who is the Watcher for Buffy, who's like the mentor. The Watchers Council give a Watcher to each Slayer who like trains them, watches over them. Not this episode. Oh, sorry, not this music. Yeah, we'll get. Sorry, Magnet. I'm gonna make you cry. I don't know. So I think this is a good C episode. Absolutely. Now, we are on to What's My Line, where we introduced to Kendra. Okay, this one's a two-parter. Okay, because the first part of the episode is dun dun dun, there is a second Slayer. It shouldn't happen. One girl in all of the world is the Slayer, the chosen one, but oh my goodness, there's a second Slayer, and she's Jamaican and she's hot and fabulous. Anyway, the way this happened was because Buffy in season 1 drowned. She was technically dead, even though she was revived. Her dying activated the next Slayer. Even though Buffy came back and she has her powers still, there is another. And Buffy mistakes Kendra for an assassin because the vampires, the Anointed One included, are still running amok. And they hire deadly assassins to come after Buffy and friends. And unfortunately, Kendra arrives to the Hellmouth just as this is happening. and comes across Angel and like tries to kill Angel and nearly does, in fact. And Buffy mistakes Kendra for one of the assassins. And she's nothing like that. She's nothing of the sort. So Buffy's saying like, when they finally come to face, she's like, oh shit, a Slayer. And the next episode is Buffy and Kendra teaming up together to take down the existential threat of like all of this. And it's like, surprise, there's a second Slayer. It will have implications for the show as we go on. But here's a bit of fun trivia for you. The actress who plays as Kendra was Joss Whedon's pick to play as Cordelia. He wanted her for Cordelia. He really wanted her, in fact, and he was fighting the studio on this, but the studio said they would not hire her to be Cordelia because Joss Whedon was planning for the Cordelia and Xander romance, and the studio didn't want to have an on-screen romance between a white man and a black woman, even though this was the 1990s. They were very much against that, so they said a big fat no to having her be Cordelia, but Joss Whedon really liked her, and so they wrote her a part as Kendra, and Charisma Carpenter became Cordelia. And Buffy, is obviously played by Sarah Michelle Gellar, but Sarah Michelle Gellar was actually auditioning for the role of Cordelia as well. And then Charisma Carpenter was auditioning for the role of Buffy. So everyone just swapped around. The studio said no, and made them, they shut down the idea of Kendra. Sarah Michelle Gellar became Buffy, Charisma Carpenter became Cordelia, and there we are. A little bit of trivia for you, and the racism of the studio. So, this TV studio with the racist frog mascot, I'm shocked. Wait, what's the racist frog mascot? I don't know if I know that, Magnet. I didn't know if I know about that. Obviously, when Buffy was airing over here, it was part of like cable TV. It was like we had it on what was called Sky. So we watched it on Sky 1 or BBC 2. What's My Line, I think, is part 1 is a D episode. This is a rare occurrence where I'm going to put the different parts on different tiers. I think part 1 is D and part 2 is a C in terms of how much I enjoy them. I don't know if you agree with me. Part 1 is D, part 2 is C, because like Kendra, like, it's just fun. I like Kendra. Michigan, let me have a look at this. Michigan J Frog. Oh, I recognize this. I see. Ooh, yikes. Okay. Ted. The next episode is Ted. Have you got a step parent? Put one in chat if you've ever had a sort of stepdad or stepmom or someone that is kind of something like that. One of your parents just got with someone else and they move in or they are around all the time. I've experienced that, and there is like a weird thing. Like for me, my experience of that was that like, okay, my mum is with a new guy, but like I have this loyalty to my dad, like, so I kind of reject this man. He's like, even if he means well, I don't necessarily want this guy in my life. I don't want him to mean anything to me because I already have my dad. Ted is kind of like an episode about that, but it's also an episode about like familial abuse. Ted is about Joyce, awful parent as she is in this stage of the story, getting a new boyfriend played by the guy who's sadly passed away, who played as Ted in Buffy, played by John Ritter. John Ritter, who was like in a whole bunch of 90s stuff. Remember this song? Oh, I remember this song. So Joyce gets a new boyfriend, and everyone is like massively enamored with him. They love him to bits, and Buffy's like feeling not a single shred of support from anyone because he, behind everyone's back, is like being quite abusive towards Buffy, and he threatens her, and not even Joyce believes her at one point. And it turns out that he's kind of been like love bombing and also drugging all of Buffy's friends, Joyce as well. And like I said, and I warned you this was going to be a recurring thing. It turns out that he's a robot. What happens is he slaps Buffy in her bedroom. And so she fucking flips out, as she should well do. And she kicks him, and she punches him, kicks him again, and he falls down the stairs and dies. And Buffy's like, oh my god, you killed him. Oh my god. And I'm sure there is a bunch of kids out there that cheered. But he comes back to life because he's a fucking robot. Laughing my ass off. Not another robot. There's more. There are more robots to come. He needs Xander's sperm? Oh my goodness. He was a big TV actor since the 70s. Yeah, you've seen him in a million things. They find his past wives because he's been a robot for a long time now. He's had wife after wife after wife. They find his past wives in his apartment when they go rooting around. It's a good episode, I think. I think it's like very real. It's like one of those ones where when they're using the metaphor for like real stuff that people go through, it's a little bit on the nose, but I do think it's a really good episode. And I tell you what, what's his name? John Ritter. I think he is the reason why it's so good. Like, he does a really good performance. Like, when you think he's human and he slaps Buffy and he's abusive, like, it is really good. It's like, it's horrible, but it's like, it's really good. Yeah, great casting. It's like, it gives that this is where Buffy starts to give you really sincere drama, like really grounded drama within the supernatural kind of like extravagance, you know? At the core of the show, there's like a really sincere, grounded drama at the heart of it that's becomes threaded throughout the rest of the show. Welcome in, Welshie. How you doing, Welshie? Nice to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm just talking at length about Buffy. He's so good at playing that perfect nice guy fatherly type, and then the switch is scary. And what's so perfect about it, Magnet, as well, is that at this time, right, I think he was in a sitcom, and he had done loads of other stuff where he was like perfect dad. You know, that's all he was playing. Like, he wasn't playing like a nasty guy. It was like the perfect switch up because he was only in the like perfect family sitcom TV shows, right? And movies. Like, he never did something like this. So it was really clever to bring him in, and like everyone loves him, and Buffy's like, I don't like this guy. And then he turns into this abusive nutter. So Ted is a C. I enjoy Ted. Bad Eggs. Bad Eggs is like the class are given eggs to... This is weird because I don't know, did schools do this in America? The kids in school are given eggs to look after so that they can learn how to be parents. And I think that's crazy. Did you guys have to do that? That is insane. It's such a high school sitcom trope. I think that's insane that you guys had to like group up and become parents to an egg. I think that's bonkers. Why are they teaching you how to be parents to your children? I think we had something like that, but it was like a baby doll or bags of flour. I can't remember. We never did it, but I went to private school in Canada. Oh, I see. You didn't have to. It was particular classes. I see. I mean, sort it out if someone becomes, has a teenage pregnancy. I just think this is crazy. Anyway, the twist is that these eggs that are being given out are not actual chicken eggs. They are demon eggs. And there's a huge demon under the ground, under the school, and all the eggs come from this demon, and they hatch in the middle of the night and have these horrible long tentacles, right? That then attach to people, and then it becomes like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Like people are taken over by these creatures. And it's a little bit like Alien. There are these horrible, like scattering, like facehugger looking creatures that come out of these eggs. I love the practical effects. I think it's actually genuinely quite scary. Also, there are some cowboy vampires that simultaneously show up in town, who remind me of Skit. So this episode does actually get a good score. It's going in the C pile. So we have not got a single S or A episode so far. And they need Xander's sperm to fertilize them. No, they don't. They surely don't. I can't remember that. You would be walking around with those fucking dolls and to be carrying in other classes and shit. Oh my god. That's so disruptive. What's bizarre is that the Bazaar is under the school, but what does that mean for the Hellmouth? Are they related at all? Well, here's the thing. To him, right? Remember in season 4, Buffy actually throws herself down into the Hellmouth through that open chasm. Remember those demons? They grab those like talismans and they fling themselves into the hole, and they're going to cause the apocalypse. And Riley has Buffy on that cord, and they're in the burnt down high school, and she throws herself down into the Hellmouth. And it's like, well, where are all the Turok Khans? Where are the big demons that are supposed to be down there? So it's like this bottomless pit. But you know what? It's a TV show. We have to forget about it. You know, we can just pretend that it's another chamber of the Hellmouth or something. I don't know. So yes. I have 4 A's by this point. You have 4 A's? Oh my goodness, wow. There's the tentacle monster from Zeppo as well. Yeah, which already showed up actually earlier. I'm gonna have to go now to bed. Thank you, Oliver Jones, for hanging out, and thank you so much for your support and your birthday wishes and for just being here, Oliver Jones. It's lovely to see you. Let's catch up soon, please. And yeah, rest well, Oliver. Thank you for hanging out. Lovely to see you. Yes, to him, it was the same monster that the Master woke up. Yeah. Like, why didn't we see more of those in season 7? That's the question. Take care, Oliver. Okay, surprise. Let me remind myself. Why don't I keep closing the Buffy wiki? Why do I keep doing that? Surprise is... Oh my god, this song. A surprise party for Buffy's 17th birthday. And then Buffy's like dreaming of Angel dying and she's like super terrified. Oh yeah, and they bring back the judge. Miss Calendar, it turns... This is the twist, one of the twists of the season. Miss Calendar, who is the IT teacher who has been getting to know Giles and they've got this like budding relationship. It turns out that Miss Calendar is a descendant of the people that cursed Angel with his soul. And she is there as like a spy to make sure that Angel doesn't lose his soul. They... Not to protect anyone, but because the soul is their people's vengeance against Angel. That's all they care about, vengeance. But Miss Calendar is kind of seeing that there is a more nuanced issue at hand, that Angel does good. and that he is not going to lose his soul, but yes, he is in love with Buffy, and that there is maybe something worthwhile to that because they are allies in this greater fight against with good versus evil, and that probably is more important than just pure vengeance. But they would not accept that Angel could be in love with Buffy because their people suffered at his hands so much that his suffering must be unending. So that's one of the twists that comes up in Surprise. But also, I believe this is an episode where Buffy and Angel are attacked. And yes, okay. Hang on, let me just quickly recap, because there's like a little bit of a complicated thing going on with this. Drusilla and Spike have resurrected a demon that can kill you just by touching you. It's so powerful, it will just like kill you instantly. And they're trying to prevent this demon from like being fully assembled, right? And then Buffy and Angel are ambushed. Meanwhile, Buffy and Angel have been getting closer and closer and closer. And when they're ambushed, they go on the run because they can't win against the vampires. It's pouring down with rain. They barely get away. And Angel takes Buffy back to his hideout, his apartment. Buffy and Angel have sex. Buffy loses her virginity to Angel at the end of Surprise. And one of the conditions of the curse that we've been told numerous times is that if Angel were to experience a moment of bliss, of true happiness, he would lose his soul forever. And after Buffy and Angel have had sex, when they're just lying asleep next to each other, and Angel experiences that moment of contentment, he loses his soul. And he runs out into the rain and like screeches and whatnot, and he loses his soul and he is no longer Angel. Just like a man, yeah. Yeah, typical man. Busts a nut and loses his soul. Welcome back, Truffle Heart, to Best Emote. That's a quote from my character Baby. My character Baby in RP, who lived in the swamp. Like I remember Lana, one of the characters that we adore from RP, went into the swamp with Baby, and Baby stabbed her in the neck from behind, picked her up, and was just marching around going, "Mate, mate, mate, Baby likes to eat. Mate, 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 Baby likes to eat." So then we had to make a little emote out of that. So yes. I'll post my list on Discord after. Maybe I did mine kind of fast, so I don't know if I can really defend that many choices. I'm so sorry it's taking me a million years, Magnet, to get through mine, but I'm talking at length about each episode. It's taking like a million years. I'm so sorry. I can speed up if you guys want. Let me know. I could do this in 5 minutes. I could easily do this in 5 minutes. I could speed up. I could. Why are we like this? RP is kind of messed up, aren't we? We are pretty messed up. It's your goddamn day. It's true. It's my special day. I'm preaching to the choir. I'm talking to people that have already seen Buffy, and I'm explaining things. No, you've just thought yours through more than I did. Be indulgent and analyze at length. Well, here's the thing. Surprise is a good episode. More Drusilla and more Spike. And I do think it's good that Angel loses his soul. I think it's a nice twist on things. You know, Buffy loses her virginity. But the thing is, it's like this is a setup episode. So like it is good, but it's not like This is not the payoff. This is just the build-up. So I'm going to put it in C, because it is good. But this is not the payoff. The payoff is in the next episode, Innocence, because this is the beauty of Angel as the villain. We now have our main villain for the season, Angelus. So the character that we've been hearing about from when Buffy has asked Giles, or they've read up on Angel's past, all of the horrible things that he's done, all of the disgusting shit that Angelus did, even the things that Angel has said, like, you wouldn't like to know, like, what I've done in the past. This guy is back. Angel's gone, but it's so tense because Buffy wakes up and Angelus is pretending to be Angel. And he is such a shit. He's kind of just like, oh yeah, like, thanks babe, like thanks for that. And he's like treating Buffy like absolute shit, and she's like she's confused, and she's like, was I not good? And then he's kind of like, well, you know, you were great. Like, you know, he's being an absolute shit. And Buffy is like really confused. She's hurt. She's like just completely thrown by it. It's definitely A or B for me. Yes. Well, the thing is, I can't quite remember how, because I haven't seen it for a while. Let me go to the, how does Buffy find out that, because Angel goes out feeding, right? Like, it's Innocence, isn't it, that we are looking at? Buffy has a dream in which Angel indicates that Jenny knows more than she's letting on. And then Buffy confronts Jenny about that. And then Jenny tells Buffy about the curse from her ancestors. I think it's the guy that shows up to talk to Jenny about, like, making sure that the curse stays put is killed. And so when they investigate that, they kind of figure out that Angel is turned, and that, you know, him sleeping with Buffy is what probably did that. But then also the judge is here, and they have to take out the judge. And she finds out through her dream, her uncle, yeah. Yes, this gives us the iconic image of Buffy holding a rocket launcher. I won't go too much into this episode, but I will just say, having Angel as the villain, Buffy firing a rocket launcher at the judge, because, like, no weapon can kill the judge, but, like, that was, like, when there were swords and crossbows. This wasn't when there were fucking rocket launchers. So Buffy uses Xander's military knowledge from when he was a Halloween soldier, and they go and get a rocket launcher, and they blow up the judge. It works. Buffy and Angel have a fight together. There's, like, sprinklers in the mall going off, and they're wet, and you know, and he's like, "You can't kill me." And then she's like, she kicks him in the nuts, and she's like, "Nope, but, like, I'm getting there. Give me time." Yeah, that's what she says. She says, "Give me time." And so, yes, I think this is a great start. I think this is where Buffy starts to become really good, in my opinion. And I'm going to put this in B. Buffy with a rocket launcher, just chef's kiss. The soldier costume does so much heavy lifting. That soldier Halloween nonsense, like, Xander is cashing in on that for years to come. All the other characters, they go through so many things that they can lean on, like past experiences and abilities that they gain. Xander always is relying on that fucking season 2 soldier knowledge. Season 3 is when Buffy became a great show. I agree, John. Yeah. Like, I think season 2 has some good moments, though. Yeah. Left over from my army days is... It was one night. It was barely even one night. It was like a couple of hours. Phases is about a werewolf showing up. They worry that Angelus is behind some slayings that's going on, and they kind of realize there's a werewolf in town instead as well. And surprise, it's Willow's new potential romance, Oz, and they're trying to track down the werewolf, but they're also kind of confronting the kind of nature of like the kind of sorry, I got completely distracted by saying the kind of like the stuff going on between like for Buffy with like she's got a lot of like anger, and there's this whole thing of like if a werewolf is like a human, so many days of the year, like are they really at fault about what's going on? And Buffy is like on the war path, and she comes across like a hunter of werewolves, like a man that kills them, and so that kind of she's not a killer. Like, this is the thing with Buffy. You're the slayer, but you're not the killer. So there's a lot of, like, guilt that Buffy is going through. And this episode is kind of about that. And I think it's very funny that Oz became a werewolf because his baby cousin or nephew or something like that, I think it's his cousin, he, like, put his, like, finger in his little cousin's mouth, and his cousin bit him, and that's what gave him the werewolf trait. So it's a good episode. It's really about Buffy and Angel more than it is about the werewolf stuff, but Oz gets to be in it a whole lot more. It's a solid episode. I think it's a good C episode. I want to rewind though. I want to rewind because in there's a scene that I really love between Giles and Buffy, and I think it's an Innocence maybe. Let me just double check. I want to rewind. Innocence. Do they have that chat? Yes. Buffy blames herself for everything that has happened, but Giles reassures her that although she acted rashly, she and Angel loved each other, and that Giles still supports and respects her. I love that scene, right? Because Buffy is in Giles' car after the conflict with Angel. And they know that Buffy lost her virginity to Angel, that she slept with him, and that he lost his soul because of, what they did. And Buffy is crying, and she says, "You must be so ashamed of me." And Giles like bigs her up so much, and I love that moment because he's such a parent to her. He's like, you'll have none of that from me. You'll only have my support and my respect. And I was like, Giles, like, peak Giles, like that's the moment that Giles became like Buffy's dad, although they don't ever talk about that. They don't really ever acknowledge that. Giles became her dad, like, at that moment. I mean, he's also, in a professional sense, like, as her mentor, like, he allows her to make adult mistakes, and he shows her respect. But, like, I loved that from Giles. I really loved that. Especially as the show could have easily shamed Buffy because of that decision to sleep with Angel. Like, it could have been like, you had sex, you gave your virginity away, this is all your fault. And I think to end the episode of Giles saying, no, like, you will have none of that from me. You only have my respect and my support. I was like, that's exactly what you needed to say about that. If you're going to have this all happen because of sex, you needed to also have something like that. I don't think Giles ever shames Buffy or judges her for any of her relationships. He just laughs when she reveals the Spike situation. That's true. Yes. because it is ridiculous. Yeah, and what else can you do in that case? It's only really addressed after the cruciamentum in season 3. What the hell is a cruciamentum? I don't know why. Tim, what's that? My Buffy knowledge is failing me. Yes. The test when she turns 18. Yes. Now I get you. Yeah, I loved Giles for that. He's fired because he has a father's lover. Yes. Bewitched, Bothered, and Bewildered is an episode where Joss Whedon self-insert Xander does a love spell, because at this point, is this where he does a love spell? I think it is. It has to be. This is where he does a love spell, isn't it? It has to be that. Yes, it is. Let me just double check. It has to be that. Yeah. Xander gives necklace to Cordelia, but she breaks up with him. Yes. Xander and Cordelia have been getting it on. But it is costing Cordelia her popularity. Yes. 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 So Cordelia is her popularity is plummeting because of her relationship with Xander. And so Xander does a love spell. He gets Amy to help him with a love spell. Xander has given this like necklace to Cordelia, and he asks for it back, and he uses that in the love spell. And the intention is to make Cordelia love him. It's so funny how like problematic so many of these episodes have been so far. It doesn't stay this way, but the problem is that everyone, all women in Sunnydale fall in love with Xander, and it becomes a dangerous, volatile situation where when Xander is not reciprocating this love that all of these women are showing him, they feel like he is making fun of them, he's torturing them, that all these other women need to be taken out of the picture, and it's a sort of weird, like, even though Joss Whedon didn't write this, it's a sort of weird, like, thing for, like a kind of, oh, isn't it funny if, like, all these women, like, are running and screaming after this one nerdy guy. It's that thing of, like, oh, the nerdy guy finally gets his chance. And the whole thing is, Xander realizes that what he's done was wrong, and then, like, his friends, such as Buffy, like, are coming on to him, and they thank him, and they give him a pat on the back at the end of the episode when all is resolved, who've been like, good, Xander, good for you. We were all throwing ourselves at you, and you came through. And it's like, the guy violated you all, and he does not deserve a pat on the back. If anything, he needs to be told what you did was disgusting and should be a crime, and I don't think we can be friends anymore, and not for a long time, and I think actually we need space, and I don't think we should spend any time around each other for a while, and like, you need to get lost, Xander. But the show was written in the 90s, and they pat him on the back instead. That being said, I do love the moment where Joyce smashes her arm through the window of the kitchen door. And she's like, let Joycey in. I love that performance from the actress that plays as Joyce, Buffy's mum. I do enjoy that. I do enjoy when Drusilla the vampire attacks Angel because bad Angel is going to kill Xander, to get to Buffy. And Drusilla pushes Angel off of Xander and saves him. And she's evil, remember, but because she's a woman, she's under the spell. And I think her performance when she picks up Xander and she says, "How do you feel about eternal life?" or something like that, is exquisite. So there are some real good moments because of the talents of the ladies that are acting on the screen. Like, they didn't waste their moments to shine, even though the writing of the episode is so naff. You don't remember that? Oh yeah, Joyce starts like massaging his back and all of that, and then they shove her outside. Cordelia shoves Joyce outside and locks the door, and then tries to carry on talking to Xander, and then so Joyce smashes her arm through the window of the door, and she's trying to unlock it, and she's like peering through the door, and she's like, "Let Joyce in." It's like The Shining or something. It's crazy. And I thought, you know what? The actress that plays as Joyce she's having a great time. She's having a great time. So yes, I mean, it's not worth losing your high school social capital over. I agree. So yes, Magnet. This is in season 7, wasn't it? This song. And then she's like, "Oh my god, I hate playing Vampire Towns." Bewitched, Bothered, and Bewildered. It has these great moments, but it is a Xander episode, and it's just kind of problematic. But I'm only going to give it a D because of Joyce and Drusilla. I find the scene with Buffy being naked under her jacket and trying to seduce Xander really uncomfortable. So there we are. Yeah. That scene is so yuck. It's really yuck. Really yuck. But we're now reaching a palate cleanser, guys, because we've got to our first great episode. Everything's been good. But now we've reached a great episode, Passion. Angelus, evil angel, who is known for torturing his prey, wants to get to Buffy. And so he is going all out to achieve it. He's relishing every moment as he sneaks into Buffy's bedroom while she's asleep, because obviously she invited Angel in. He still has the invitation. He sneaks into her bedroom at night and watches her sleep. And he's a good artist, right? So he draws her portrait while she's asleep. He puts the drawing in an envelope and leaves it next to her bed. When she wakes up, she finds it. He's torturing her and her friends as well. Willow finds an envelope, and inside that is the fish in her fish tank. She's like, in one of the scenes where she's on the phone, she's like putting fish food into her tank, and there's just like no fish. But she finds the envelope on her bed, and her fish are on a string inside the envelope. There are some real funny Cordelia lines about like, like how he's going to get to her. Angel is becoming such a problem that Buffy needs to talk to her mum about it, but her mum doesn't know about the vampire world or anything yet. I don't think she does anyway. No, she doesn't. So Buffy has to kind of like say, that guy I was spending time with, and Joyce knows exactly who she's talking about, like that older guy, you mean? She's like, like he's kind of become obsessed with me. And so Joyce gets the heads up about it. And then Angel shows up at the house when Joyce is bringing home groceries. And she gets so nervous about him, she spills her groceries all over the floor. and she's just trying to get her keys to get in because he's being real creepy and he's saying like, I can't live without her. Like, I need to speak to Buffy. And she's like, leave my daughter alone. And then he's like, ever since that night that we made love. And then Joyce is like, I will say, like, that's a really good scene. Like, Angel is like tearing her life down around her. But what I would also say is I absolutely hate the speech that Joyce gives Buffy about. It's such a sex shaming discussion that Joyce has with Buffy after that. The melodrama is so good. It is, yeah. Should I hang garlic in my car? Yeah. Also, Xander never grows from his failings. Only the female characters have to learn lessons. Magic, yes, absolutely right. I was saying earlier on that Xander does have moments of growth, but they always reset him. So even when he does learn a lesson, a few times that he does, they always reset it. You did give this one a C, just because the women are all funny and I enjoyed it. Oh, the Bewitched one. Xander is the worst. He is. Yeah, he is. Let me see if I've got more information about Passion, because I want to see the bit about Faith. Let's see here. No, not Faith. Did I say Faith? I meant Joyce. You know what I mean. Yes, so basically, when Joyce finally does get through the door, Buffy and Willow are inside the house doing a spell to push Angel out to rescind his invitation. And then Joyce and Buffy have a really awkward conversation that I really dislike because I do not like the way that Joyce shames Buffy for having sex. It's none of her business. Buffy is, she's a young adult, and also, even if Buffy had made a mistake, you don't approach that situation. Like, I'm not a parent, but I just feel like Joyce, like, really, vilifies her own daughter for a mistake that is so easy to make. And like, Buffy needs like more of a sensitive approach, you know? Can you do a tier list of episodes of Buffy that Gwen has seen and they're all in F tier? Wait, Truffle, are you telling me in a roundabout way that you hate Buffy the Vampire Slayer? Do you hate Buffy? I changed the locks. It's such a win for Buffy. Great quote, yes. Anywho, simultaneously to all of this happening, Jenny, who's F tier means hasn't seen. Trouble, have you not seen Buffy as well? What the fuck? I think we talked about this, right? There's so many people that haven't seen Buffy. I won't stand for it. Toptimus hasn't seen it. Joe Willock hasn't seen it. This won't stand. Okay, this won't stand. Are we still on the Buffy playlist? We are. First Pretty Woman and now Buffy. So Jenny, whose ancestors had cursed Angel the first time, she believes found a way to curse him again and give him back his soul. And so Angel's final kind of act of torture for the Scooby Gang is he shows up at the school. Jenny is working late. All the lights are out. She's typing away at her computer. Angel is in the classroom with her. And she takes out the floppy disk that has all the data that she's gathered on the curse that she has almost cracked. Like, she's got all the information. She's like, oh my god, this is it. This is his soul. And then he's like, well done, Jenny. Like, and he picks up the Orb of Fessila, which she needs to do the spell, and he smashes it. And he's so stupid. He like picks up the monitor. So he's like, oh, I'm guessing all the information is in here. And he smashes the monitor. He's such an old man. But she's already got rid of the floppy disk, but it drops down in between the desk and a chest of drawers next to the desk. And then Angel chases her through the school. And yeah, what an icon, hacking the curse. What would I have not have seen next? Shuffle, we need to talk about it. Angel chases her through the school. It's a fantastic chase sequence, in my opinion. There's a really great stunt where they're both running down this corridor, like really long shot, where she runs. And then as she gets close to the camera, she grabs this like cleaning bin and she shoves it into him and he goes flying over, and it's a great stunt. Anyway, she runs up into the kind of like clock tower part of the... It's not the clock tower. It's like a little attic space looking over the school entrance. Angel catches up to her and snaps her neck. I should also add that Jenny has also arranged to meet Giles that evening for fucky fun. They were going to have sex. So when Giles gets home, he finds one of Angel's envelopes, and there's like a rose, there's champagne on ice, and there are rose petals leading upstairs to his bedroom, and in the envelope it says upstairs. And so he goes up there, there's this like opera music playing, and then he goes up and he's got a big grin on his face. He's like, oh yeah, I'm about to get some. And he goes upstairs and he finds Jenny dead in his bed. And then Angel is watching Buffy when she hears the news over the telephone. Buffy has a bit of a breakdown, falls on the floor, starts crying. Angel's just standing there smiling. Giles goes on the rampage and tries to kill Angel, so he loads up on weapons, goes after Angel, and nearly gets himself killed. Buffy has to intervene and save him, and then Buffy breaks down in tears with Giles and basically tells him that she can't lose him. Like, what the fuck is he doing? Like, and then they hug it out. And Angel has successfully tortured him and torn him down, and it's great. It's a really great episode. I give it a A. I think it's good. The big window. Yes, the big window that we never see ever again. From the outside or within. Rest in peace, Jenny. Gone too soon. Our first A. Ding, ding, ding. Isn't it the same window Darla kills the dude from the pilot in front of? That's on the ground floor, I believe. Magic. Because they climb through the window from the ground floor. And then they're in the hallway by the staircase. And she bites him like in the middle of the school. I don't think it's that window. We got our first A, Passion. Not bad. Not bad. We're getting through season 2. There's like only 1 million more episodes to go. It's a good episode. It's great. I deserved A, I believe. Killed by Death is next. Where are we with Passion? What would we rate Passion before we move on to Killed by Death? What did everyone else rate Passion at? I think it's an A. Do you think it's a B? Do you think it's an S? Also, when we did the prediction earlier on tonight, most people predicted that most of the episodes will land in B. We've only got 4 episodes in B so far. Interesting. Passion would be an A for me too, I think. Good world building, but strong personal story. Passion was an A. Passion is iconic A. Truffle, I'm sure, once we get Truffle to watch Passion, I'm sure Truffle will put Passion at an A as well. I will make everyone who has not seen Buffy the Vampire Slayer watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer. F for sure. Disgraceful. Timing out, Joey. Great to see Drusilla as be the threat that she was billed as. Yeah, I love Drusilla. Give me a Drusilla video game. Someone is going to win a stack of points in that prediction. Maybe. The thing is, right, we're only on season 2, and like the way that the show evolves means that so many are going to land in different places. Okay, killed by death. Let me speed this up just a little bit because there are some like Monster of the Week episodes that I honestly don't care too much about. Killed by death is like really simple. Buffy is sick. She ends up in hospital, and there's a really scary demon that's like a Freddy Krueger motherfucker who basically you can only see if you're really sick, or you're on death's door. And he's like killing the children in the hospital. And I will say with this episode, like it is really good. Killed by a Death was meant to be a season 1 episode, but they couldn't fit it in, which is weird because they had the pack. You could have just got rid of the pack and had Killed by Death. Or Teacher's Pet. Or those Teacher's Pet season 2, who cares? But Killed by Death, right? I do have to deduct some points. Hear me out. I absolutely hate the whole fucking side story of like, oh, when Buffy was a young girl, she saw her cousin or whatever just like die in the hospital, so she's been scared of hospitals ever since. It was like all the world building and all of the history for the characters that we have gotten so far has been so well woven into the dialogue, into the world building, into like things that just come up. Like it's never felt so heavy-handed before. And this one, it was like they crowbarred it into the storyline of like, with all these flashback sequences as well, where like Buffy, it just suddenly has this trauma that we're like just introduced to, and it's just like, well, there you go, deal with it. The Celia thing is clumsily handled, so I must deduct points. What I think does win some points back is that we do see children suffer. Hear me out. So often we do not see kids actually endangered. I'm thinking about this new Jurassic World movie that came out, which I did enjoy. There's a moment in the new Jurassic World movie where a child is being chased by a dinosaur, and I thought, oh, never mind, because we know that the kid is not going to get eaten. Okay, I know the T-Rex is not going to scoop the kid up and eat it. It would have been amazing if that happened. I would have been gagged. But in this episode, Killed by Death, the demon's eyes open up into mouths and they shoot out on tentacles and grab onto the kid's fucking face, and the kid is screaming. Like, the kid act they got is amazing because he's actually screaming for his life, and the demon is like sucking his brains out through his tentacle eyes that are latched onto this kid's face. And you know what? That deserves some points because that's fucking scary. I love that. And everyone's like ill as well, so they can't fight. They literally can't fight back, and this creature's really scary. But the Celia stuff does lose some points because of that, and it's also a season 1 episode that just got bumped over to season 2. Also, it's such a disruption. We've just gone from passion, right? How do we go from passion to Killed by Death? Let me ask you that. How does that work? Well, it's such a like whiplash moment where like we've had this really traumatic thing, and then there's a really important moment. We've had episodes where like Buffy's going through all this shit where she like lost her virginity, she made, she like partly behind Angel losing his soul, and then Angel runs amok and causes all this shit to happen, and then we do Killed by Death. Really? That's why season 3 doesn't have so many lulls in tension like season 2 did. That's why I prefer it. Yes. And it's the problem is it's not Killed by Death's fault that they did it that way. It doesn't deduct from like it deducts points from the season, but it doesn't deduct points from the actual episode. But I will say it is a It is a C at most. It is a generous C. It is not. It is very generous C. As in, like, I'm very generous to give it a C. I only have eyes for you. Is okay. We're gonna get into it. I think the framing device is a cool concept because the Slayer should never get sick, but here she does. Specifically, it seems in order to be there to deal with this demon. The role of fate in the Slayer's function, I think, is super interesting. What it means in the larger scheme of things, since Buffy is an outlier in that respect as well. Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. Like, is it a part of, like, her destiny to have gotten sick at that precise moment in time? I'm wondering where you'll put Go Fish. Oh, fucking hell, Go Fish. All right. Let's start with I Only Have Eyes for You. Okay, this is similar to Teacher's Pet, right? Where we are dealing with a grown woman grooming a young man, but the story treats that as if it's an okay thing. How the hell have we have now 2 seasons where we've had 2 women teachers having either sex or a romance with a teenage boy? Joey's like, oh, for God's sake. We are back on that shit. That being said, I kind of like the episode. I like that there are these ghosts that are playing the same heartbreak over and over again, where one of the ghosts is killing the other one and then themselves. So they are playing out this scene by possessing people who are in the school. It happens to the janitor and one of the teachers, and then it eventually happens with Angel and Buffy, and I think it's a really great moment. Buffy fulfills the young man's part, Angel takes the woman's part, and Buffy calls Angel a bitch at one point, points a gun at him. Don't go walk away from me, you bitch. And because Angel is a vampire, when Buffy shoots him, and he falls off the balcony, he doesn't die. So Buffy's about to kill herself, well, the ghost is possessing her, and then in walks Angel, who's like the love, of this ghost, and it's like, wait, I didn't kill you, and then the ghosts can like have closure, and then Buffy and Angel kiss, and the ghosts go up to heaven, and then Buffy and Angel snap out of it, and they're kissing. So like evil Angel and Buffy are kissing as they come to, and then Buffy's like, Angel? And then he shoves her, and he's like so shaken by it, he like growls and runs away. Even though this is like a really icky storyline of like this lady in the 1950s, like having a romance with a fucking child, I do kind of like the episode. I really enjoy when Willow, Cordelia, and Giles are doing the spell, and the ghosts are like fighting back and shit. I really enjoy all that. Cordelia gets bitten in the face by a snake. Willow gets sucked into a vortex in the ground. It looks great. It still looks really good to this day. I love the trio setting up the spell. And then like Cordelia is like, she's like, Kendra, she's like, she's misreading the lines of the spell. She's like, I would totally do this, this, and that. And like, it's good fun. I just don't like the icky part of it. That's an interesting way to look at it, because I rate this one lowly, part because I don't like how coincidental it is that she's just sick and she can just be that true. Yeah. It is interesting to look at it from that lens. Yeah. Yes, but I like this episode. It's such an interesting dynamic. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's not played for laughs. Oh, he's the girl. Yes, they played it straight. Yeah. I think, even though of the icky part of it, I do really like it. I really enjoyed the spell casting stuff. I think that this episode, I also really like the soundtrack. They got They all actually got the song "I Only Have Eyes for You," and I don't know. I think it's a really well made episode. I think this is a B. The quality of the show is going up a little bit, even though I don't like the icky part of it. Go fish. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Oh. I feel like the Ghost's age difference is to reflect the Buffy Angel age difference. You know what? I've never considered that, Magic. That's actually a really good point, actually. And I will say, at least in the flashbacks we see, the teacher is saying to him, like, we shouldn't be doing this, you know? At least there's that acknowledgement. It's not like Teacher's Pet where they're like, oh yeah, Xander scored the teacher, yeah, you know? They're not playing it like that. So I will give it credit for that. Twins, yeah, she rated it it's the same. Go Fish is a really weird episode because this is the first episode where I kind of feel like the things that Buffy does and the things that Buffy says and puts up with are like out of character for her. Like she gets kind of like wrapped up in like these boys, and I just think it's the complete wrong time for all of that. Like not to say that she can't move on from Angel or whatever, but it's so weird. I don't like it at all. And then basically the premise is that there are creatures from the Black Lagoon showing up in Sunnydale in the swim team. There are some really cool effects where like the demon is coming from inside of these swimmer boys and their skin is peeling off, and like there's a good bit where this guy is like screaming because this claw is coming out of his arm and like all of his flesh is like peeling off, and it's really cool. It's a really cool effect. It's like really simple but effective. It turns out that like in the steam room they were putting like demon steroids or whatever in the steam room with the swim boys, and Xander had joined the swim team to like covertly find out what's going on, and we're meant to first over him when he comes out in his Speedo. It's just weird. There's like lots of sexist comments towards Buffy, and it's just a weird place to put this episode because we're at the end of the season. Pretty much there's only like 2 more episodes after this one, and the resolution is that Buffy just kicks everyone's asses and that's it. And then the demon swimmer boys, it's like a Jurassic World moment. They escape and they go out into nature and they're swimming in the ocean. And they're free. Go Fish is I think dare I say an F episode. I don't care for it. This episode felt like a man wrote it. It's definitely got a perspective. There's a moment that I love, so it gets a D for that alone. What's the moment that you love, Magnet? Tell us. Please tell us. It's also the lesson of Buffy. Oh, we're talking about the other episode of Buffy giving up the love that's not good for her and letting go of Angel. That's true. Yeah, in the previous episode. Yeah. I'm surprised they didn't give Xander residual fish powers or something that he could lean on for the rest of the show. Oh God. Maybe that's why he's such a demon magnet for the rest of the show, because he did take in an aspect of the demon in the steam room, and so to speak. That sounds so wrong. That boy is being a pest, so Buffy slams his head into a steering wheel in the car. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's true. I just hate that they decided to write that scene though and give it and show us that. For Buffy to have to do that in the first place. Fish women show up and need his fish sperm. That's a demon, a cloaca. I'm just going to make sure that we haven't missed anything, because is it my imagination? Like, Homecoming, should that be in season 3? I thought that was season 2. I guess I'm wrong. No, it is season 3. Okay, we're at the end of season 2, and a kind of very convenient fucking timed demonic sarcophagus looking motherfucker is discovered in Sunnydale. Some kind of archaeologist has called Giles out to investigate this demon sarcophagus. That all ties into like a prophecy. It's all like a bit clumsy, but it's all just to get us to like a conclusion. It turns out that there is like an apocalypse prophecy that to do with Angelus, and this sarcophagus that shows up in town. Always a last minute prophecy, yeah. And because of that, Kendra returns, our Jamaican queen Slayer, she returns. Angel, for some reason, even though he has shown that he only really wants to torture and prolong the suffering of people that he wants to inflict pain on, he decides that he's going to be Apocalypse Boy, and he's going to try and bring about the end of the world. Doesn't make so much sense, but we're going to roll with it. Buffy has, over the course of these episodes, been preparing herself to take Angel down. Meanwhile, remember that Jenny Calendar has the floppy disk before she died. She had the floppy disk which went in between the desk and the filing. What the fuck is this music? Hang on. Oh, this is like season 7 music. Jenny's floppy, yeah. That is discovered by Willow, and she believes that if she can get her hands on an orb of Fessila, she would be able to do the spell that will bring Angel his soul back. And Giles doubts that it would require a lot of power that she doesn't possess, but she's been practicing a little bit of witchcraft here and there. Hello, Jeremiah, welcome. Welcome. So, also shout out to Whistler, who we never see or hear from again until like season 10 comics. Oh, is he in the comics? I know he was meant to be in the show Angel, but I think something went awry there. But yes. This music is going to be too distracting. Sorry. I'm going to have to move on from this. Sorry. Their music will get me too pumped up. Basically, Spike doesn't want the apocalypse to come about. He's evil, but he likes this world. He wants to stick around. So he is also fucking done with Angel, because whilst Angel has been moving in with Drusilla and Spike, Angel's been fucking Drusilla. Like, they make it very clear that, like, Angel has been, like, cucking Spike. And Spike's been in a wheelchair for some of this time as well, but he's made a recovery. Little does Angel know about that. Angel wants to open this sarcophagus, which will bring about a portal that will basically suck Earth into hell. There's like a lot of that in Buffy. Spike doesn't want that to happen. He's so sick of what's become of Drusilla as well. Like, Drusilla has changed. He just wants his girlfriend back. So he conspires to team up with Buffy. And the thing is, Angel has like sent out vampires to hunt Buffy down. A vampire shows up at Buffy's school and like takes off her veil, sets herself on fire, and it's like, meet Angel tonight, blah blah blah. And the sun goes down, she goes up in flames in the middle of the school. A vampire jumps Buffy outside her house in front of Joyce, and Spike and Buffy slay the vampire in front of Joyce, and Buffy has to tell her mum that she's the vampire slayer and explain with very little time what the fuck is going on. Buffy has to explain that she is a superhero and that the apocalypse comes and goes and Buffy has to stop it, and that there's nothing she can do about it. There's nothing that can be done ever. It's just how it is. She's the chosen one, and she must do it. It's her duty. And Joyce doesn't accept this. And anyway, Willow gets hurt, and she's in the hospital, but she thinks that she can do this spell. And she tells Xander to tell Buffy that like she can do it. Buffy's like, I'm gonna go and kill Angel, and she's gonna like she's like, her mum is like not handling this news that she's a Slayer very well. So then Buffy is just like, you can't stop me, I have to go and do this. And so Joyce is like, oh no you don't, and then Buffy like shoves her, and then Joyce is like, don't even, like, if you walk out that door, don't even think about coming back. So Buffy's like, well, I gotta go. And then meanwhile, as well as all of this happening, they want to find out more about this like sarcophagus fucking thing. So they kidnap Giles, and he's been being tortured by Angel. Tortured and tortured and tortured and tortured. So they can find out information. But he's not breaking. So Drusilla, who's like the weird Victorian weirdo, remember, who's like also got like psychic powers, hypnotizes Giles into thinking that he's talking to Jenny Calendar. And they start making out. It's a very funny moment after like a very tragic moment, which is kind of a whiplash moment, but yeah. Because he starts kissing Jenny after he gives the secret up, and about how to open the portal, because it's Angel's blood that will open the portal. So Jenny starts kissing Giles. Of course, it's Drusilla, and then they're like, good job, Drusilla, but she's like still kissing him. She's like just making out with Giles, and then she gets carried away. Anyway, so Buffy goes to kill Angel. Spike's got her back and is going to help her in the fight. Xander shows up. Willow has told Xander to tell Buffy that Willow can do the spell. She's so confident about it. She's going to bring Angel's soul back to like basically hold him off so that she has enough time to do the spell. Basically, like, don't kill him, just hold him back, stop him. Xander decides that he is not going to relay that news. He tells Buffy that Willow told him to tell Buffy to kick his ass. Such a douchebag. Because why? Because like Angel has killed some folks, and Xander has decided that he doesn't deserve to live. Kendra is just there, by the way. She gets killed. Drusilla slits her throat. So more people have died. That's when Giles was kidnapped. FYI. Bye, Kendra. We loved you. So sorry that you had to go. Buffy has a sword fight with Angel, and he taunts her, tries to tear her down, like belittles her. He manages to open the portal to hell. And Buffy kind of comes into her own. She finally is able to shed all of the ways that he's been trying to tear her down off of her back, off of her skin. Like, she finds her power against him. And she starts to turn the tide of the battle, and she's prepared to kill him. In fact, she's just about to deliver the killing blow when Willow's spell works. The portal to hell is opened, and Buffy's just about to kill him, which will close the portal, and all of a sudden, as she's about to decapitate him, his eyes glow, and his soul has returned, and Angel has no idea what the hell is going on. And so Buffy is in shock because Angel throws himself at her and embraces her, and she's completely overwhelmed. And then she sees behind him that the gateway to hell is getting bigger and bigger. And then he asks what's going on. He goes to turn around, and then she stops him from looking, and she says, don't worry about it. And then she tells him to close his eyes, and she gives him a kiss, and she's crying her eyes out, and then she sticks her sword through him and shoves him into the portal, into hell. And then he gets sucked through the portal, and it closes, and she killed him, and she sent him to hell, and she saved the day. and then she leaves town because she can't face her friends. So she dramatically exits, leaves Sunnydale, gets on the bus to go to Los Angeles. She can't face it. She can't go home. She can't face her friends. She's just killed the man she loves. Not the enemy that took control of her man's body, you know, not the demon that came manifested, but the actual ensouled angel. He came back, he was saved, and she killed him to save the day, to fulfill her duty as the slayer. So she sticks a sword through him and kills him, sends him to hell. And these 2 episodes, becoming part 1 and part 2, I think are B episodes. Sorry. You might have thought I was going for A. They're B. They're B. What do you think? I would have guessed A. They're B. He's all that A. Not what I've chosen, but I respect it. Please do tell me. Please do tell me. Part 2 is an A at least. In my opinion. Wow. Part 1 is A and part 2 is S, actually. Okay. Well, listen, there are some things that we have to consider, right? Like, Joyce going on about, like, have you just tried not being a slayer? It's very funny. The gay allegory, you know, like, have you just tried not being gay? You know, that thing, but, like, swap it around to being a slayer. The melodrama of, if you walk out that door, don't even think about coming back. That's fun. Spike and Joyce sitting in the living room together having tea and just kind of being like, you know, like, oh, so, like, you know, how long have you been a vampire? Like, that kind of thing. That's kind of fun. But the whole storyline for the finale, right? Oh my god, not the Buffy musical coming on. That's so funny. The storyline is just not there. There's like a convenient like portal to hell sarcophagus thing. Like, I think they really ruined Angelus for the finale, because like, why does he suddenly care about bringing about the end of the world? Like, I'm not buying it. What a great trajectory for that villain, where he is about getting under your skin and tearing down your life, tearing everything down around you so that there's just nothing left. And it's not about delivering a killing blow. It's not about being triumphant in battle, and then it ends in a sword fight. It's like just a really convenient like MacGuffin, you know. That's why it drags it down to a B. In my opinion. I respect that you guys rate it higher. But you're wrong. You are wrong, by the way. You are wrong. I've said my piece. Personally, since 2 is so good, and also so defining Buffy, I had to do S, but could also do A for both. I love a sword fight. I do like the sword fight. I will say, I do love the thing of like the spell working and just when Buffy is about to kill him, that the soul is returned to Angel. I do love that. It's just everything around it. It doesn't like, it's just like so last minute. They haven't cracked their finales yet. They're almost there, Magic, though. Don't you agree? They're almost there. We need more sword duels in Buffy. I agree. You know, Buffy has that sword fight on the top of that RV when they're in the middle of the desert with all of the knights that show up. But they don't have swords as well, you know? She's just swinging around a sword dramatically. I think I know what the first S will be, if any. Curious. I'm curious. Okay. We're on season 3 now. This is where Buffy really comes into its own. They find the show's identity. This is going to be a lot of much higher ranked episodes from now on. Okay. Episode 1, though, Anne, is not a favorite of mine. I do not like Los Angeles. Those of you who are LA girlies, I'm sorry, but Los Angeles looks like the most boring, like horrible city that I've seen on TV. Like, it's just such a disgusting, boring backdrop. And that works for this episode, actually, because Buffy has assumed a persona called Anne. She's a waitress. She gets her butt slapped, and she notices that there's all these like people, these young people who like go missing, but they show up again, but like they're old. And basically she finds a portal to hell, and time moves differently down there, and you know, it's kind of an interesting thing. She sent Angel to hell, a hell dimension, and she gets to experience it herself. She kind of puts herself there. And then she kind of finds some, you know, finds her fight again, and realizes that she can't just stop helping people. That's just that. I think this is the turning point for Buffy, where it's not just about that if she stops the fight, you know, if she turns away from her destiny, it's not just that people will get hurt. I think this is the episode where Buffy realizes that she cannot stand for that to be, you know, a thing. Like, she can't, like, that's not who she's about. Like, this is the episode where that kind of really becomes a part of who she is. So Buffy goes down into the Hell Factory, picks up a hammer and a sickle, goes full communist, and liberates the workers from their exploitative masters. And she literally picks up a hammer and a sickle and fights the demons in hell, in this Hell Factory, and she liberates them all and saves them, and she becomes close to a character that we've already seen, who she allows to live on as this persona that Buffy had created herself, because it would give this young lady strength, purpose, and a means to go on, because she was so reliant on this boy that she was with before, and as well as this other fantasy that she had of becoming a vampire way back in last season. So Buffy realizes that she can't just walk away from her life that she had. She goes home. It's a fine enough episode. It's a C. Not the... Why is... Can you hear Willow crying in this music? That's so funny. The distraught crying. Oh, that is so funny. That was in someone's music track on YouTube. But how do you really feel? Buffy is a hero who helps people because that's who she is. It's such a great beat for her. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, Anne's a C. Anne's a C. Dead Man's Party is about Buffy's mum unintentionally becomes a lesbian and develops a relationship with a really nosy, spiteful, middle-aged kind of Karen-y lady. Pam. Yes. Pam. This is so interesting. Pam is 100%, in my opinion, the way that they directed this and the way it's written. It's Pat. It's Pat, yeah. Pat is a lesbian, right? Who is trying to muscle Buffy out of Joyce's life. Do you think, am I going crazy, or is Pat trying to get with Joyce? There's like that moment where she's got a drink, like they're having like a cheeky little alcoholic beverage for themselves. And there's that moment where Joyce is like kind of despairing about the Buffy situation, and Pat is like sipping on her drink, and she's like, looking Joyce up and down. Like, she's looking so satisfied. And I was like, oh, there's something nasty about this lady. Anyway, Joyce becomes a temporary lesbian. And she accidentally puts up a mask from an African country that is also imbued with magic powers that raises the dead. Buffy comes home, much to the relief of everyone, but like none of the issues that people have are being addressed. Everything is just kind of kept beneath the surface so that things bubble up and come to a boiling point, and they have had really tedious fucking fight because Buffy has gone through so much for these people. She saved the world and she fights every day, and no one can give her grace that she is finding it so difficult. And she's finally home, and they, instead of giving her any support, they all gang up on her and have a fight with her and tell her, like, Willow's like, I've been going through so much, Buffy, and you were not here so that I can trauma dump on you. Like, it's not fair. And Buffy's just like, oh my god, can you please just give me a minute? Like, I've just got back and like I killed my boyfriend. Although they don't know that. Like, they don't know that they killed Angel. She killed Angel. Anyway, and this is an episode where Xander is an absolute cunt. Joyce is annoying. Willow's annoying. Giles is pretty annoying. Xander, I've already mentioned, is really, really fucking annoying. And then all these zombies show up. Pat gets a shovel shoved through her face. It's a D episode. Because we're we've now 2 episodes into season 3, and it's just not hitting right. Just not yet. It's gonna get much better, but it's not hitting right. It's not doing what Buffy needs to be doing. Buffy has to go through this like suffering for a little bit longer. Slayers are definitely not chosen at random. Most Slayers will fight the good fight. Even Faith does in the end. Well, yes, Faith should have been treated better by the system around her anyway, because she is the chosen one. We're going to get to Faith, but yes, Buffy's no longer the chosen one. She died. She has the powers of a Slayer, but her calling came to an end. She had a destiny and a prophecy, and she fulfilled it. On paper, Willow could have been a Slayer given her morals, but we see what happens when she gets power. Exactly, yes. Yes, how people who are so on the straight and narrow, when they fall off, they fall harder. Along with every other episode ever, Xander hate is real. They want to trauma dump Buffy. What else is new? Yes, Hornet. They're so mad at Buffy, and she goes to run away again, but she gets stopped by everyone. It's tedious. That fight scene is what ruins the episode, where everyone's shouting at Buffy. Because it's like, we have so much sympathy for Buffy, and when everyone just piles on her, the only person that kind of defends her is Cordelia. Cordelia being the only real one in the room. Yeah, like, Cordelia's like, hang on, guys, like, But, yeah. It's just tedious. But things improve next episode, because Faith, Hope, and Trick is our first introduction to our new favourite character, who will remain a favourite throughout the rest of Buffy and Angel. Faith Lahane, who has been called to Slayerhood after the death of Kendra. We have a new Slayer in town, Faith, who is kind of a punk, kind of hardcore, doesn't give a shit kind of lady. What the fuck is this song? What is going on? What the fuck? So Faith is in Buffy. She's being chased by the vampire that killed her watcher, who is Kakistos. And she kind of hides that fact from everyone for a bit. They're like, who's this new big bad in town? Kissing toast. There's not too much to this episode, really. it's just kind of exciting to have like a new Slayer, you know. This music is being real dramatic, don't you think? It's fine. Yes. It's really kind of simple. New vampires in town, new Slayer. We learn about Faith. Joyce is like really happy because Faith being here, doesn't that mean that Buffy can kind of like hang up her cape for a while, you know? And Buffy is like getting like a kind of a bit of like sibling rivalry already with Faith, just a little bit. She's like, it's not that simple. And Faith has like a completely different view on slaying to Buffy, and it kind of creates an interesting dynamic and also tension for the both of them. Like, you have to bear in mind, like, Buffy has been through so much because of this calling that she has, and Faith hasn't had to go through that necessarily. And so Faith, in Buffy's eyes, treats this whole thing very flippantly, and but it doesn't mean that Faith is less valid as a Slayer. But it's kind of insulting for. Buffy would never tell Joyce this, but it's kind of insulting for Joyce to kind of just say, well, you can retire, you can just let her handle it. And like Buffy's like, think of all the things that she has sacrificed to save the day. Faith finds it fun, yes. And yeah, Faith, apart from like Kistos, who kind of brings back some trauma because of her dead watcher, she is on a it's almost like she's on the verge of a self-destructive trajectory with her slaying, because it's very like she's treating it like she's a party girl, like she does find it fun. She's treating it like she's going out clubbing, she talks about being horny after she's slayed vampires and stuff. Anyway, that's pretty much all there is going on in this episode. Kakistos catches up with Faith. Buffy helps. They join forces, take down the vampires. It sets up what will become one of the key storylines, the Faith and Buffy dynamic throughout season 3. I think it's a solid C episode. Yes. We've only got one A episode. No S tier episodes so far. No S tier. Beauty and Beasts. I think I don't like this episode. Let me just double check. This one was written by Marty Noxon. I think this might be her first episode, maybe? A boy is found mauled to death on nights surrounding the full moon. Oz is suspected. Buffy has to deal with the fact that Angel... Yes, so Angel has come back to life. Angel has dropped out of... Sweaty Angel, naked as the day he was born, suddenly appears. He's back, but he's like an animal. He doesn't speak. He's just completely broken, and he growls and snarls at Buffy, and she has no idea why he's back. So people are being mauled around the full moon. People think it might be Oz. Buffy knows that Angel's back, but she doesn't tell anyone about it. So yes. What else goes on in this episode? Giles explains to Buffy that time moves differently in hell dimensions. So, if you're there, you're going to be there for what feels like an eternity, whereas a day could pass on the normal world. This is Pete and Debbie. This is the episode I do not like. This episode is like the Dr. and Jekyll, Mr. Hyde episode, where it's just about. It's kind of about steroids. Martin Oxon joined the writing team in season 2. I see. This episode, so it has Angel back, animalistic Angel. People think it's Oz that have hurt these people, but it's this these random two characters we've never seen before. Debbie, who is like the abused girlfriend, and then her boyfriend, who has been taking this like Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde juice, which is kind of like a sort of an analogy for steroid abuse in young jock men. And like these are like kind of peripheral friends of Oz's. And that's all it is to the storyline, that like that this guy is beating up Debbie. And it has a really disgusting scene, in my opinion. I don't know how this got written. Where, like, Buffy... I mean, I guess, like, Buffy is going through some stuff. But, like, there's, like, some young ladies, including Buffy, who, like, shame Debbie. Who has been beaten up by her boyfriend. Like, she is... she's been abused. And, like, they corner her in the bathroom. And, like, they really, like... They're so horrible to her. Anyway, it's kind of crazy. 1990s, you know. It's that part hasn't aged well. And then Angel shows up and saves the day. If I remember correctly. Yeah, it's not a good episode. I'm gonna put it in F. I'm going to put Homecoming in F. Double F. I hate Homecoming. What do you guys think about Homecoming? The food delivery moment is a good gag too. Oh, wait, what's that one, Magic? Homecoming gets an F. There's like a weird John Wick like assassins group made up of humans and demons who, oh my god, it's like 80s movie cliche. There's like a Stegosaurus man who is trying to kill the Slayer, and they mistake Cordelia for the Slayer, and Buffy's also there. Buffy finds a pump-action sniper rifle. It's so dumb. She has a sniper rifle with a scope and she pumps it, and it's... Oh, man. I think it's fun. Oh, God, no, it's an F. It has to be an F. They're trying to fix the divide between Cordelia and Buffy, so they try to put them together in this limousine, and they both end up getting taken to, like, what's effectively the Hunger Games for the Slayer, where all these different assassins are trying to kill the Slayer. Fucking hate it. Such a weird tangent. I know why you have it in F, though. One thing I will check, though, is... why do I keep closing the Buffy wiki? Is Homecoming the episode where at the end Buffy tells everyone about what she did? Let me just check. Where is Homecoming? Buffy distracts the German assassins. Oh no, that doesn't happen. They get to the homecoming dance, and Buffy and Cordelia have been fighting over who's going to win the homecoming queen title. And when they finally get to the dance after being like chased by all these assassins all evening, neither of them have won it. So it turns out like all that fighting was for nothing. It's really dumb. But this is not the episode I was thinking of, where Buffy finally tells the group some stuff about what she went through with Angel. That's later, I believe. Hello, Spodge. How you doing? That is true, Spodge. Yes. Also, let me just double check. Was this song really in Buffy? I can't believe this song was in Buffy. That's crazy. We're skipping it because I don't like this song. How you doing, Spodge? Our next episode is Band Candy, which is so easy to talk about because it's a fun one. let me just check what's going on with this one. This is the one where the mayor is introduced, who'll become a key character throughout the series. But basically, Giles' old British friend, Ethan Rain, who had created all of those Halloween costumes which transform their wearers on Halloween into the thing that they're wearing, he's back. He's back. And the kids at school have to sell band candy. They've all been given band candy. And they have to sell it or get into trouble with the principal. But it's band candy that has been imbued with a magic spell. And it's making all of the adults that these kids are selling the band candy to regress into adolescence themselves. So we get to see all of the adults as they were when they were Buffy, Willow, and Xander's age. Do you think Giles and Ethan ever explore each other's bodies? Absolutely. 100%. And I think they want to again. They just, I think they want to again, but they just can't get over, the things that tore them apart in the first place. This is an episode where we have a bit of silly fun, where the kids become the adults and all the adults end up just being silly. Joyce becomes like a really girly, like kind of groupie to Giles. Giles starts wearing eyeliner. He starts becoming like Giles is like super buttoned up and posh, and he becomes like a bit of a lad, and he becomes a bit of a Londoner. And so like when Buffy tries to kind of drag him away from like what's going on, he's like, "Listen here, you, I'm your watcher, so just sod off." It's fun. Giles shags Joyce on top of a cop car. So Buffy's surrogate dad and her mum have sex. And that it's just chaos, which is what Ethan likes. It's just a good silly time. That's pretty much all there is to it, but it has implications for this show because the whole Giles shagging Joyce thing comes up later on. Is the mayor mentioned in season 2? There's a comment between Snyder and someone and letting the mayor know something. It's after the school is attacked or something. Yes, there's like 3 different scenes in season 2 where the mayor is referenced. There's like certain things that happen, and then Snyder's like, "Okay, we're gonna have to tell the mayor about this," or like, "Have you checked with the mayor?" So then so we know that Snyder knows about the supernatural world, and that he's sort of covering the shit that happens at the school, which lies on top of the Hellmouth. He's kind of covering it up, and then he's reporting to the mayor. So the mayor obviously knows about the Hellmouth and the supernatural world, and then the mayor actually shows up in season 3 as a character. So we know we know that they know, and that they know that everyone else knows, and that we all know that they know and that everyone else knows, but Buffy and everyone doesn't know that they all know that they know that they know, So yeah. Do you think? It's a fun one. School Hide, I think. Yeah, I think that's like last season maybe. Yes, they don't know. We know that they know. Band Candy, I think, is fun, and it's a good C episode. Revelations, I think, is the one I was thinking about before. This one's got one of my favorite early Buffy quotes. Gwendolyn Post arrives, Faith's new watcher, and she encourages Faith to be a little bit more isolated and to really lean into just being focused on the hunt and being a slayer. And so she says that, the way that Faith lives is a good thing, because Faith lives in a shitty motel where she just doesn't have anything and she's alone. And Gwendolyn Post is like, "Have you ever heard of the Spartans?" And she goes on about like, this is very Spartan, and so Faith is like, okay, like, and she's like, "They were warriors who needed nothing else," and like she's sort of like isolating Faith a little bit, and she's also like riding Giles's ass all the time. And there's what's called the Glove of Minnigan. Why do I remember all of this? What the fuck? The Glove of Minnigan is in Sunnydale, and it is a sort of demonic glove that the wearer would gain ultimate power if they were ever to wear. And so they're on the hunt for the Glove of Minnigan, and the Buffy recruits Angel's help in finding it, and that's when Xander spots Angel and follows him and discovers Buffy and Angel together being all cozy, and it's like dun dun dun, and they report back that Angel is alive, and they worry that Angel was evil, and now the Glove of Minnigan is in his possession. I must have missed something where Buffy tells them about how she had to kill Angel, but it doesn't matter. It turns out Gwendolyn Post is evil, and she attacks Giles. She wants the Glove of Minnigan for herself, and Faith, who was actually starting to really warm to her new Watcher, she's struggling to feel part of like the family unit, and so to have this betrayal from her Watcher that she was actually looking up to, and like she was feeling really supported by it, like she's like suddenly like been treated like a total mug, and her trust levels for everyone is going to absolutely plummet after this. But one of my favorite quotes from this season of the show is Gwendolyn Post saying, Faith, a word of advice. You're an idiot. And I think it's such a stupid line, but I love it. A word of advice. You're an idiot. And so Gwendolyn Post puts on the Glove of Minnigan. People realize that Angel's a good guy, and then they cut off her arm, and Gwendolyn Post explodes. And that sets off Faith on a trajectory that's not so great, because, it's like that thing of like, she's been... What the fuck is this? Oh my god. I just clicked on it, and it's like, no, I can't, no. This is like some weird fan cam thing. We're not going to be doing that. We will not be doing that. We won't be doing that. Is there like another playlist I can just get onto real quick? What was I saying? Right up there with When I See a Trick pulls out a knife. Yeah. Very, very good. Let me just get some different music on. Hang on a second. There we are. So, Revelations, fun episode. What happens with Angel and Buffy? They're really angry with Buffy for hiding the secret that Angel was alive again. And Giles is like, tells Buffy, he's like, may I remind you, Angel tortured me for hours. He tortured me for pleasure. You should have told me. You have no respect for me or the job that I do. He's like really pissed of her, and Buffy's like, oh, like, she's really betrayed him. But ultimately they are willing to forgive Angel because they understand that he has his soul still. He's back from hell, but they don't know why he's back, why he's been sent back. But they're willing to put it to one side. But yes, Buffy, as I said, Buffy tries to reason with Faith, but Faith is thrown and confused by Gwendolyn Post's betrayal, and that she's resolved not to trust anyone. So yeah, Buffy tries her best to, connect with Faith after all of that's gone down. But Faith's like, nah, that's it. Like, I've been burnt too many times. like the divide between Buffy and Faith has started to appear. The wedge. There will be a brief bridge over the divide, but yes, they've started to split. I put this in C. We've got so many episodes in C. Wait, is this show very mid? Is Buffy very mid? What's going on? Why are we... Wait, we're so mid right now. What's going on? Lover's Walk. Okay, I know this episode, but I just want to remind myself because... Let's see. Buffy's unexpectedly high SAT scores make her start to think about college. That night, Spike returns to Sunnydale. Stars prepares to leave for a Watcher's retreat and urges Buffy to go to an out-of-state college if she wants to. They have a secondary Slayer in Faith, so she could go to college if she wants to. Willow goes to a local magic shop to find ingredients for an anti-love spell because she's finding herself horny for Xander again. And Spike is hiding in the shop because obviously he betrayed Drusilla in the last season and he wants to put a love spell on Drusilla to make her love him again. And he has killed the shopkeeper and yeah. And then, yeah, Buffy finds Spike kind of like trauma dumping to Joyce. Well, what is the point of this episode again? What is going on again? Why can't I remember this? They just get attacked by vampires. This is just a like Spike shows up again. Everyone gets attacked by vampires. And it's like there's more scenes with the mayor who's working with the vampires. Buffy tells Angel that the only way they can continue to see each other is if he tells her that he does not love her, something he cannot do. Spike really gets in their head because like Buffy and Angel are like kidding themselves about their relationship. And Spike sees through it. Like Buffy and Angel are just like, we're just friends. Like that's all we are. It's fine. There's this like smoldering tension, like this chemistry, this attraction, and Spike's like, please. He's like, I might be a love's bitch, but at least I'm honest about it. You two are mad for each other. And they're kind of like, oh shit. So Buffy's like, tell me you don't love me. And Angel can't do it. So that's kind of all this episode kind of is. It's all right though. I enjoy it. It's like, you know, it's fine. I can't be mad at it. I can't rave about it. Season 5 will be A and S. I think so as well, probably. Apart from a few episodes. Girl, it's one of my favorites, and most of mine are in D. What the hell? The sum is much greater than the sum of the individual episodes. Yeah. This is a good episode for Spike, but then it's the other love triangle episode. So, yes. Basically, Willow and Xander have, like, an affair, and it's so dumb. It is just so dumb, because Willow has Oz, who's perfect for her at that time. We'll understand why. And Xander has, like, Cordelia, who is so charismatic, gorgeous, like, just his punching so above his weight. He has Cordelia, and for some reason Xander and Willow are finally horny for each other. It's just weird. It feels so contrived. But this leads us to a great episode, at least, because when they find out about the whole thing, in the next episode, The Wish, which is one of the best episodes of this season, Cordelia meets a new young lady in school called Anya. And Anya's like she's being like a kind of a therapist to Cordelia. She's like listening to all of her woes and her problems. She lets Cordelia run off about things. And Cordelia wishes, she kind of places all the blame on Buffy's feet. She's like, because everything goes back to the day that Buffy arrived, and kind of like Cordelia was blissfully unaware of like the vampires and all the shit that was going down in Sunnydale. And it's kind of like having to survive and be a part of like this group in order to kind of get through these apocalyptic events. That's kind of smushed her up against Willow and Xander and like getting involved in their bullshit. So Cordelia kind of, in a roundabout way, blames Buffy. So she says, I wish Buffy never came to Sunnydale. And Anya turns around and says, wish granted, bitch. Well, she doesn't say the bitch part, but she says, wish granted. And then boom, we are in a universe where Cordelia is, where the Buffy did not come to Sunnydale. There is no Slayer here. She says a bitch with her eyes. She does, yes. So all of the bad shit that has happened over the last few seasons, Buffy was not there to stop. She was not there to prevent. The Hellmouth is running amok. And vampires rule the town, which Cordelia soon finds out about. She's dressed in this like very like kind of very ordinary blue, like nice vibrant blue outfit. And people were like, you're wearing that? Like, everyone's wearing black. There are, like, funerals being held all the time. There are, like, missing posters everywhere. People go to school and they worry about, like, curfew. They worry about, like, getting home in time. Like, the moment that school is over, they're, like, they're running out of the school. Because the sun's going to go down. And Cordelia is so confused. She doesn't know what the hell's going on. And then... she comes across Willow and Xander in town at night, and they're vampires. And she gets attacked, and then she's rescued at the last second by Giles and Oz. They drive up in a van, and that one gay guy, and they save her. And then and the Master is back in this episode. It's like a nice little what if episode. The Master is living in the Bronze. They have Angel in a cage and they're torturing him. Willow as a vampire is absolutely amazing, and it sets up some great stuff for Willow like throughout the rest of the show. It's like there's some quotes in here that we come back to so much later. Bored now, and like things like that. Vampire Xander doesn't really make much of an impression, but honestly, Alison Hannigan, like going from like nerdy, like nervous girl to like sexy, confident vampire is so fun. And then Cordelia gets fucking killed. So any kind of like knowledge of that wish that she had made kind of dies with her temporarily. And they make a call because Cordelia kept asking like, where the hell's Buffy? Like Buffy should be sorting this shit out. And so Giles asks for Buffy, like makes a call to the Watchers Council, and then Buffy shows up, and Buffy's completely different. Like she is like more hardened. She's got like a scar down her face, and like you kind of realize like Giles has been such an important role model for Buffy as a Watcher, and then also Buffy as a Slayer. Like obviously, the Slayer's not supposed to have friends. The Slayer is supposed to be like a lone warrior, but Buffy's friends being in her life has like enriched her so much that she hasn't hardened like this Buffy has in this alternate version of the world. Like, so you realize how important Giles, Willow, and Xander are to her, like not personally, but just like to her as a Slayer as well. And then Buffy comes up against the Master in another fight and gets her neck snapped. And Giles has got it all figured out, and he summons Anya, aka Anyanka, the Vengeance Demon. And a Vengeance Demon is a type of demon that wrongs sorry, that rights women who have been wronged. They are there to help women and make their wishes come true. And Giles takes a bit of a gambit, like and smashes Anya's source of power. And she's like, "How do you know the other world is better than this one? You know, you're going to just smash that and not knowing where you're going to end up." And he's like, "It has to be better than this." So as Buffy's fighting and she gets her neck snapped and everyone is like fighting against all the vampires and they're all dying, Giles smashes the thing and then the wish is reversed and Cordelia says, "I wish Buffy never came to Sunnydale." And then Anya's saying, "Done." And like nothing's happening. And she's like, "What the fuck?" She's like, "Done." And like her power just won't activate. So Anya has been defeated and the wish didn't happen. And that version of the world is not the version of the world that we are living in the story, although it still exists. We're going to come back to it. I'm gonna put the wish in A. The bin? No! It's an A episode. Guys, we got our second A episode. What do you think? A for me too? There was some hesitancy. I was very tempted to put it in S, but I couldn't do it. It's an A. This Buffy has less to fight for, I would say. Having her friends makes her fight harder. That's true, yeah. Yes, The Wish is an A rank episode. Love it. Amends. I don't think I know Amends that well. It's a Joss Whedon episode? Christmas Eve? Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. I actually really don't like this episode. This is an Angel episode. This is like a prelude to the spin-off show Angel. Amends is about this is interesting. Okay. The final season's big enemy shows up in Amends. The first evil makes its first appearance, tries to convince Angel to off himself, and like appears to him as all the past kind of misdeeds he's done, like the people that he's killed, all of his guilty past comes back to haunt him, and the first evil is like whispering in his ear as the people he's killed, trying to get him to kill himself. And that's the episode. Buffy convinces him to keep fighting and to live for something, and it's setting Angel up for like his own show, because the whole concept of the Angel show is how do you make right on the past that you have, like such a bloody past? How do you make your hands washed clean? You know, like that's the thesis of Angel. Like how does he ever like pay off that debt, you know, to the world? So it's also just depressing as fuck, and also they put artificial snow all through the streets. I would have just preferred they just put Christmas lights everywhere, but they decided that it had to snow, but they didn't have the budget for convincing snow. So what they did is they filled the street with sludge and slime. White sludge and slime. So when Buffy and Angel at the end of the episode are like, "Oh my god, you didn't kill yourself," and they're walking through the street, they're just kicking up all this slime at their feet, and it takes me out of the moment every single time. that being said, I don't think it's an F, but I will put it in D. Even though it introduces us to the big villain that will eventually come back into the storyline. I just don't like it. Does anyone like that episode? Does anyone watch that and like, oh yeah, that's a good one? Like, no. I absolutely love finding out about the past, the hundreds of years for, Angel, Spike, Darla, Drusilla. I love seeing the flashbacks. I don't like this. Ollie Robs, thank you for the follow. How you doing? Welcome in. It's just an okay for you. See? Oh, okay. Next episode is Gingerbread. Moo. Okay. Moo. Joyce decides that she's going to be a good mum, and she goes out on a patrol with Buffy to just see, what it means to be a slayer, what it's like to hunt vampires. About goddamn time, she tries to do Joyce is waving the flag of, Slayer ally. She's like, I'm gonna be an ally. I'm gonna be a good mum. I'm gonna join my daughter out on a hunt. And Buffy didn't invite her, but Joyce just shows up. She's got like a cute little flask. The problem is that they come across 2 murdered children. And Joyce is like, oh my God, I can't handle this. This isn't right. And Joyce then goes on one. Like Joyce becomes so extra. And she's like, this isn't right. This isn't enough for everything to just be on the Slayer. Like, Buffy, are you making any difference? Like, you slay vampires every night, but are we any safer? What you have been doing, it didn't protect those kids. It didn't stop them from being killed. Like, basically Joyce kind of creates this town committee of other parents who were you being slain tonight? Yes. Joyce creates Moo, where it's like all these parents come together because they're so distraught about these 2 murdered children, these 2 little white kids. And it's so funny because it's actually like so accurate to like what happens, but in real life, where people are like, oh my God, the poor like little white child that went missing or whatever. What the twist is that those 2 murdered kids are like the gingerbread kids, and they are 2 ghosts that are like only appearing to the adults and saying, you've got to help us. So like all these adults are being like duped into basically like starting a witch hunt, and they start blaming like the occult. Joyce like kind of turns on Buffy herself. Willow's mum finds out that Willow's been doing witchcraft and like tries to like lock her in a room and stuff, and it just starts escalating to the point where they're like searching these kids' lockers at school, and like kind of hunting down like goth kids basically, and like any kind of kid that's like any different, and then Joyce of course knows about Buffy, and so as these like the spell that these like ghost kids have over their parents grows and grows, and they're convincing them to like kill the kids, kill their own, the parents' kids. Joyce is like fully like for it. She's like, yeah, I'll fucking kill Buffy. Let's do it. So they try to kill Buffy, Willow, and Amy as well. Amy, the witch, of course. They get duped, and then these kids are actually like a demon that kind of need to like feed off of what was being done. Like it's just like a nice one-off like monster of the week thing, but also it does kind of reveal some of Joyce's attitudes towards like Buffy's life and her destiny. Like she doesn't really take it seriously. still. Poor little Becca Lynn Madison Lee. Wait, who's that? Who is that? I would rate this a C. The quality of even like, what the fuck is this? I don't want to listen to this. Oh my god, this is when Fergie ran out of breath when she was doing that thing, which is like, I don't know, town around to town, down. Do you remember that? It's like, take it, Fergie. Oh. She's so out of breath. She's so out of breath. Bless her. What the fuck was my playlist doing putting that on there? I must have watched it like once back in the day, and then it's like, you want to listen to this? Here you go. I should have stuck to doing flips. Oh god. Yes, I put that. What did I put that? I put that as a C, because even like the less amazing episodes are, the quality of them are starting to improve. So like even a mid episode is still a better episode than the mid episode from an earlier season, if that makes sense. Big girl walking down the study street. Helpless is a great episode, y'all. Giles betrays Buffy. The Watchers Council have ordered him, without Buffy knowing, to use a kind of magical crystal to like hypnotize her, so he can inject her with this like drug which is draining her of her strength, so that they can put her through a grueling test where they lock her in an abandoned house with a vampire while she's in a weakened state to test her prowess as a slayer without her abilities, her strength. So Giles is doing it, and the Watchers Council show up for this kind of inspection to make sure that she is good enough. And it's a rite of passage for all slayers and their watchers. And so Buffy is getting weaker and weaker, and she's asking for Giles for help. And he's like really torn up, because obviously he's starting to take on a bit of a role of a father with her. And the vampire that they have chosen is a vampire that has basically gone insane, and they have to feed him pills. He's screaming, and he's just do diddly dally wally 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 wally. He's completely out of it. And he breaks free of his restraints and runs amok. And Buffy is basically the whole. She becomes the whole like subversion of the genre that she was meant to be. She becomes the opposite, of the subversion of the genre that she was meant to represent, which was she becomes the running, scared, blonde girl, when as the vampire's chasing her, and she just can't beat it, and then the vampire kidnaps her mum. And then so she basically is like, well, I have to go back. So she gets her bag, she fills it with weapons, she can barely lift it up, and she's like, like she gets like holy water, and she has to use all of her wits and her like just everything that she has to save her mum. And then she finds out that at the end of all that, she defeats the vampire. She outsmarts him because he starts to lose the plot, and he needs his pills. And so Buffy kind of tricks him into taking his pills, but she swaps out the water for holy water, I believe, when he downs his pills or something like that. I can't remember really. And so she's uses her brain. It's much more than her brawn, like being a slayer. And she finds out that Giles was behind it. She's like so angry with him about the betrayal. And Giles is then excused from the Watchers Council because the Watchers Council's estimation of him is that he has grown too close to his slayer. And Buffy is there while he's getting a grilling, and they're saying, "You are a father to her. And we are basically firing you, and Buffy will have a new Watcher." So even though Buffy is like furious with Giles, it kind of the betrayal is softened by hearing the Watchers kind of say, like, "You're fired because you love this girl, like you love her." So it's just a good episode. It's a good like one-off. I watched this episode. This is really weird. Okay. This is the episode I booted up in VR. I know you're like, why? In VR, you can have like a cinema mode. And so this was the episode in my rewatch that I had got to. So I put my VR headset on, right? And I watched this episode in the cinema in VR, and had like the sound cancelling headphones on, volume cranked up. And I will say, because this episode is so much like a horror movie, it was so good watching it like that. Like, it was actually really scary. Like seeing it on the screen was huge. It was like massive. And I had such a good time watching it like that, because it I don't know, when you go to the cinema, it's like, it's just so much better if it's like a spooky movie or something than if you're watching it at home. So I was actually, even though I've seen the episode a million times, I was genuinely frightened watching it like that. I was jumping on my seat, and I was just like, oh, like that. It was very good. It was fun. I recommend it if you've got a VR headset. Watch it in cinema mode, and maybe some other episodes as well. I'm now imagining this is what Josh's picture was to the studio, a 4-hour tier breakdown of where episodes will rank and what happens. That's fun. Maybe I should do that with some of my favorites. Yeah, you should. That's interesting. Magnet, try it if you've got a VR headset nearby. I think you do it at yours, don't you? You will watch that jogging scene from The Leftovers. Helpless is a great episode. I rank it in the B category. It is a B episode. Magic, what do you think? Spodge, what do you think? Magnet, Joey? It is B rank. We have another Xander episode. Let's not waste time on this. The Zeppo is F. Fuck you. It's an F. You put it in B too. I think the running scene from The Wish is my fave. Wait, the running scene from Wish? Do you mean the iconic Buffy running in the corridor with the blue coat scene? Because I think that is Becoming Part 1. Is it Becoming Part 1? Have you ever seen an episode? Please don't read into it. Spudge, I think you might have accidentally referenced an iconic scene where Buffy runs. There is a scene where she's running in slow motion, and she goes around a corner, and she's got this amazing blue jacket that billows out behind her, and it's, as she goes around the corner, she's like leaning into the run. Like, it's just an iconic image of Buffy running that you've accidentally referenced. You agree with Robert on all things, Joey? That's funny. Also, Magnet, thank you for backing me up there. I couldn't quite remember which part it was. I'm busy parts of episodes that have been mentioned. Love that scene when she's like, iconic imagery. Okay, we're on to. We're not even going to talk about the Zeppo, okay, guys? Do we need to talk about a Xander episode? There's a hot bully that I'm sure like all sorts of submissive guys are like really into who makes Xander feel emasculated. There's a disgusting comment about Xander taking it that kind of suggests like sexual violence between these men, and then it all just I don't know, it just like spirals down into like Xander driving this guy around so he can pick up his undead buddies because they're all zombies who are like out like to joyride and destroy shit. It's a Xander episode. Everything with Xander at this point revolves around his struggles with being emasculated. And this is another thing that the show's guilty of. By the end of the Zeppo, he is completely shed of his fears and worries about being emasculated because Cordelia tries to do it to him at the end of the episode. And he's kind of immune to it. And he's like, okay, whatever. And she's like, wait, what? And by the very next episode, all of that is out the window. It's reset. It doesn't matter. He had none of that character growth happened. It happened for this episode only, did not carry over. So yes. I posted a gif of the running moment in the Discord. All must see. Yes, you must. Oh god, I'm so basic. I probably would have been all about the bully. I married Alex in Stardew Valley, for God's sake. Oh, I married Shane. I don't know why I need to fix a man. What does that say about me, Joey? I'm like, oh, I can fix him. I can fix him. Okay, Sklep, a man is not a project, okay? You're meant to build each other up, not just, make a project out of the man that you want to be with. Use that GIF to cover the ad. Is the ad an issue? Is the ad an issue? Can I, if I can open it in a separate page, I will. Oh, Magic, thank you for the happy birthday. Thank you. Thank you very much. You sent that hours ago and I've only just found it. What's going on in the Discord? Oh, okay. Okay. I think a bot joined the Discord and then left. Yes. Where's this GIF? Movies and TV. Can I click and drag this? I can't do it. We're just gonna have to deal with the ad, guys. Are you listen, guys, make sure that you're all clued up on everything Infineon, ready to use sensor solutions. Be up to date and download the new sensor selection guide here. Download. Whatever the fuck that is. At bottom in your Discord, there's a few, from what I can tell. We are on to the iconic episode Bad Girls. Lesbian coded Bad Girls. They better give you a cut of the revenue now. You could revisit my... Wait, I could revisit my sensor solutions. I dread to think what this actually is. If I clicked on it, it's probably going to take me to some hacking thing. So, Bad Girls. Bad Girls is about Buffy and Faith having a brief lesbian coded friendship but Faith is very much like I want, I take, I have, and Buffy kind of at this point in time kind of needs a bit of that, a new watcher shows up who's he's just even more buttoned up than Giles and insufferable. And if you think about it, Buffy Buffy is like on her way to sort of rejecting the kind of patriarchal system that she has just realized that she has been a part of. That she is the one with the superpowers, and she has been kind of under the thumb of the Watchers Council, and she doesn't quite know how to break free of that yet. And here is free-spirited Faith, who is like, we are the super chicks here. Like, we are going to go out and do our thing. Like, we're the ones out here kicking ass. And so, you know, especially when Wesley shows up, the new Watcher, and he represents that sort of stuffy, useless patriarchal like authority who have no right to demand that kind of control or power over Buffy's life. Giles is fired. Buffy still has a great deal of care for Giles, but exactly, Faith is saying we are the power. So Buffy kind of gets drawn into that. The problem is that they start partying. Angel's a bit thrown by it as well. Like, he goes to the club, and like Buffy and Faith are like, they just like grinding their hips and like dancing with all these boys, and like just, and there's like strobe lights and they're just going crazy. Buffy starts to really explore like just being a superpowered chick. Girl power, you know, she's kicking butt and enjoying it with Faith. They're a team, but whereas Buffy could have drawn Faith into her life, instead Buffy has been cagey about it, and so Faith is kind of inviting, you know, Buffy into her world, but Buffy is not letting Faith in. Buffy is not sharing with Faith. It is not a mutual friendship, which will bite Buffy in the butt with Faith later on, I think. You know, Faith has been burnt a few times now. And now this new stuffy Watcher's shown up in Buffy. He's like, I don't want anything to do with this. What's Xander doing at a lesbian disco? Probably something pervy. So, yes. This all culminates in, like, the mayor has been doing this shit behind the scenes, this dodgy shit behind the scenes, and someone within the mayor's office who, like, wants to deliver a warning to Buffy and the good guys, kind of, like, chooses the exact wrong moment to try and approach Buffy and Faith, and because they've just been attacked by vampires, and when this guy jumps out of the shadows, Faith suddenly whirls round and stakes him in the heart and kills him. And Buffy is in shock. She's like, Faith, we have to help him. And Faith is just like completely thrown by it. And she's like, we have to get out of here. We have to get out of here. And then everything goes tits up. It kind of culminates in like Buffy confronting Faith about it. Faith is like, I took the body, I awaited it, I dumped it. And then, like, Buffy's like, Faith, you don't understand. You killed a man. And then Faith says, no, you don't get it. I don't care. And then the episode ends. It's great. A slayer has killed a man. The questions come up time and time again in Buffy. You know, is a slayer a killer? There's so much more than a killer. They're not a killer. Buffy and Faith kind of come back to this numerous times. But Faith has just killed a man. She's just murdered a man, an innocent man. This was just a man. Bad Girls is a ranked episode that is a letter that begins with... Where do we think we're going to place this? Where do we think we're going to place this? I'm going to put Bad Girls in the B category. There we are. It's a B. It's a B. B is catching up. C's got a lot, but B is catching up. Consequences is the immediate follow-up. where Faith is in trouble and Buffy has tried to cover her ass a little bit, but things are catching up quick. The police have shown up, and Faith is sort of seeing that Buffy is not keeping it together as well as Faith is. So Faith goes to Giles and she tells Giles that Buffy killed that guy. And then Buffy's like, Giles, I didn't do this. And then Giles is like, I know you didn't. Like, you know, you can say all you want about Faith, but she's not a good liar, you know? So he knew but he had to get Faith out of the way. So he's like, Faith, I will deal with this. It's like, you go and do this. And then when she's out of the room, he's like, he closes the blinds. He's like, I know you didn't. There is a plan to try to, before this gets any worse, they try to help Faith. There's numerous different plans at work to try to help Faith. Xander, who has had a bit of a rapport with Faith, decides that he's going to try by going to talk to her himself. And in her kind of messed up moment after killing that man, where she's got all sorts of things going through her head, she tries to prove to Xander like that she has control over him. It's an uncomfortable scene where, like, they've already had sex at this point, I think, Faith and Xander, and she is like strangling him, like she's choking the life out of him, and kind of proving to him that she's in control. She has all the power, and he's like, basically, fuck, am I gonna die? And then Angel shows up at that precise moment and bats her over the head with a baseball bat, knocks her out, chains her up, and then after that, they have Faith like in Angel's apartment, right? And Angel is trying to reason with her. He's trying to reach her. But the new Watcher, Wesley, fucks it all up. He's been spying on them all, and like he has these Watcher agents, and they burst in just when Angel was just getting through to Faith. Like, this is the moment where they could have brought her back from the brink. The Watchers Council attack. They put Angel on a net, and they capture Faith, and they arrest her and take her away. And they ruin everything. Faith, of course, escapes, and she has no allies left in her eyes. The Watchers Council get her. Her buddies, Buffy and the Scooby gangs, have like turned against her as well. So she goes to the only refuge that she can see that she has left, and she goes to the mayor, who's been doing all this dodgy shit, who's been like conspiring against the group and stuff. And she goes to the mayor and says basically, if you want a slayer, like we've been killing your vampires, we've been like getting rid of your lackeys as well as your like, you know, your generals and whatever. Like, if you want a slayer, like, I'll join. Like, sign me up. Give me a job. And so the mayor opens the door to her and lets her in. Because he's got some plans, you see. He's got some plans for the town. I think it's a very good episode. I think it's a B as well. How many episodes? We have so many episodes left. We might have to do a part 2. Shit. We have to do a part 2. I've been streaming for nearly 5.5 hours, guys. Let me do... I think we should probably finish on season 3, which is just Graduation Day part 2 here. We need to get to Graduation Day part 2. We're on track for this to be 12 hours long. You did the math. Oh my god. What I'll do is I'll get to the end of season 3, and we'll do a part 2 at some point. and I will do the rest, which is going to be like the juiciest part, I think, because like this is will be like season 4 is going to be. I can have so much to talk about with season 4, but season 5 is like when it's going to be like, oh yeah, man, this is where we're going to be like in the S tier. Like I want to get to season 5. I'm going to be in the S tier in season 5. This has been so fun, and I don't want you to cut it short. Part 2 is going to have some S's for sure. Also, I think it'll be less cluttered if I take a screenshot of this once I'm done with season 3 to be like, this is 1, 2, 3. This is a screenshot for that, and I'll put it on the Discord. And then I can, for the next one, just do these ones, and then it will be much cleaner. I'm glad this has been fun, Joey. I hope other people have been enjoying it. I hope it's been a good time. I've just been talking about Buffy for like hours and hours and hours and hours. And also, we'll have so much to discuss in season 5 and 6, especially. I will be a motor mouth, especially for season 5. I will be like, yep. I'll be talking so much about every episode, Magnet. I feel like 6 will have quite a bit of discussion. 6 will. I don't like 6 as much as I like season 5, but that will also create discussion. So, all right, we're going to finish once we get through the rest of season 3. Because I've been streaming for 5.5 hours so far. It's 2 a.m. and I also have plans for tomorrow. I got a really nice surprise text message from my friend John, who I've not seen since before the pandemic. You guys know over the pandemic, a lot of my friends moved out of London and I haven't seen them since. And John moved to France. And he messaged me today on my birthday to say I moved back to London on Friday. Do you want to see each other? Like, I want you to meet my new dog. I've moved to, where he's moved to, which is really easy to get to. And I was like, oh my God, like my friend is back in my life. I was like, I really want to see you. I really, really want to see you. And after today, after like the nonsense of like the lunch and stuff, although it was very nice to see my dad and his girlfriend, of course, I was like, after all the nonsense today with that whole thing, I've had a very good time tonight, but it'll be a really nice day tomorrow to like kind of finish off the birthday little weekend with seeing my friend who I haven't seen for, let me think, 5 years. Yeah. I haven't seen him for 5 years. And I used to see him all the time. Like, my life was completely different before the pandemic. I used to see him all the time. I would see loads of people all the time. So I'll be seeing him for the first time in all these years. Yeah. Anyway, that's tomorrow. So I can't stay up too late. Don't let me stay up too late. Thank you, Magnet. Yeah. Okay, next episode. We are, okay. This might be controversial. A doppelgang land. Let me find out how exactly this all comes about. I really like this episode, written and directed by Joss Whedon. Anya from The Wish. This is kind of like The Wish Part 2. Anya kind of goes to her demon boss and has him restore her demon powers. And Principal Snyder like forces our dear sweet Willow to basically tutor one of the dumb athlete jocks who, before they go to college, she needs to tutor him so that he gets good scores. Basically do his schoolwork for him so that he can get into a fancy college where he'll be able to do sports for the rest of his life and, not worry about schoolwork. So Principal Snyder forces Willow to do that, and this jock, he has no respect for Willow. He doesn't care. He just like throws her his homework. And so, Willow's going through it. She's doing her own homework and Percy's as well. That's his name. And Willow is also simultaneously trying to hack into the mayor's files via a computer, and Faith is playing double agent at this point. She's kind of pretending to be on like the straight and narrow now. Like they've agreed to like let Faith back in. And it's kind of a bit of a weird way that they kind of reset that situation. It feels a little bit weird, but she's playing double agent, so she's kind of like, I'll be good. So yes, basically, Willow is like frustrated. She's like being used like an absolute tool, and then she quarrels with Buffy and Xander. It says here. And that she may change up her look, or she might start acting different, and she storms off. And meanwhile, Anya, she hasn't got her powers back yet. She needs to get them back by this point. So, Willow wants to start doing more magic. Giles has already kind of told her she shouldn't do it. She's a silly girl for trying. And so Anya comes to Willow because she's heard she's done magic before, and she recruits her to try and get her amulet back, which she used in the Wish episode. And so they do like a conjuration to try and get this amulet back, but it accidentally summons Vampire Willow from the Wish episode into the world that everyone else is in. So we've already experienced Vampire Willow in like the vampire world, and they bring her into this reality, which is so fun. So Vampire Willow is like seeing, it's like a flip on the last episode of this type, where Vampire Willow is like looking around and she's like, oh my god, what the fuck? So basically, so Vampire Willow sees Sunnydale as a lot different. She tries to like take over as like a gang leader of the local vampires, and she does. And she plans to attack the Bronze, and Percy finds Vampire Willow, and like Vampire Willow like throws him across the bar, and then Buffy and Xander intervene, and they're like Willow, what the hell? And then like Willow turns around with like vamp boner face and is like, get off of me. So Buffy and Xander think that Willow is dead. And there's a really funny scene where Giles, Buffy, and Xander are like mourning the death of Willow. And Angel is aware of it as well. So yes, then normal Willow shows up and she's like, hey guys, and they're like, get back, demon, and she's not reacting, she's not dead, and they realize there's two Willows. So they how do they do it again? How do they get Vampire Willow? I can't quite remember it, but Vampire Willow So yes, Anya recognizes like what has happened, that they brought a Vampire Willow into this world, and that they need help retrieving the amulet so that she can send Vampire Willow back to her world where she belongs, because Vampire Willow is not happy here. And so they have a plan to capture normal Willow, but Vampire Willow gets herself captured instead. And so normal Willow has to dress up as Vampire Willow, and she goes to the Bronze where all the vampires are like waiting for her to return. And it's just a really fun thing where normal Willow is dressed up in this fucking leather vampire thing. And she has to pretend to be a mean vampire. It's just so much fun. And then everything goes crazy. There's a big fight, and then Vampire Willow shows up again, and then Willow demands that they spare the life of Vampire Willow, and they just agree to send her back. And then that's when like Willow's like, I think my vampire self is kind of gay. Like this, she keeps like grabbing Willow's ass and like, being all like weird and like licking her neck and stuff. So there's a little hint at this point in the show. the writers wanted to steer the direction of either Xander or Willow in the direction of one of them being gay, and they hadn't quite made up their mind. So there's lots of hints in season 3 of either Xander ending up being gay or Willow, or at least bisexual. So you'll notice in season 3, Xander or Willow are like, they've both got hints that they could go that way. So it's a great, funny episode. I love it. Alison Hannigan like knocks the comedy out of the park. She's incredible. And even though this is like this is not an important episode really in the grand scheme of things, this episode is like the perfect example of like the humor that's in Buffy. It's just so funny, and the performances are so great. It might not be like a main plot heavy episode, but I'm putting it in the S tier. We've got our first S tier episode. I think Doppelgangland is S tier Buffy. I do. Because I'll tell you why. You didn't think that would be my first S tier? And it's a silly one. I'll tell you why. If you took that episode of Buffy and like isolated that episode of Buffy and you showed it to someone who had never seen the show, they would understand so much about the show from that one episode, and like its humor. Like if you had like to show one funny episode and one dramatic, heart-wrenching episode, you could show Doppelgangland with the dramatic episode. This would be like if you had just one shot in 2 episodes to show someone what Buffy's like, you show them Doppelgangland and something else. We got our first S tier episode. I think it deserves it. What do you guys think? I was feeling like your first S wasn't coming till season 4. No, I think this one really just tickles me. I really enjoy it every time I watch it. The Wish is also very close to being S tier, but it's not quite there. I put it in B, but I do really like it. I see. Okay. It could easily be A, honestly. I'm putting it all the way in S. Enemies. Let me just remind myself. Enemies, and then there's choices. The Prom, Graduation Day 1 and 2. Enemies is where... Oh, The Wish was the closest I got to S, but it was A. I see. For this season. Enemies, the mayor hatches a plan with Faith to rid Angel of his soul in order to enlist him to the cause. So they hire a demonic shaman who knows how to magically drain Angel's soul. And Faith simultaneously tries to seduce Angel. And so it happens. Angel's soul is drained. He gets with Faith. He goes and meets with the mayor. And Faith is spilling all the beans. But it turns out to be a ruse, a double ruse, because Angel is he kind of tweaked something was going on with Faith. He's a smarter man than people give him credit for. He's been around for hundreds of years, after all. And also, the demonic shaman guy is a friend of Giles. And they ask at the end of the episode, like, how do you know that guy? And Giles was like, oh, I introduced him to his wife. So the shaman had given a heads up that they were planning this. So Faith and the mayor. So Angel used the opportunity to learn everything he could from the mayor, pretending to be an ally suddenly of the mayor. And he also went along with the ruse with Faith and obviously betrayed her. Hello, Trevor. And So Faith yet again has been burned. Like she's proving herself to be a bit of a numpty. She's been shown up. She's been embarrassed like a lot this season. It's going wrong for her quite a lot. If I remember correctly, birthday spankers aren't a thing on that side of the pond. They're not. I'm so sorry, Troa. But thank you for the roundabout birthday wishes. Thank you so much. Katie did. Thank you so much. I was about to say happy birthday to you. Katie did, Troa. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Also, Katie did. Are you named after an insect? Because I went to somewhere today where there were katydids in there's like a bug called a katydid, and I was like, oh my god, is that where katydid's name comes from? I had no idea. I just thought you were called Katie, who does things. Katie did that. She really did that. And I was like, oh, I just assumed that her name was like Katie and she just does stuff. But it turns out you're named after a bug. I was like, oh my god, she's a bug. Troa, how are you doing? Thank you for the birthday wishes as well. What's more feeling will be the next S. That's my wager. Interesting, Spodge. The thing is, there's a whole bunch of season 5 episodes in between now and Once More Feeling. Once More Feeling with season 6. And we've got season 3, 4, and 5 before we get to... Remember that wager, Spodge. We'll see what happens. Remember that wager. I'm a bug, yes. Welcome in, guys. I'm ranking Buffy episodes, but only for a little bit longer because I've been at this for nearly 6 hours. Debating which game to play, so who knows how long that will take. What are the options, Trevor? What are the options? Enemies is a fun episode, but it's by no means groundbreaking. I think it's a good C episode. We are just learning stuff. We're going to get to more exciting stuff real soon. If it includes Path of Titans, I know the answer. I like Path of Titans so far. I need to go back to it. I haven't played it today, obviously, but... Earshot. Let me hydrate. The way I'll have no voice tomorrow when I meet up with my friend. There's a few leading up here. They're kind of just like building Mare and Faith scheming. Yeah. It's like the exposition heavy stuff before we get to the finale. Earshot was meant to... Earshot's another bit of a weird episode in terms of where it is. Because it's like Killed by Death. This comes a little bit too late for like a one-off episode. It disrupts the flow and momentum of the storyline. The reason it had to be where it was in the season is because of the shooting at Columbine. Because this is an episode where there is like a potential school shooter. And so they had to move it. So it was meant to be much earlier in the season. But the episode premise is that Buffy comes into contact with a demon, and that kind of contact causes her to gain telepathic powers, and she starts hearing the thoughts of everyone around her, which she thinks is really cool to begin with, but then it becomes a nightmare. She can't sleep. She's starting to like get headaches. She's starting to lose it. She finds out that her mum and Giles had sex, and she can't hear Angel, which is funny because I kind of feel like True Blood might have stolen that from this episode. I think Charlene Harris is a fan of Buffy, and I think she totally stole that concept. So yeah, Angel says that vampires cast no reflections in terms of like in mirrors, but also with the telepathy stuff. So the thing that Buffy overhears at school is, by this time tomorrow, I'll have killed you all. And so the hunt for the school killer is go. Buffy is immobilized because of how painful hearing all these voices has become. So it's up to the rest of the Scooby Gang to save the day and for Angel to find the cure to the telepathy, which they do. Buffy is cured and she's then able to pursue the killer herself, but the Scooby Gang also come across someone that wants to kill people as well. So Buffy finds Jonathan in the school clock tower with a rifle, And then Xander comes across the dinner lady who's putting rat poison in the food for the kids. So Xander tries to save all the kids spare them from eating anything, and then the dinner lady tries to kill him. Simultaneously, Buffy realizes that Jonathan wasn't there to kill anyone else. He was up there to kill himself, and Buffy gives him a good old talking to in an uplifting speech. One of the first, not one of the first, but one of the key Buffy speeches that, won't be the last. Buffy is going to become a bit of a speechstress. She's going to be spitting speeches left, right, and center. So yes. The great chemistry. Which ones are those, Magnet? Who are you talking about? I have 4. I'm grinding for items or drops in. A few I'm mid-story on. Okay, continue. Nice. Mine reading Buffy was fun for 5 minutes. Well, they cure the effect pretty quickly, thankfully. A speechstress. I love that. The Mayor and Faith. Oh yeah, the Mayor and Faith have great chemistry, and the actor that plays as the Mayor is amazing. Like you were pointing out earlier, he's so good, such a good villain, because he doesn't play it like a villain. He plays it like just a bit of a quirky, like he plays it like a dad. He's just like a sort of typical. Like kind of cringy dad. That's how he plays his villain role. Love it. Maybe I'll watch that instead, actually. Do it, Trevor. Watch Buffy. Gloria's my favorite villain, but the Mayor's a close second. Interesting. We're going to do seasons 4, 5, 6, and 7 in another stream. So I'm so... after season 3, I have to stop. Glory is the greatest, but I don't want to jump ahead too much, but Glory is my favorite villain as well. Like, she's just the best. Earshot gets a drumroll C. It's funny that the telepathy is a part of the episode because it really only is a part of like a little bit of the episode, and then everyone else takes over the investigation. The telepathy was used in no way to find out more. It becomes too powerful, so they quickly sideline it. It's a C episode. It is. Okay, so choices. Now choices, is this the one where we have the iconic fight? I don't think so. This is the one where the box of Gavrok shows up. Do you want to hear about the box of Gavrok and the books of Ascension? We are getting to the end of season 3, and the books of Ascension are what the Mayor is after, and the box of Gavrok. And basically, the whole point of choice is that one side ends up with the box of Gavrok, and one side ends up with, like, well, not really, actually, no one really ends up with the book. Yeah, actually, yeah. The Mayor has the books of Ascension. Willow is taken hostage at one point, and she manages to read as much of the books of Ascension as she can. And she gets captured by Faith. And what's going on is, like, the books of Ascension detail, like, the Mayor's ultimate plan, and it has something to do with the box of Gavrok and why he needs it. And Faith has been killing people to get these books of Ascension, by the way. She's gone full mass murderer. And so basically, this is a bit of a shit-talking episode. Willow gets captured. Like, she's managed to read as much of the books of Ascension as she can, but they are like, if you want Willow back, you'll hand over the box of Gavrok, which she took from us, which Buffy and co were able to steal. And basically, they do a hostage exchange in the school in the middle of the night, And Principal Snyder interrupts it, and the box of Gavrok opens, and these strange spiders come out of it. And there's like basically an eternity worth of spiders inside this box. If they keep it open, it's the world will overfill with spiders. But the mayor's like, you probably shouldn't open that. They exchange the box for Willow, but not before the mayor can do a bit of shit talking, getting inside people's heads. And he kind of like points out like to Angel, like, and shakes him up a bit, like, you know, this is a young woman that you're keeping in the night, in the dark. You know, she should be out in the sun, like she should be living her life. Like, what life can you provide for her? Do you really think you two can make this work? She's a kid, and you're a 200-year-old vampire. Like, you'll never be able to give her a life. You'll never be able to, you know, walk in the sun together. Like, have kids, you know, all that kind of stuff. He's getting in their heads. You know, he's good at that kind of thing. Is he wrong? Joyce has had the same conversation without Buffy knowing to Angel. Joyce is like, I know she loves you. I know you love her. But, like, you know, you might want to think about, like, she needs to go to college. She needs to, you know, she needs to live a life that's not in your shadow. Like, yes, she'll always have to do the slaying, but, like, you know, Angel's not disagreeing with any of this. And that's going to be important for the next episode. So Choices is like, again, we're building a little bit of momentum. It's a perfectly good C episode where there's just a kind of a lot of story development over these last few episodes. But we get to the prom, which is a bit more of a special one, I think, where basically Buffy gets, as we're leading up to the prom, Angel dumps Buffy after the talk with Joyce, talk with the mayor, and also his own reservations. He dumps Buffy and they break up, and he says, after all of this shit goes down with the mayor, I'm leaving town and I'm just gonna leave. I'm not gonna say goodbye. I'm just gonna walk off. And Buffy can't take this. She's like, what the fuck? And the Scooby Gang are also simultaneously learning about the Books of Ascension. Willow was able to learn some knowledge. And basically, they learn that before there were, like, animals, before there was man walking on the earth, there were ancient demons that were huge, like, fucking Cthulhu, like, kaiju motherfuckers that roamed the earth. And the mayor intends to become one of those demons again, and they have like a book that they get in the end where they like have a diagram, and they pull out the page, and it's like a diagram of how big it is, and they just keep pulling out the page. And there's a historical anecdote about the last time one of these was brought about, and it was only killed when a volcano erupted. So they're like, how are we going to get a volcano to blow up to stop the mayor if this happens? Keeps unfolding like a centerfold. Yeah, it's a funny gag. So the mayor simultaneously has opened his box of Gavrok, or whatever it's called, and he's munching on the spiders. He's eating the spiders down. He's a fiend for spider eating. And once he's eaten his fill, he takes out his like notepad of like chores that he needs to do. He's like ticking things off, like, you know, arrange meeting with so-and-so, you know, get dry cleaning sorted out. And then it has like become immortal, and he crosses that out because he gets someone in his office to try and kill him. And his wounds heal instantly. He gets his head cut in two, and it seals back up. The mayor is immortal, and at least until the Ascension, and then he'll become his demon form. And so all of this is happening. Also, someone has trained demon hellhounds to attack anyone wearing a fancy dress that's going to the prom. I think I'm kind of covering a few episodes here, but this is all like towards the end of the storyline. Of season 3. But yes, basically, Buffy gets dumped, and she has no one to go to the prom with, but she goes by herself, and then when she's there by herself, she is completely like, after she's defeated the Hellhounds, and she's like, everyone will have a nice prom. God damn it, if I have to kill everyone to make it happen. You know, she can't get the full fantasy that she was hoping for, where she gets to go to the prom with Angel, but she will make it happen for everyone else. So she ends up going by herself. And to her surprise, the school has come together because they've seen all this shit going down over the years that she's been there. And they're like, we don't know what the fuck goes bump in the night, but we know that you're always there when it does, and that you save the day. And like, so they give her the award of class hero. And so she's in that moment completely validated and seen and celebrated, and they everyone claps, and it's so lovely and beautiful. And then Angel shows up, and he's like, listen, you know that this doesn't mean, and she's like, I know. And then they dance, and it's very cute. They are still broken up, but he doesn't want her to not have her prom moment, so they go to the dance together. Disgusting. Cordy's box with Ebola written on it, and Jason, it was a classic. The box with Ebola written on it. That's funny. The prom is a C episode. Sorry, is that controversial? I love the kind of like sort of idea of the prom, kind of cute little 80s movie moment for Buffy. But it's kind of cliche, and we don't really do that over in the UK. It's like such a cultural difference, like that you're supposed to have this like beautiful moment in high school where you're celebrated at the prom. Like, what about everyone else? Why do we celebrate just these like few individuals? Buffy included. It's a cultural difference, I think. I don't get it. I don't like it. Do you remember what else they award Buffy with? Well, it's an umbrella. That's a trophy. I gave it a B, but C works too. It's just such a sweet episode. It is sweet. I think that class protector moment was a sweet one. I don't care. I love it. Thank you, Katie Bird. Thank you so much for the happy birthday. Hope you're having a fun stream and best day. Thank you, Katie. Thank you for popping in. It's nice to see you. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes. Yeah, the umbrella. Okay. We are now coming to the finish line of the stream and the Buffy rankings part 1 of the tier list. Okay. I've been streaming for nearly 6 hours. 1 minute to go. Well, now I'm streaming for 6 hours. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. This is like one of my longest streams in a long while. I've just been sitting here talking at you guys for 6 hours about Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and I don't know why you have stayed here. I guess because it's my birthday. It's kind of like... It's like made you feel obligated to, maybe. I don't know. Oh, thank you, Katie. We love it. Okay, good. I mean, this is like, for Buffy fans, it's your bread and butter, you know? Graduation Day Part 1 is like, take everything I was talking about with the Ascension and all of that shit. Anya actually becomes a helpful ally in this, because Anya doesn't want to be here for the apocalypse, so she's actually very helpful, and she gives a lot of information to the Scooby Gang. But the mayor knows that the Scoobs are going to probably make a move against him when the apocalypse comes calling, when he is going to ascend. He knows he's going to be vulnerable when he is transforming, and he needs Faith to help him. The seduction of Angel failed. So they need to do something else. Wait, hang on a second. Prom is essentially the culmination celebration of first loves, or the beginning of growing into dating as such during high school years. It's basically just a school dance with awards for the graduating class. Totally pointless to me, but people love it. I had a friend who was also a huge Buffy fan, and we'd sit and talk about the show for hours and rewatch and analyze them. Same here, Magnet. I mean, the friend that got me into Buffy was my friend Martin, who I became friends with when I was like 11. Besties, best friends. And he introduced me to Buffy, and we would just watch it together all the time, over and over. We'd talk about it all the time. And we were just obsessed with it. Anyway, I'm trying not to keep you guys for too much longer because also my voice is going to fail. I need to rest my voice for a good amount of time after this. The Mayor and Faith hatch a plan to busy the Scooby Gang with shit while he's planning his big reveal. I always had a friend in high school who's a big fan too, and we just talk on the phone while watching. That's so cute. I used to be on the phone as soon as an episode would finish. Hello, Eternal Vice. Hello, welcome in. So the plan that the Mayor and Faith has is they poison Angel with a poison arrow. And it's a kind of magical poison, and the only cure for this poison is a Slayer's blood. How convenient. So Buffy goes on the hunt. She tracks down Faith, and they have a sort of cunty Slayer versus Slayer Dragon Ball Z duking it out battle on the rooftop of Faith's apartment, smashing through windows. It's the fight. I did read that Sarah Michelle Gellar and Eliza Dushku did a few of their own stunts. Obviously, there are some obvious stunts that are not them, where Faith's stunt double just doesn't look anything like her. But they tried their best to do a lot of their own stunts, the ones that they could do, a lot of their own fighting. They really went for it. It's Buffy in red leather pants, like kind of like, I don't know. It's just like this. I don't know, where do they come from? Faith has this like blade that was gifted to her by the mayor, and they have a fight. And Buffy is like handcuffing Faith to her. And they're like, Faith is actually, when Faith is on the ropes and Buffy's beating the shit out of her, Faith starts to actually look really worried. She's like when Buffy handcuffs herself to Faith's like, what the fuck? Like, she's in this, like, and then it culminates with Buffy beating the crap out of Faith and winning and stabbing Faith in the gut. Faith is not going to let her have it that easy, though. Punches Buffy, who falls down. The handcuffs are broken. And Faith throws herself off the roof, and she lands on the back of a truck that drives off. And Buffy does not have the time to spare, so she goes back to Angel, and she tells him that she failed, but that she... Yeah, you did it, B. But she will save him, and she lets Angel feed from her, and he almost kills her. He drains so much blood from her in his vampire frenzy, his vampire boner face frenzy, that he puts her in a coma. And because Faith has lost a lot of blood and she got stabbed in the gut and fell off the roof, she's in a coma. And then you have Buffy in one hospital room and Faith in the other hospital room. The mayor is visiting Faith and Angel is with Buffy. And they're right next to each other. Don't know that each other are in there. And Buffy and Faith connect psychically in a Slayer connection dream. And they start talking gobbledygook. There's like this weird countdown that they're talking about that will become important. But there's a sort of respect between Buffy and Faith in Slayer Dreamland. yeah, there's just like something going on there. There's like, you know, like there's no pretension. There's no like, you know, there's no like walls between them anymore. Let me skip this song. I can't stand this. There we are. So the mayor realizes Buffy is in the next room. So he marches on in there and tries to suffocate Buffy. So they get him off. I don't know how he didn't get arrested for that, but he's the mayor. He's evil and powerful. Buffy, as well as all of this going on, like Angel was cured, and Buffy comes out of her coma. I can't really remember exactly how, but let's just kind of go along. And I'm going to just go into the next part, because part 2, the mayor is shaken. Like, he actually probably did start to really love Faith. The cure rules were to drink a Slayer to the point of death, so it was kind of also a thing, not just frenzy. I do think Angel lost control, though. You know? Buffy's trying to kick him off of her, and she loses strength, obviously, but he won't stop. And he feels bad afterwards. So I don't think it was like an intentional, like, I have to do this in order to be cured. Like, he does lose control. And then he comes to his senses. Like, that Slayer blood must taste real good. So graduation day part 2, Willow loses her virginity with Oz, which is really sweet. And because it's the apocalypse, you know, everyone's kind of like, this is it. Like, everything's gonna go down. The mayor is like shaken about like potentially losing Faith. He wanted her to be there with him. Didn't Spike say it was an aphrodisiac? He did, yes, which I think grossed Buffy out. I think. But Buffy gets out of her coma, and if I remember correctly, she actually goes into Faith's room after the shared dream, and she kisses her on the forehead, which I thought was really lovely. But it's the end of the world, and there's no hiding this from anyone else. So the Scooby Gang actually recruit every single student they can to their cause, get as many weapons as they can, and they think about, like, what do we do about the volcano that we read about? Like, how do we recreate that? And of course, Xander's military knowledge fucking comes into play again. They're sitting there in their graduation gowns, and the mayor gives his speech, and the stream has been going on for over 6 hours, so I'm going to wrap this up, but he's giving his speech, and he starts to transform, and he's like, shit, I had so many other things, and he's going through all of his notes and dropping pages and pages, and then he transforms into a giant fucking snake. I've heard that a Slayer heals faster the longer they are a Slayer. Perhaps since Buffy was a Slayer for longer than Faith, she wakes from the coma before Faith does. Oh, that's a really interesting theory, actually. Huh. That's interesting. Don't know. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. When the mayor transforms, he eats Principal Snyder, and everyone takes off their robes. They graduate, woo! And they all have flamethrowers and crossbows, and they have maces and swords, and all these vampires show up because there's an eclipse at the same time as this happening. And then it's just a big old battle. Harmony, Cordelia's popular girlfriend, gets eaten by vampires. Wesley just gets one kind of punch to the chest and he's downed. Angel's in the fight. Everyone's blasting flamethrowers everywhere. And then Buffy runs up to the mayor, who's now a giant snake, and taunts him with the knife that she stuck into Faith's gut. And then she's like, recognize this? Slid to Faith like butter. And then the mayor's obviously very angry. He chases after Buffy as she's iconically running down the corridor yet again. And the mayor is smashing through all of the doors and the walls. And She runs into the library, out the back door or through the window or something like that. And they've, because of Xander's military knowledge, I think, again, coming in clutch again, they've filled the library with explosives. And as the mayor gets into the library, he's like, oh gosh. And then the whole thing blows up. And they blow up the entire school. And the battle is won. And as the ash settles on the scene, and Buffy stands watching over everyone as they lick their wounds, and they mourn the dead, and they celebrate the victory that they have. Buffy watches as Angel turns his back and walks into the mist like it's Casablanca or something. And then the kids reconvene with Giles, and they have graduated and the school has blown up. They weren't sure if they were getting a season 4, but they have graduated, and that could have been the end of Buffy, but it was the end of an era. The high school years are done, and now we are on our way to heading into Buffy's journey into adulthood, which I think is the stronger half of the show itself. And I thought that Graduation Day Part 1 was a B episode. Don't know if you agree with me or if you disagree with me, but I would put Graduation Day Part 1 into B. I think it's a very good episode. Interesting. I would put Graduation Day Part 2 in C. In C. And that's the rankings for the high school years for Buffy episodes. Oh, very interesting. Interesting? Ooh. I wonder if that's true, because she dies first year. You could easily say the brushes of death strengthened the demon energy from the original Slayer. That could explain the ending of 7. Oh, could also explain the ending of 7, though. Enough to go around, I don't know. Probably a stretch, but a fun thought. Interesting. You put both in A. You know what? I am going to bump up Graduation Day to an A. And I'm going to do Part 2 in B. Because you know what? If I was going to say The Wish and Passion were better than Graduation Day Part 1, I can't really justify that. And I do think Graduation Day Part 2 is B tier. The reason I was hesitant to do it is I think when we get to Graduation Day Part 2, like, it needs to be one episode. Like, if it was just one long episode, it's great. But if you had to split them apart, like, as they are, Part 2, I think it's kind of just like they show up, they have a fight, and then it ends. Do you know what I mean? There's not enough drama. It's just kind of like they're like, flame units! You know? Although Principal Snyder does die in a really fun way, and I enjoyed that, so. Damn, wow, I had no idea it was Mouse's birthday as well. Busy day. Oh my god, I had no idea. Wait, Mouse has the same birthday as me? I think that's why I rate them both A. I kind of rated them as 1, honestly. I see. Snyder Snack was so cathartic. You know what? I love Principal Snyder. Like, obviously he's a shit, but I really enjoy him as a character. Guys, I have been streaming for 6 hours. If it is Mouse's birthday, I think we should raid Mouse. I also want to give a shout out. Before we raid Mouse, I also want to give a shout out to Quality Build. Please follow my friend. He's live right now. We're going to raid mouse. But guys, I've been streaming for 6 hours, 16 minutes. Thank you so much for joining me for my birthday stream where I just talked about Buffy for 6 fucking hours. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the subscriptions this evening. I really appreciate that. Yes, I will do another tier list. I'm going to put this on the Discord before I forget. But yeah, I really appreciate you guys. Thank you for all the birthday wishes. Thank you for hanging out with me and like let me natter on about this and for getting involved in the discussion. I love talking about Buffy. I love the show. I had a really good time. It was a really nice way to close the day and to just spend time just chatting and having a good time in the evening on my birthday. So thank you so much. Yes, Trova. Yeah, absolutely. Sklep, I love listening to people talk about things they're passionate about. So this has been so fun. Thank you, Joey. And also Joey and Robbie. Thank you so much for my gifts. Everyone, let me show you. Joey and Magnet got me these gifts. Now, yesterday I was saying how I've never gotten to see an alligator in real life. Well, now I've fucking got an alligator. How about that? Look! Look at this little guy! He'll be living on... When we get in the streaming room, he'll be living on the desk with me. Yeah, I have to put him somewhere so he can be nearby at all times. Look at this guy.
Hello there, it's me, Katoga. It's me, Katoga. Nice to see y'all.
So we've got Katoga. We're not going to name him Katoga. And then these madmen actually got me the Atreides Ornithopter Lego set. Holy shit. Like, I gasped when I opened the box, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, they sent me this? I couldn't believe it. That it is such a sweet, such a lovely gift. Now I don't understand. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Also, I don't really get gifts, so it was just so nice. They were like not just like gifts, but gifts that where you like had thought about it. You know, like Joey said that he thought about the ornithopter like a year ago, and because you know Jabberwock loves his Lego sets, right? And I was like, Jabberwock, I need you to get the Dune ornithopter so I can come over and steal it because I can't get that. Like it's. So it's like, Joe, get it, and I'm going to steal it. And Joey thought of that a year ago, and then also like the alligator. Like I don't really get presents, and these were like very like thoughtfully considered. Thank you, Magnet and Joey, so much for the gifts. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Truly, like it's really lovely. I was so chuffed. I was like, when I opened the box, I just let out the biggest gasp. So thank you guys, both of you. Thank you so much. Yes, and I can't wait to build it as well. I think I will before the streaming room is actually done. I think I will open up that ornithopter and get it built because I can put it in my bedroom for now and then move it into the streaming room once I've got somewhere to put it. You can use that to fly over to the US. Oh, thank you guys. It's going to look so good in the new streaming room. Hell yeah! I have to like get a light for it, like so it can be like backlit or something, or like we can cast a shadow on the wall, something like that. Really, really lovely. So, yes, let me quickly take a screenshot of this. So I have the current rankings, and then next time we will kind of like leave these episodes be, and we will and we'll just do season 4 onwards. Not next stream as in the next time I'm live. I'm not sure when I'll carry on doing this. Maybe like over the next couple of streams, what I could do is like do season 4 just by itself, like the next time I stream, either at the beginning or the end. And then the stream after that, I could do season 5, stream after that, 6, stream after that, 7. That could be something to do, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I want to string it out that long, but this, I mean, doing 3 seasons took 6 hours. I mean, really, it took 5 because I was chatting away for an hour before I started this. So it took 5 hours to do 3 seasons. So yes. Feel free. I have it in the Discord, guys. If you would like to join the Discord, I do have a channel set up on there for tier lists, so you can do the Buffy tier list if you would like to do it yourself. Joey, would you mind posting? Oh wait, no, I can do it. I can post it. I've got it here. I was going to be like, can you post the link that you sent me for this? I've got it open right now. I'll do it. I will post the link in the Discord, so you can do your own Buffy tier list if you'd like to do that. No pressure, of course, but I would love to see. And then I will do the rest of mine another time. But this screenshot has been saved, so I will put that in there. Let's raid out, because it is Mouse's birthday, everyone. So if you would be kind enough to just let Mouse have a happy birthday, that would be gorgeous. Stop ordering me around and do it yourself. I only thought of you because I know you had the link, but I forgot that I have the link literally right here. I'm not ordering you around, I promise. Also, it's my birthday. Let me order you around. No, I'm joking. All right, guys, we're gonna do the birthday raid train. Choo choo. It's no longer my birthday because it's past midnight. And it's actually 3 a.m., so it's been 24 hours since I was born 38 years ago. Also, I became 38 on the 3rd of the 8th. Isn't that cute? Still your birthday month, though. True. You need some sleep? I know. I mean, I'm going to de-stream for a little bit before I go to sleep because I've had these lights glaring on my face and I need to drink some more water. So I'm going to de-stream. So I'll still be around. I won't be in like any chats or anything like voice chats, but I'll be around. Floating around ethereally. Is that a word? Who cares? Let's raid Mouse. Because it's their birthday. I know we raided them recently, but they're playing. They're doing a 12-hour birthday stream. And they do their streams. Everything is to support their kitty cats that they foster. So we love that. Night, everyone. So endeth the Buffy Bonanza birthday stream tier list. Thank you so much. I hope you had a good time with me tonight. I certainly had a good time. I really appreciate you hanging out. I really appreciate you coming. Thank you. Night, everyone. I look forward to catching you next time. Night. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for everything. Thank you. Bye, guys. Let's ride Mouse. And I'll catch you soon. Bye. Here we go. In 3 seconds. Alright. Bye, guys. Night. Show some birthday love to Mouse. Bye-bye.